much is the...
Shit, if I can't do...
By the power of Grayskull.
Listen, you may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
What's up, everybody? That's a hell of an entrance, right?
What up, Charles?
What's up? We joined by Captain Jack, aka Sandog, and the unnamed protagonist, which is named Nameless.
What's going on, family? Thanks for having me up.
Oh yeah, the boss man in the building, you know, like we had before, and we said we were going to do this a minute ago, so we're going to talk about all that good old-fashioned esoteric stuff about the Masters of the Universe, and maybe even some other 80s cartoons while we at it.
Facts. But you know what I'm saying? But you know, Charles, it's like I was telling you, like on Arc Show, man, and you know, for whatever reason, you know, Masters of the Universe crossed my mind, He-Man crossed my mind, and my brain kept going, why would you call this Masters of the Universe? And then I asked myself, well, what is a Master of the Universe? And then I had to do some backwards planning and be like, okay, well, when I watched the show Masters of the Universe, what were they fighting over, right? And then, you know, they were fighting over Grayskull and what would be the quote-unquote secrets of Grayskull, right? And so, and Grayskull in and of itself contains the secrets of the universe, right? So, because remember, even when you go into Man of Steel, right, they also have a skull in the Man of Steel called the Codex.
Yep.
Which contained all the information on Kryptonian society. So when Jor-El put the Codex inside of Superman and Man of Steel, he now possessed genetically all of Krypton inside of him. You know what I'm saying? And so when you look at the secrets of Grayskull, and when you look at Masters of the Universe, and you know, like when we ended up in the conversation, the three things that at least from what I can see that people are fighting over in Masters of the Universe, when you look at the villains, right? When you look at Skeletor, King Hiss, Hordak, they are all fighting for control over science, technology, and magic.
Mm-hmm.
This is what's being fought over. When you can control science, technology, and magic, you yourself become a master of the universe. So, for example, like when you look at, let's just go back to the Islamic empires, right? So, what were the Islamic empires known for, right? One, in Islam, the Quran itself, right? When you talk about religion, or if you know, so when you talk about religion and that kind of thing, that will facilitate literacy, right? And then the Muslims themselves will collect the data that they got from Persia and Rome and the Byzantines and all of that stuff, and then they began to flourish, right? So now you start to get the whole concept of medical schools and universities. You know, you're getting advancements in medicine, you're starting to get surgery, surgery. You're getting the mapping of the stars and the cosmos. So at that particular time in history, by understanding those three components, science, technology, or what some may call magic, or your hidden or your other kind of hidden sciences, right? To include, and let's call magic the arts, right? And so once you have control over those things, I know Nameless doesn't like that term, but once you have control over those things, you yourself become a master of the universe. And so it's like what I was telling you, like for Africa or African Americans in general, right? What's the lie that's been told in history? That we are incapable of producing or understanding, or let alone producing the things that will make you a master of the universe, right? So they would teach in history in the past, right, that or at least to justify slavery, that we were incapable of this stuff. But then you get the German, you get that German guy, I think his name was Leonibus from Germany. And when he finds the culture of Ife in Nigeria, which are the Yoruba people, he thinks he's found what's left of Atlantis. So when he saw the Ife, or the oil empire of the Yoruba, or the city of Benin and its great walls and everything else, he thought that he found Atlantis. And think about it. Even now, what's one of the biggest arguments on earth right now about the past, right? The identity of the Egyptians, right? That's the big argument, because again, whoever and whatever the Egyptians were, right? That civilization, that culture, or those people could claim to be, or were unlegitimate, or it would be uncontested that culture or people are the masters of the universe, because that's what Egypt controlled: science, technology, mathematics. And so, at least for me, I believe that part of changing our disposition, if you wanted to break it down to individual Black people or human beings, America as a whole, the world as a whole, then there would need to be a focus. There would need to be a focus on this, because even the mastery of something like this even makes money obsolete, right? Even makes poverty obsolete, right? So many of us who play with science, we know the Kardashev model of civilizations, which is your ability, right, to master these three things that I just mentioned, right? So now we're at 0.5 because we're using fossil fuels, right? So we're not even harnessing energy from the sun yet, let alone the galaxy or other sources from the universe, right? So when you get to the point where you could harness energy from dark matter and dead stars, and everything else, at that point, many things in terms of how we live now immediately become obsolete, right? So again, which is the root of all evil, right? Which is the root cause of all evil, is the love of money itself. So I think that, or I believe, or I know that for human beings to move forward, in and of themselves, that becoming a master of the universe, or obtaining the secrets of Grayskull, or having the power of Grayskull, is what's actually going to which is going to actually push humanity forward. Because notice, whenever somebody possesses these three things, part of the ritual is what? That individual, him or her, will say what? I have the power.
So I do want to say something here. And it isn't that I have a problem with the word control. I just attribute it towards a particular worldview, mind state, and way in which an individual is engaging in this idea of control. Because I do believe that control and acceptance can produce very similar results, but it depends on the framework that's animating the action that you're engaging in the first place. Which is why I brought up that whole concept of how you're presenting He-Man and your triactate of human activity, taking it to science, technology, and magic, I break down to disciplines of the personalities as they relate to mind, body, and spirit. And we've had that conversation too, because the training I received, more Eastern in nature, likely lifted from the continent. There's a concept known as Tin Chi, Jin, or man, earth, and heaven. And each of these modalities, I didn't want to use that word, but I think it's fitting because it's a means by which human beings can express an understanding of their existence relative to themselves. We can experience this through mind. We can experience this through body. We can experience this through spirit. And I think in aggregate, we relate mind to the mundane realm, the mundane world, the world of mind, the world of man. And the reason why that's the case is because I don't believe that human beings can follow any action without a mental stimulus that precedes it. And when you get into the martial traditions, even in swordsmanship, the blade is made synonymous with the mind. The two are almost used in an interchangeable sense. It's something that is created. Your sword attitude is a window into the mind of the individual wielding that sword. As a result, if the mind has discipline, so too does the body follow. But the nature of the body in and of itself is in that nature realm of earth. It's something that's very autonomous with regards towards the way in which it manifests and expresses itself. Our mind can influence it, but nobody has conscious thought over the way in which your cells multiply within your body. You don't have mental agency in the same way that the individual cells in your body or the mitochondria perform its function to provide energy, or the epigenetic information that takes the same cellular blueprint or molecular blueprint, I should say, and form various organs that function in different systems with regard to the body, or how you take substances that you consume and break them down so that they can perform functions. All of this is a miraculous aspect that mirrors nature. And then lastly, the energy that animates all of it. Once the mind and body have learned to cooperate in one single function. In martial arts, this concept of mushin, or no mind, is oftentimes used to describe the phenomenon of mind and body being as one. When these two things can combine, and the realm of the mundane realm and the natural realm can come together, you can realize the understanding of spirit, something that goes beyond the physical experience that you have, but you see the end results of that. And I think there are many aspects of metaphysics that go very deep into that. But I think this is going to begin making a greater resurgence now with the advent of artificial intelligence. And I'm glad Gigi's up here because he really put me on to, the idea of giving a damn and how that fundamentally separates the AI from a conscious entity, a conscious human being. And how when you forego aspects of that, even if it's animated by this idea of a placebo effect, it's still very real. It still produces very real results. And you see that ritual plays a profound role in being a carrier for this non-physical energy that we call spirit, and the way oftentimes it manifests in what you describe, Sandog, as magic. And I think these are the three fundamental means by which human beings experience what we describe as reality. And so those concepts you're presenting, Sandog, from my subjective opinion, appear to be disciplines of the personality that is required to be a full human being operating with agency.
Always classic by the Nameless one. Now, we want to get the G with the PhD's word on this. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Green Gorilla. Ladies and gentlemen, the Green Gorilla.
What's good, everybody? Can y'all hear me?
We hear you clear, fam.
Yeah, we can, fam. What's going on, dog?
Man, what's going on?
Yeah.
Dog? Good with
My
y'all,
man,
good brother.
my man came up in the building like this.
Woo!
And I want to get your take because for people who don't know, his PhD is in philosophy, and we want to give your take on this concept of being a master of one's universe, the universe, or concept of the universe. I'm going to give you the floor, Gigi.
Man, to be a master of the universe. I got mixed thoughts about it, because first and foremost, I believe that, as a human being, I'm part of the universe. I'm part of the cosmos. Uh, do I want to seek dominion over that out of which I sprang from? I don't necessarily know. I think that, yes, you do have to know how to fit into the world you live in and to overcome its vicissitudes and things of this nature. However, I do have my mixed emotions or thoughts because I know guys in this space don't like to, use emotions, even though you are an emotive being. Uh, in the context of civilization, science, technology, I think, and just to use the example that Dogg was using about ancient Kemet or Egypt or whatever, you know, their orientation to the world was quite different than the one that we have here in the West. And it's important to understand that because these people had a deep spiritual tie to something beyond merely this plane. And one could say, oh, they were just being superstitious or what have you. But you have to think about it. You are energy, man. And so, you will return to that once your earthly existence is gone. You will return to what the universe is. But I mean, put it in terms of technology. Pursue it, but know how to pull back from it. Engage in it and make it, such that it benefits the entirety of humanity as opposed to just yourself in order to make bread or to make money. But like in the West, it's all about making money. It's all about efficiency. It's all about uh, instrumentality. And I don't have a problem with that. But the problem that I do have is that we don't know how to pull back from it and to engage in practices which tie us together.
I have to ask you this because you hit on something very important. You're saying that it's very important for man to have balance.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt.
Because when you said pull back from it, sometimes when you even when they did the Netflix Masters of the Universe, they talked about the true power was having the power of the universe, but also to let go from it.
Well, the problem is Skeletor didn't know how to pull back from it. He wanted it to control.
Yes.
He wanted it to be in control and to only benefit himself and to put himself in a position of power as opposed to ensuring that peace existed throughout the realm. I grew up watching He-Man. You know what I'm saying? And so to have the power of Grayskull means that you have to be noble at first, in order to be able to wield it the way it ought to be.
Yeah. I think that's a big key thing that people don't understand in the modern day, especially in the Black community. We get so involved in ruthlessness to such a point where I believe in being ruthless. Sometimes you have to be. But where's your empathy and compassion? But go ahead. Let me stop interrupting you.
No, man. I mean, your commentary is right on point. But any society needs to advance itself such that it's able to not have to deal with the vicissitudes of nature. Nature is a beast. Okay, have you ever seen those nature shows where guys, they go out and they tough it alone and they try to exist in the environment and they have to hunt and
Yep.
they have to get water and they have to purify it themselves. It's not easy to deal with nature
Mm-mm.
as a group, let alone by yourself. So technology is like just think of the most rudimentary forms of technology that came from humanity prior to, the advent of modernity and the Industrial Revolution and so on and so forth. You had the wheel, the lever, you had the plow, fire. I mean, all of these things are utilized in order to stave off the harshness of nature. I mean, you have to deal with nature. So I get that. And as a nation, you have to develop technology to, fend yourself off from other people who might, try to invade your space or to, take over your civilization, because that's always a factor as well. But, I just think about it, ancient Kemet, and it's not just technology of the outside, it's technology of the inside as well that has to take place. But I'm gonna let y'all talk for a minute, man. I want you to object to some of what I say if you have any objections, and I just want to listen more. But this is a fascinating subject for me.
Oh yeah, and thank you, Haru in the Apocalypse, for the $10 super chat. Speaking of which, since we talk about the subject, let me give you a salute.
By the power of Grayskull.
I think we talked about that before too, Sandog, when I brought up the idea of control and the nature of it, and how I cite it as having a point of origin rooted in fear, as it opposes the concept of acceptance, which seems to be animated in the idea of love. And scarcity seems to be a primary motivator, which it can contextualize why you would be seeking control in the first place.
Yeah.
So if you've got a negative experience that is presenting this idea of, I went without, and to prevent going without again, because I don't have my needs met, I need to take from you so that I can have for me and what's important to me, which leads to an axiom I kind of stand on, and I think is very important. And I state that I believe that one of the few things human beings have true agency over in deciding is the degree to which they're self-serving. And that puts a greater understanding in how you can get a dichotomy like He-Man versus Skeletor, and how Skeletor would be an example of taking that power that in theory is available to everyone. And in this spirit of separation, really emphasizing this idea of me versus you, me versus nature, rather than recognizing the fundamental connection that they have with nature in the first place. And so nature is seen as some opponent to be conquered and controlled, rather than realizing you are an aspect of that. And just like the golden rules brought up in many esoteric sciences, as above, so below, so below, so above. I mean, you can look at various systems that exist in our body and find the exact same parallels going on with just the elements in the world around you. Shugindo is an aspect of ninjutsu that we really get into, where getting into the Godai, or the 5 elements, these principles are within our bodies. And then we can see them manifest in their natural form out in the regular world. And when you can even see it play out in human emotions and human behavior, even the taijutsu techniques are divided by element because they're animated in that kind of spirit and energy. But if you look at things as though they're just these outside forces that are always in competition with you, and out of fear, you only know how to divide things down and break them up to the sum of their parts. And if you can project that as a cultural value that is classified as virtuous, then that becomes the goal of the culture. And so the pursuit of power ends up being this need of having a division from self and the world around you. And you end up in this weird scenario where people will artificially create scarcity, artificially create separation, so that they can validate that need for security by taking power, rather than realizing it's something that's intrinsic and endemic within oneself, because you're part of that. But if you're not brought up to recognize that, if you're not even given the software to discern that, you get Skeletor, and that becomes the highest aspiration from the individual and meta and cultural perspective.
I want to play this video because I think it hits on, and this comes from the '87 Masters of the Universe movie. I forget my man who played Skeletor. Man, he played the shit out of that role. I want everybody to listen and see if they get a little bit of the hidden messages in it. You ready?
Yep.
Let me tell you, I stand before the great eye of the galaxy, chosen by destiny to receive the powers of Grayskull. This inevitable moment will transpire before your eyes, even as He-Man himself bears witness to it. Skeletor, master of the universe. Yes, I feel the universe within me. I am a part of the cosmos, and there flows through me. But what consequences now? This planet, these people, they are nothing to me. The universe is power. You, unstoppable power, and I am that force. I am that power. Kneel before your master. So, you are no longer my equal. I am more than that. More than life. I am God.
Oh man, that was classic. What's your thoughts about that, Sandog?
You know, again, right? So when you have, I know Nameless doesn't like it, but in Skeletor's case, when you have control over these things, right? When he says, I am a god, now you control reality. You control what's true. You control what isn't true, right? You control science. You control technology. You control magic. So now I could do anything and I could say, okay, these people are savages, right? These people are good. These people are bad. And pretty much that will be what the world is when you are in control. So for example, I was talking to a friend of mine earlier today, and we were talking about like the rise of Christianity and other religions. And I said that from my perspective, right, because in the Abrahamic faith, it says that man is God's emissary on earth, right? That you have the power to act out the will of God. And so, at least the way Sandog thinks, or how I've been groomed to think, was everything that has happened on earth is God's will. So, for example, people will say, oh, well, that's not what the Bible says. That's not what this book says. That's what these people did, right? But those people controlled the knowledge, controlled the power of said information. So from my perspective, right, and this could be a philosophical debate, God did it. Because again, as somebody who's a former combatant commander, right, I understand doctrine as a guide. It's not, it's not necessarily things that people follow step for step. So when I would open up my book 17-97, which was called at the time, right, for cavalry tactics or whatever, that was a guide. I had to use it. I had to be smart enough to use it against whatever situation the environment presented, right? And so I told my friend, but he was like, but that's not necessarily true because the book says this. And I said, but listen, right? If you're this king and you're going around putting boots to asses and enslaving people, if I operate on what the book says instead of what the ground is actually showing me, I'm going to be screwed, right? So I can't operate in this quote unquote metaphysical theory based on what is happening on the ground, right? And so now somebody could even argue that again, or what Nameless would say, a lot like Skeletor, this is now what puts you in the disposition of lack. Because remember, Skeletor, his face is a skull, so he's gonna be representative of things like fear, death, and the night. If you look at He-Man, there's an iron cross on his chest, right? This iron cross represents strength, and the way it's drawn, there's technically a sun in the background. So it's strength, enlightenment, the blonde hair, kind of like the sun, and everything else. So you have these things. So you have this kind of classical yin and yang playing out, right? And then when you look at who keeps He-Man's secrets, Man at Arms, it's the left brain, which is science. Then you got the sorceress, right? That's the magic, the imagination, the creativity. And then when you look at Orko himself, which was who also kept He-Man's secrets, Orko would represent the subconscious mind, right? Because remember, Orko had a 0, right, or O, right? So around his chest, and like the subconscious mind, Orko was chaotic. So sometimes he would cast a magic spell and it'll work, but a lot of times, again, a lot of times it didn't. So so I mean, to tie, at least for me, to tie it all in, right? I understand He-Man's perspective and I understand Skeletor's perspective, and both of these, I believe that it's necessary that both of these perspectives exist, right? So it's kind of like what you sent me the other day, Nameless, about with Buddha, right, and Buddhism, right? So you could have the Buddha mind with the demon's hand, right? But you know what I'm saying? So
I was going there next.
Okay,
You
then
go
what
ahead.
I'll do is I'll hold on it. Then I won't.
Oh,
like
no. Go ahead and use that, because that's exactly why I offered that to you, to explain that I understand exactly what you're saying.
And thank you, Rocky King, for the $15 super chat. Infinite love to the panel in chat. As a lifelong student of hero mythology and archetypes, this is an exquisite conversation for me to hear. Woo! Give you a salute.
Shout out to Rocky King, because for Rocky King, again, I've always been a fan of religion and philosophy. So even for me, before I became Muslim, what happened was one day Sandor woke up and I said, my family, Southern Baptist Christians, and I asked myself a question. And I said, if I wasn't born in this country, to this family, to this people, what would your religion be? Right? And I've done the Vedic stuff. I've dabbled with a little bit the Sikhism, Jainism, West African gods, Nile Valley gods, Celtic gods, Scandinavian god. I played with it all, and what I ended up finding out is that a lot of these gods are archetypes for forces in nature and cosmic forces themselves, again, within the universe. So even when He-Man holds up his sword, right, to activate his inner eye or his third eye, he says, by the power of Grayskull, and he's channeling that power, right? That you could look at that as Zeus or Buddha's lightning, right? And so again, and so with that lightning comes two things, right? The power to enlighten, and also the power to destroy, which is where you get the Buddha mind and the demon hand, and how these things have to work in tandem. So what happens is, so for example, if you want to look at African Americans in a sense, right, coming out of the circumstance that we came out of, so what will put us at a disadvantage is the lack or use of the demon hand. So for me personally, I have nothing against any other groups of people, but I have to live in the world that's presented. Do I want to live in a textbook kumbaya world? Of course I do, right? But if you go back to the conversation that I had earlier with Art and those guys, and I would say that we had on Art's panel when we were talking about like let's say, for example, other groups of people, like let's say like the Asians, right? When they would a couple of months ago, when they wanted to play with civil rights, so that way they could have more spots to get into Harvard, and you know what I'm saying, and all of these upper tier schools, but not understanding that, you know, if you play with civil rights, you're not also just playing with black people, but you're also playing with outcomes for you, right? Because it wouldn't be until 1964 where the Asian Exclusion Act really gets undone, right? And so this particular lack of understanding by that group, and then for African Americans, because for African Americans are a group of people that see power as evil, right? And so what you have to understand is that a lot of people come from the old world, right? And before they adjust to America, the old world is a place where might makes right, right? This is what it has been from time immemorial. And so everybody wants to be near the master of the universe. So I'll say this. So for example, there were two South Asian girls that came on YouTube, and they were talking about anti-blackness in the South Asian community. And so what they were saying was, you know, I guess one of their little cousins or somebody, or maybe one of them, ended up playing with some little black kids. And they stopped the children from playing together because they understood how white people felt about black people. And their stance was, okay, well, the white people are starting to accept us and they like us, but we know that they don't like those people over there, right? So at the end of the day, it wasn't on their part. It's not anything moral, good, bad, or indifferent. I'm making my decisions like Skeletor, right? Based on lack, based on survival. So if I have the favor of the people who are the masters of this society, or the masters of this particular realm of existence, you know, I will be better off. And so because African Americans don't have the demon hand, right? So for example, when you're dealing with people, especially in business of war, we have something called cultural mapping. And cultural mapping tells you the habits of people based on their culture. So in many other cultures, right, unlike Americans or African Americans, those people have hierarchies. Americans are something that you call culturally flat, right? So kind of like in your day-to-day living and all of that stuff, class and all of that stuff doesn't matter. So if Gigi was a billionaire, right, and Sandog is just Sandog, and we bumped shoulders in the street and had a nigga moment as per the Boondocks, right? You know, I could say, fuck you, and walk off, and Gigi could say, fuck you, and walk off. But I dare you to do that to a billionaire going east, especially once you're in non-Western countries, right? Because if you make rich people angry in non-Western countries, right, there's a lot of things that they can do to you. So the justice and all that kind of stuff that you have in America, in a sense, is very unique. But But getting back to the point, right, in terms of being a master of the universe. So for African Americans, right, African Americans, because of the lack of the demon hand, they don't understand that they are the precedent for civil rights in America,
Well,
right?
let me contextualize that to one more comparison to really emphasize that point there so that people can really see what's going on. And I know Charles needs to get to this super chat, but if we understand that we are adjacent to the dominant society, and the dominant society is in a position to where, because they're animated by Western culture has a predisposition of having a demon heart. And so they have to learn how to use the Buddha's hand. You understand the difference, Sanddog?
Yes.
So if we're only looking at what gets told on the surface, we're getting I think Dr. Claude Anderson brings this up quite often. You know, he mentions how the Ado-social complex generally produces inappropriate responses to things that occur in the environment. At times where we should be using that demon hand, we don't. And unfortunately, whenever we do use it, it's against each other. And it's for generally frivolous things that matches an environment of scarcity. And so we have a complete inversion of what's going on. We've got the two extremes that should only exist in rare circumstances, but they become norm for us. So we've got folks that have a complete yang-yang expression, and then we have people that express a full yin-yin expression. And it's not balanced. It doesn't get anywhere. But the problem is the environment that this manifests under is so artificial and warped, it can still function. So because we have a unique propensity to target ourselves, and because America is in this unique position to where it's divorced from real competition, it's got the Monroe Doctrine to prepare itself, it's got no general competitors in an immediate sense to where the infrastructure on an economic, legal, or political level is really ever in danger. It can afford to keep these artificial environments that sprout these extreme personalities and these extreme cultural expressions. And they produce unique products culturally. I don't think you get something like hip hop without our unique experience in the Ado-social complex, starting from the plantation, going into Reconstruction, and then going into what we experienced during Jim Crow. You know, the product of that is our amalgamated history and what we went through to have these extreme expressions of personality. But the cost of that is that outside of that artificial environment, these extremes don't function well. We don't get things done in a way that other people are able to. They can take their culture, and since it was brought up in a way that helps them address their needs, we're like drinking milk from animals rather than, you know, the way we're supposed to be brought up. You understand what I'm saying? And we're working with software that was not designed for our hardware. We actually need to learn how to apply that demon hand, how to apply that yin to offset our yang hearts, our actual good nature. So much so that many of us experience that almost as a rite of passage, to have that good nature threatened and sullied and replaced with axioms like, I got to get mine, so I'm going to take yours. I think a lot of us see our trauma, and I'm not trying to present this in a way to, because I know a lot of people like trying to take this out of context. Let me just say it like this. Our lack of empathy for what we experience puts us in a position to where we see mutual exploitation as the highest expression of power, when in reality, it's synergetic. So since we can only see each other as the sum of our parts, we don't relate the idea or consider the idea that we could be synergistic and that we could be more than just the sum of our parts if we can recognize each other for what we are. And so it instantly puts us in a position to where we aspire to be Skeletor out of context. We want to be masters of this hell domain And we do so at the expense of things that actually would have value, that actually would 5 and 6 times over again solve the very problems we sought power to acquire to solve in the first place. It's kind of like a paradox.
Yeah, but it's like what I said though, right? You know, again, so you have, so it's again, it's left brain and right brain, and you're looking at what the ground is giving you, right? And so now, when you get into something like civil rights, for example, and using it against the masters of the universe concept, right? So again, so for He-Man, He-Man understands that, or like Optimus Prime's model, right? Freedom is the right of all sentient beings, right? And then Megatron, who, funny enough, what you will like, Nameless, and Megatron's origins, right? He he was somebody that started out pure, right? But Megatron, you know the movie Gladiator?
Mm.
So Megatron, for the most part, is Marcus Aurelius gone wrong. And Megatron, what happened was, since he came from the pit, right? Because at first he was he was a worker, kind of like a worker treated like a slave, and then he had a revolution, and then after that revolution, they put him in prison and made him fight as a gladiator, right? And so, you know, Megatron was never able to pull himself out of the abyss, right? Hence the Decepticons. But let so let me go back to what I'm saying, why these things have to be used simultaneously and understood, right? So if you're a friend to everybody and not a friend to yourself, right, then for the most part, you're screwed. So the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments of the United States is what facilitates civil rights, you know, across the board, right? Bill of Rights and all these things and everything else. So when you begin to tinker with it, or when you begin to play with it, in a sense, you're now starting to ask. You're now starting to ask for a lot of trouble, right? And so what happens is, for African Americans, in this instance, in terms of you having the power, for the most part, you are the precedent for immigration, citizenship, and all of these things concerning the United States of America. So what happens is that when other groups come in, right, or when other non-white groups come in, especially, right, the overuse of the yang concept is what puts you in a position to be exploited, because for these people, they come from a position, so they come from cultures, like I told you, that are might makes right, and their cultures are very hierarchical, right? Because remember, I live in Asia. I was burnt this way, where I had positions where I would deal with people from a culturally flat perspective, but what they were used to was something more formal and hierarchical in structure, right? So they
Which
needed.
flies totally opposite to what goes down here in the West in
Correct.
general, but America in
Correct.
particular.
So for them, so what happens is, for them, they needed that they needed that fear of, I could fire them. I could do whatever it is that I plan to do, because that's how, like I said, that's how they functioned. And so, like, even one of my homeboys, and he said this, he said, if not for African Americans, to be honest with you, in terms of what you call white supremacy, the rest of the world was along for the ride. So so if you remove things like African Americans, or what's happening in Palestine, for example, whatever, you remove those things, pretty much, a lot of people will be just along for the ride, because that's the status quo. That's the way. That's who's in power. That's who's the master of the universe. And that's just the way things are. And so what I want to give you is, we understand, or we could talk about the esoteric perspectives of it. But what I want to give you is, again, the way that I think, or I don't know if you call it a Skeletor position or not, but to understand what's happening, to understand that what's happening on the ground, and the fact that things like power is something that is, at the end of the day, it's amoral, right? So power in and of itself is amoral, and it's also not evil, right? To quote and unquote look after, like I said, to look after your own interests. And so, like I said, I'm not here to shit on other groups of people. That's not what it is. Again, I want to live in this utopian world and everything like that. But if you study the history of Asia and parts of Africa or parts of Western Europe, right, a lot of people come from they come from very tough backgrounds, and these tough backgrounds is what shapes their culture and what shapes their work and what shapes their perspective. And so at the end, so when people talk about the red pill on women, right? What I want to share to you, which is the red pill on culture. And this is also reflective in American foreign policy. Everybody ain't you, and everybody doesn't want what you want. Right. And so I think that for the people who are ADOS, once you understand this, and once you understand that, again, looking out for your own best interest is not evil. Actually, looking out for your own best interest is what actually gives you the power to help others, right? So when you look at the original stance of Malcolm X when he was in the Nation of Islam, or Elijah Muhammad, right? So again, these guys aren't quote unquote, really out to get other people or to be bigots or to be racist the way history really wants to paint it, right? There's something that exists in response to. So when you had that young girl, white girl walk up to Malcolm X and say, well, how can I help your cause? And he said nothing, which was ultimately, when we look at the context of history and how things played out, which will ultimately, in a sense, be the right answer. Because, you have African Americans and their trauma or their issues. There's a lot of things that they're going to have to work out first, right? So again, like you said, the fact that our culture has been taken away, the prolonged exposure to poverty, and all of these other things. And so now when you look at Black America, right, you're kind of like this, you're this open wound, right? I just been sliced by a sword, right? You're this fresh open wound, right? I just stopped, again, I just stopped the bleeding, right? But then all of a sudden somebody wants to take off the Band-Aid and start throwing concoctions or other things into it that may not, that could help the healing process, but in this stage of the healing process, right, the body isn't ready for it. So now if you look at Black America as it is today, especially once you lean too heavy to the left, after civil rights, and you start getting all of these new socially liberal ideas thrown at you for people that's coming out of what African Americans came out of, that's a little bit too dangerous, right? You might want to kind of normalize or do the normal things to kind of get yourselves back on track before you start bombarding yourselves, with these new ideas, animated on acceptance. So if you understand that you are a part of the culture of America, you are a part of the precedent of everything that makes America what it is, right? Or part of it. So you would have to, with that, right, with the 14th Amendment that makes you a citizen, somebody could show up from Angola tomorrow, somebody could show up from Vietnam tomorrow if they got the money and have a baby in the United States. And once that baby slides out, it's an American citizen, and that's been facilitated by you. And so what happens is, again, because we think that power is evil, right? We haven't turned around and looked at other people, right, and said, yo, okay, you're here under these circumstances, right? It's fucked up, got you, but your kid is born, right? That's a U.S. citizen. That's an anchor. That's an anchor you now have in this country. Shout out to African Americans, right? And so again, that inability, and that's what I'm trying to say. So that inability to use to use that hand, or to use the demon's hand, in the sense, is what plays out. Is what plays out to our detriment. So I'm not talking about the oppression of other people or the abuse of other people, but based upon their culture and what their disposition is, they would have to understand that, hey, I cannot then turn around and bite the hand that feeds me from a legal and economic precedent within the United States.
I'm just going to say this, because one thing about power, like I think one of you stated, is how you dictate reality to others.
Exactly.
And one thing about that power is that it's very tempting. And a lot of times we see power as manipulation of others, not as the benefit of others, but the manipulation of others.
Okay.
And even when we look at the characters within the Masters of the Universe lore, we look at one trying to defend the secrets, and there's one who's trying to expose the secrets. How you look at the story, you see who's the real enemy and who's the bad guy. Even in the Kevin Smith take on Masters of the Universe, think of how Teela was heartbroken and she thought she was lied to by Adam. But she was not ready to understand all that knowledge at once. Last time in the lore, she damn near killed herself with her latent powers. And I think that a lot of times in the Black community, we have to grow into that power. I'm not saying we stay stagnant with it, but we have to grow into it. Because when we have something like money, which can exude power, in our community, we let it go. We don't respect it. We don't see it as something that can be long-lasting or fulfilling within our own community. Now, if you look at how the small hat community treat money, and how they would go to the worst dry cleaners in their community before they go to our best, because they believe in the dollar being in their community so much. It makes you think how it's not how Black people respect money, it's determined on how we respect power. And remember, everybody in every culture respects the power of their ancestors. What do we have on our money, on our currency? Their ancestors of who was in charge 100 and 200 years ago.
That's all over the world, for the record.
Oh, yeah. What did they say? In God we trust. They didn't say Judeo-Christian God. In God we trust. Whether it's the one in the sky, one below us, or the one we project. That's the God we trust. Just like with He-Man, when he says, by the power of Grayskull, for a lot of people who don't know, he wasn't talking about Castle Grayskull. He was invoking the power of his ancestor, King Grayskull. And think of how much power you get when you invoke that ancestral link or lineage. Look what Haiti did when they remembered their ancestors. They kicked the shit out of the French. Why do you think America is always so dominant? Because they got to remind people of their ancestors. But go ahead, Nameless. You about to say something?
Oh no, I just was just augmenting the point.
Oh yeah.
You got to know where you've been to know where you need to go, ultimately. And I think people hyper focus on the present, maybe with good intention, but they end up essentially missing the point and stuck in a bubble of reaction rather than gaining the ability to actually assert and take initiative of situations and cause other people to react to them. And it's frustrating because at the end of the day, there is a refusal to engage in power, specifically and likely because the culture has been augmented from the plantation for so long. The only ways that we assert power and understand power is if we're directing it towards each other or if it's around children. And when it's around children, it's hyper focused on motherhood. I don't think we have proper icons to see ourselves in those positions of power, in those positions of authority, outside of doing something that bucks against the system or finding some way to resist against the system. Like, we've got a culture of resistance. We've got a culture of creating narrative around resistance, but nothing that encourages the cultivation of the soldiers you would need to carry out that resistance in mass to perform a successful campaign. There's not too many things we have that really encourage that. Our warrior culture is essentially left incomplete. We've got 3 major institutions that produce warriors: the prison system, the gang system, and the military. And each of these things are incomplete initiations. Most of us up here have been involved in one or more of those. And, you already know what the issue is. Each one does provide a vector of it all, but it's not a complete initiation into warriorhood. There's a cultural component that's missing for each of those different groups, but it's the closest approximation we have. And so when you compare that to other groups of people, they at least have their warrior culture intact so that they can provide a set of rules and guidelines on how to not only aggregate and utilize that power, but how to actually pass it on so it multiplies rather than divides. And it's why I incorporated that concept into the Verbal Sword Form 5, where I talked about the difference between force and power and how we're taught, due to the odds that we're put into, how to, as an individual, utilize good timing and cultivate inner strength to influence our environment in our lives in a very immediate sense. The problem is, once we're removed from that equation, it dissipates. And that's the very difference with regards to other groups of people who are nowhere near as strong as an individual ADOS member, but they belong to a group that's able to utilize the power of inertia, momentum, and multiplication. And so whenever they get subject to subtraction, it doesn't mean anything. But when we as a group get subject to subtraction, because we haven't actually aggregated to form power, we're just a bunch of forces that are operating independently. Subtraction has always been the tool that's erased us from the map. And so there's nothing that's being passed on to the next generation. There's no tools of interface we have to actually take advantage of systems. And so we're left at a disadvantage whenever we have to compete against other groups of people. And it's odd because we can, as individuals, again, compete with actual powers. We see this. Martin Luther King was an example of that. Malcolm X was an example of that.
Can I ask you a question, Nameless? Do you think our stagnant ways are conducive because of the fact that we don't have a warrior class? Because out of that warrior class, because the 3 out of 4 of us are veterans, and you have to learn how to work together, right?
Absolutely.
Do you think part of that key element is robbed, especially from black boys?
Yes, and I call it our stay in our lane culture. And again, large in part, this is a thing because America is uniquely American. It's got its environment where, because again, we don't have any external competitors, because again, We're one of the world's greatest superpowers. We have one of the most powerful economies on the planet. I mean, taking a look at what's going down with the dollar right now, still the whole planet's using this currency. People aren't running around using the yen, for example. Like, there's so many unique things that have created an environment where we can function that way. Our greatest strength has become our greatest weakness, in that we are so strong that we can compete against other powers by ourselves and get by. But we are held back because we are so strong, we can compete against powers and get by alone. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and most of that, we haven't developed the camaraderie that we had in the past, what, 40, 50 years? You're brought up to see everybody as an enemy, as a competitor, not as an opportunity to build business or greatness, but as competition.
Well, it's because trust has been absolutely obliterated, specifically amongst men.
Yeah.
If you don't have trust, that's the most critical building block you require in order to build empathy and to really make any institution function. If you don't have trust, you might as well be by yourself, because you effectively are.
And to get back, making it full circle for the Masters of the Universe lore, what was He-Man's moniker? The most powerful man in the universe, but did he need help?
Yes.
He had allies.
He had allies. Even though you're physically, like, I even have the original book where he went toe-to-toe against the pre-crisis Superman. It was equal in power and strength. But he had allies. That means he needed help. If you don't have a guy like a man-at-arms who's an engineer and a weapons master, a lot of He-Man's rescues would never have been completed. If you didn't have someone as powerful as the sorceress to guide him into power, mission over. Everybody played a part within this group, even down to Orko.
Wait, Charles. You mean they had roles?
Oh yeah. Roles. Oh Jesus Christ, roles. Roles. I mean, everybody had a role, even Orko. Because if it wasn't for Orko rescuing a young Prince Adam, there would have been no He-Man in the first place.
Yeah.
I think that's underplayed in modern society in general, and it's going out the window, because the issues that have plagued us culturally kind of are a insight and a window into the trajectory that the dominant society is heading towards in Western culture overall. And since Western culture is setting the pace of modern culture in general, it's bringing with it all of these baked in problems. And so, because, I think they called it the I-me conspiracy, it really starts there. And so when you take human beings and you divide them to their lowest common denominator, and you use that as a means by which you ascertain a person's value, and you have this numerical unit of usefulness towards some greater image of being successful as a human being, and you take that metric and measure everyone else around you and call it, quote, progress, what you've done is effectively deduced everyone down to a single stripped standard. It's like removing MOSs from the military and everybody's just a grunt for no reason. Like, folks on the ground are able to be successful because there's a myriad of other individuals that have talents that have nothing to do with fighting on the ground, but they're critical to making sure that that mission can get accomplished. I mean, what is infantry doing without air support at this point?
Well, can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead, fam.
So, the first technology that exists prior to any other kind is the technology of statecraft. If you don't have the technology of statecraft, you can't build and develop anything else. And I mean, that goes for tribes. It goes for multinational corporations, because they have their own nation kind of. It's not a nation state per se, but there's a structure, right? If there is no structure to begin with, you don't even get to the point where you can develop technology. You can't even
Facts.
begin to get to the point where you can even master yourself because you're in a constant state of dealing with the exigencies of nature, right? So one of the things I say is, and this is to speak to Sand Dog, I do believe that Black people at times have become a little bit docile, and that's only because I think we feel as if we've actually reached that mountaintop. I mean, to a certain extent, we have been integrated into society, in a society in which we were once slaves. But you have to have the technology of statecraft to begin with, and that's the thing that Black people lack. We don't perceive ourselves as a state within a state. I mean, at least the Nation of Islam has this right. At least the small hat people got this right. At least Asian people, from whatever countries they come from, they have that mentality. We don't have that mentality. We don't even have. There's no statesman amongst us. I hate to say that, but name for me one who is. I mean, we might have had some, but who do we have now? It's just a bunch of individuals pursuing their own interests, doing whatever is best for them. Okay, so we don't have a bond because we don't even have an ethos, a culture. Our culture is American culture. I mean, we've contributed it, to a certain extent, because there's vestiges of African culture that remain intact to a certain extent. But I mean, by and large, man, we're here for the ride, man. We're just kind of like moving through the air. That's why we don't have the hand, what you say, the demon's claw.
Yes.
We're toothless at the current moment. We have no teeth. It's like, being in a steakhouse, and you forgot to bring your dentures.
Mm.
This is where we are now. And I try to tell people, like I said it a long time ago. The origin of the word virtue, or the etymological root of the word virtue, is vir, meaning male. Okay, and it has to do with virtue associated with men developing bonds so that they can protect themselves from not only the exigencies of nature, but invasion from other men. Okay. And if you look at the Greek word for virtue is arete. Okay. And the etymological root of that word is Ares, which is the god of war. Okay. So I have no qualms about us, uh, even in nature. Let me make it basic, right? Rhinoceroses have horns, right?
Yes.
Snakes have venom, right?
Yeah.
Frogs have poison, correct?
Correct.
Rams have horns, and they have them for a reason. Like, make no mistake, I'm a philosopher, but I'm also a realist. Even ancient philosophers are real, okay? Like, I mean, even though they're idealistic as well, like the world is violent, and there are people competing for power. You get what I'm saying? It's not like a smooth sailing kind of endeavor, trying to attain power and autonomy. Even within the state, like you look at all the internecine warfare amongst the Greeks, the Persians, even the Egyptians had internecine warfare, right? And so I believe we should be trying to garner power and developing technology, but the first thing we got to do is we have to develop the technology of statecraft, and that is, how do we bring a group of loosely jointed people who really our only connection and tethering is that we went through slavery together. That's
Correct.
it. Like what else holds and bonds us together? So like Moala Karinga tried to give Negroes Kwanzaa. Negroes don't, like, how many people celebrate that?
I mean, but they look at me sideways over it. Case in point.
So it's like, I mean, we're Americanized slaves, who've been emancipated but not empowered in any substantive kind of way. So there has to be some genius, some messiah. I hate to say this, like, I mean, who's going to connect us together? The only thing that connected us at one time was the fact that we were oppressed. Now that the oppression is gone, Negroes like, you go, I'm going for dolo. I'm going for self, which is a tragedy because it makes us weaker. It makes us as a group in a demographic, a population, it makes us prey. It turns us into prey, right? So the solution is the first if you get the technology of statecraft right, you can begin to then work on other areas and develop other methods and means by which to become a master of the universe. But one thing's for certain, like, I mean, with a story like He-Man, right? There's already like a nation, right? There's already a mythos developed there, right? You're talking about a group of people who have to create one.
Yes.
So like Elijah Muhammad tried to create one. Marcus Garvey tried to create one. Who's the brother with the Moor Science Temple? Noble Drew Ali.
Yeah.
He tried to create one, but black people are running from it, and I think this because they don't want to have to deal with the responsibility of autonomy all the way through and through.
Facts.
If you ask me the question, we don't want to be autonomous. We're afraid of it. We don't want power. We don't. I mean, we want it in confines of the system as it currently exists. We don't want to develop our own system of power, and that's the problem.
Well, let's look at what you said. It's why I bring up the unpopular predisposition that the classification of black is nothing more than the literal shadow of white. And as a result of that, as a shadow people, so to speak, our primary modus operandi is to express or be the shadow expression of the dominant society. And the dire need of the shadow in and of itself is to gain recognition and acceptance. That is the ultimate objective and consequence of the shadow. Once it's accepted, then it's fulfilled its role and it continues to do so.
But can I interject here? I meant to interrupt you, but not in a malicious way.
Oh, no, you're fine, fam. Go ahead.
So look, every human being has to have, if they're going to have a healthy psyche, they're going to have acknowledgement and recognition. Okay. Mm-hmm. But the point is, we want recognition from a group of people who've already exhibited that they won't recognize your humanity. In fact, you have been postulated as subhuman, 3/5 of a man. I mean, name the epithet. They've utilized it for us. Okay. We can't, if you continuously seek recognition from them, then you get the effects of the dial test. That's what you get. Okay. So how can we develop for ourselves? It's going to be difficult to do in their circumference, in their, with their sphere of influence. That's why, what did Moses do?
Part that sea and dip. Throw them deuces, man. I mean, I don't know how you do it here. I don't know how you do it here for the exact reason you just said. Because fundamentally, and Dr. Francis Cress Welsing broke this down in the ISIS papers, they have decided to identify their cultural they have decided to identify themselves culturally and nationally with this identity of white. And it serves as, it's a class system. I will argue that all day long. We talked about that the other day, when we was, spitting on these black Brahmins, you know what I'm saying? It's a whole class system. So if this is something that is fundamentally against the mythos of being American, because a definition of white has to exist that is asserted by individuals that share that classification. And if black serves as an antithesis to that classification, and biology is agreeing with that by virtue of removing that W classification, whenever there's a mixing that occurs with someone that has the classification of Black, then you're stuck at an impasse because white is an exclusive group and you diminish your group based on that criteria. If we mix, which is inevitably what people do when they live in proximity to each other, there's a hard lock. And if that's our cultural role, and that's essentially the cultural seed of the Edo social complex, to gain recognition and identify not from one another, but from the dominant society, ultimately by way of classifying ourselves as, quote, American, I don't know how you get around that here, especially since this is already a global conversation where we see that to a lesser extent going on all over the world, wherever folks have been colonized. It goes 3 and 4 times that much more so here. I don't know how you crack that shell of instilling value in one another enough to at least trust each other and recognize ourselves as our own group autonomously, the same way, animated by the spirit of empathy, the way other groups of people do intrinsically. For example, looking at the Hispanic demographic, we already know they've got, pick your country, right? But in this environment here in America, the fact that they speak Spanish can be a grounds under which they engage in that statecraft you were describing, Gigi. We really don't have a uniting tether like that isn't seen as enslavement, that isn't met with the same vitriol of resistance that it is whenever there's a Y chromosome involved within the Edo social complex. I think that's really where the core is at. Go ahead, fam.
Bro, we had an opportunity in 1972, a year after I was born, the Black National Convention. Boy, them brothers, man, and sisters was there talking about nation time. What time is it? It's nation time. I mean, like 10, not 10 years, but 7 years removed from the passage of the 64 Civil Rights Act.
Yeah.
Man, them brothers and sisters, man, were like, okay, we need to find a way to organize ourselves such that we could begin to develop a collective will amongst our demographic. And the lead speaker there was who? Jesse Jackson, who now is all about the Rainbow Coalition. Well, and I'm not talking about the LGBTQ thing, but
wow.
What ended up happening was we decided to integrate instead of circling the wagons and trying to look out for our own best interest, because we thought because America basically teaches people, you're an individual. That's what it teaches. Okay. I mean, it's an atomistic, individualistic society. And there's no need for, various ethnicities to perceive themselves as being like separate nations within a nation. Right. Which is false to me, because I mean, you go to any city, you're gonna see the Italians agglomerate. You're gonna see the Koreans. Like, come to Houston, man, and go to Little Korea here. It's humongous, bro.
It's the same thing here in Dallas, so I'm with you.
So people are going to agglomerate based upon their ethnic or their cultural backgrounds. But what happened to us? Bruh, man, I mean, it's the I won't say it's unique, but man, it's a hell of a mind game. I just wish that we had the capacity, the resolve, the wherewithal to actually perceive ourselves as having a tide or a common interest. But right now, even in a stratified society, like, name which one, like India, right? But I don't want to name India. Let's name ancient Egypt, right? So you had like about 5 classes in ancient Egypt. You had the lower class was the farmers, right? Then you get the artisans, then you get the scribes or the priests, and then you have the noble class, right? But one thing about it is, it's called a division of labor, but enshrined into society itself. And it's a caste system to a certain extent. But the point is, nobody meddles with the affairs of the other class. And in so doing, there's harmony within the state. Like if you go look at it, Plato's Republic is nothing more than like a facsimile copy of ancient Egyptian civilization, right? And he was like, let's develop a system like theirs. Let's at least theorize about how we can develop a system that exists like theirs. And the function is that each person does its own job, doesn't interfere with the others, so that the collective good is actually achieved, right? So I mean, that's supposedly how things are supposed to go, right? We don't even have that kind of, like, that's how every hierarchical system to a certain extent is supposed to function, even in the army, right? And I think Sandog can speak to this, right? The sergeants don't do what the officers do. They have their separate quarters, separate places of social interaction, and so on and so forth. And that's for a reason. What's the reason? Right? I mean, the reason is because if the officers are supposed to be the brains of the operation, the enlisted, servicemen are supposed to be the brawn, right? So the officers are the brain of the operation. The rest of the organism is there, or the people who comprise the army or whatever the armed forces are, they're there in order to provide the muscle. Okay. But what if the muscle starts to think that it's supposed to do what the brain is supposed to do? Then you get this, the system becomes inefficient. It becomes, there's no order in it, right? It becomes chaotic, right?
That's exactly what happens with cancer cells, by the way.
So we can't even develop leaders because nobody perceives anybody of being worthy to lead. And those, I mean, I don't have a problem. Like, I know I created the term Black Brahmins, and it was kind of like deprecatory when I did it. But I mean, if you're going to be a leader, man, you have to be worthy of leadership. And then leaders, they're often sacrificial and ceremonial, really, but not necessarily, it all depends on what culture you're talking about. But I mean, because if you look at Rome, I mean, those leaders, man, that's the stuff that was going on there is the Game of Thrones, okay? Cultural decadence and so on and so forth. But if you have a well-ordered society and it's relatively small, like take, for example, a chieftain in an Indian tribe or something like that, that man, he has the final say, but there's certain restraints on his power imposed on him by the people, right? So it's not just you get to do whatever you want to do, however you want to do it. There's going to be some sort of restraints on your decision-making power, okay? And then you're up close and you know the people whom you have stewardship over. Here, man, you just got 40 million Negroes, man. Man, it's like we're in the wilderness. We ain't even in the wilderness. We're in Babylon. We're in. It's like the Jews that were in ancient Greece. They called them Hellenized Jews.
The Jews were in Babylon too. They were exiled there by the Romans.
So it's man, this is like one of the. I don't know if there ever was that large a number of former slaves in any territory in history. Like, if so, name which group.
I can't think of one. But that's why I use that term prisoners of war. And again, folks come rappelling from the ceiling screaming about how that sounds weak, but no. I'm saying that because we fail to realize that we are in a state of disarmament. And part of war, part of defeating your opponent isn't killing them. It's either removing their will to fight or placing them in a state where their will to fight or ability to fight has been removed. So disarming the opponent becomes a primary objective and preferable towards just offing somebody. And I think contrary to what a lot of folks see in a lot of media and movies, they fail to understand that aspect of war. Again, Sandog can speak to that. Me and Charles Faulkner got to experience that on a ground baseline level. But for the most part, it's all about asset acquisition and subduing the opponent and the enemy by means of disarmament and removing their will to continue to fight. So if you're a prisoner of war and you've been one for so long that you don't even know you're in a war anymore, you've effectively been neutralized. And it's important to understand that, because if you don't have and let me rephrase that again, why I said that black becomes the shadow of white. There's such an adverse reaction towards the ADOS population engaging in statecraft, because if we act with autonomy, everywhere we go, we shift the environment immediately. We are the profit margins for the overwhelming majority of people. And it's frustrating, because if Black America was left to be Black America, we probably would have generated more money than they ever would have gotten from all of these wars, just off of virtue of our potential for influence globally. And the fact that they would have had backdoor access back to the continent, and they would have had a more stable means of gaining access to resources from the continent rather than the colonial method that the rest of the West has chosen. But we don't even see ourselves as our own demographic to take advantage of what we have here, because we're stuck in our cultural predisposition from the plantation. I don't know any other way of articulating that, because everyone else had the opportunity of having some sort of cultural seed that had a purpose and a function for each role, for each of us there. The masculine, energy-directed potential in the ADO social complex has always been precarious here, because there is no cultural role or cultural insert for ADOS men. There isn't one that hasn't already been framed on the plantation one way or another. In the one period of time where we were beginning to forge that, we were under the greatest level of attack, and white supremacy literally rose up from the shadows, formed its military arm, and fought us tooth and nail, to the point where later on feminism becomes a better option than actually forming families. And now that we're in an environment where families are being seen as optional, in particular nuclear family models, this is where we're headed towards. And it's at a point now where hyperstratification is hitting everything. And the class system that we're going to see soon is really going to be textbook have and have nots. And it's going to be the folks that have managed to aggregate their culture, gain resources, and have maintained enough empathy for amongst themselves that they can discriminate against others and stack their chips up. We can't even do that as a group, even though we have probably some of the best. And I think even Sandog, you even brought this up, looking at this from a global perspective. I think amongst anybody that's melanated on planet Earth, the African demographic, the ADO social complex in particular, has the highest throughput of money than everybody else probably combined. Correct. Meaning the amount of money that Black America makes is more than what a lot of countries get. Yes. And because we don't have a cultural mythos that allows us to participate in power aggregation, we're just stuck with a bunch of force that's constantly being mistimed. And as a result, it's nothing.
Which goes back to my biggest argument across the space, and everybody's heard me say this: your own state, right? So when we get into this, that's why I was saying that, when I hear terms like coon and sellout and all this, at least from Sandog's perspective, what I hear is jealousy. Because at the end of the day, if you were not rocking with the Nation of Islam, Marcus Garvey and the UNIA, Black Panthers, Nation Time, as we called it, if that wasn't your groove, fam, guess what? Your objective was acceptance. And acceptance and freedom are very different things.
Or acceptance by the dominant society.
Correct. So at the end of the day, if Sandogs is up there with his butter biscuits, as you guys call it, because again, at the end of the day, right, the majority of us wanted integration. So if I get up there with my with my right-leaning talking points and my world perspective and everything else, it's called integration. This is what I don't understand about ADOS. Like, it's the dumbest shit ever. The Black Panthers dissolved in 1982, right? Sandog shows up in Thaddeus Stevens Elementary School, PS 81, 1983, and guess who's waiting for me, right? A nice white lady with curly hair, with red curly hair, arms wide open. So if my perspective is different than what your little feelings are, why are you upset? Like, again, acceptance by the dominant group. And look, it's the same thing over globally, because again, what did I tell you about other demographics, right? So for the other demographics, again, they're here to get along with that demographic. So you can't, and that's what I'm trying to say. So you can't be mad at them. So the reason why these other groups, from your perspective, may come and run roughshod on you is because, back to what you just said, you're not a Seneca Village, you're not a Black Wall Street, right? You're not a Lake Lanier, Georgia, right? You're not John Horse and the Seminoles, right? You are, we are a bunch of leaves scattered to the wind. Because even in your diplomacy, right?
So
your,
Sandog. So what you're saying is Black people don't even have a gray skull or Eternia.
no, not like what Gigi said, talking about statehood. So if I'm selling out Black America, what am I selling out? What's the ethos? What is your objective? This is what I'm saying. So at any given time, if somebody calls me a coon or a sellout, it's based upon whatever the fuck they're feeling at the moment. So, for example, like even, okay, I'm watching clips, all right, of women arguing about submission, right? Again, not to make this, that type of discussion. And what happens is when the women will say, well, I can't just submit just because you say submit. And then if you could interject Sandog in the conversation, I'll be like, for both the men and women involved in the discussion, hey, dummy, right? Human beings, for the most part, have always tied marriage to religion. So at the end of the day, if you're going to pick a wife to have or a man to submit to, the standards of what the fuck you're getting into is in your religious doctrine.
Can you say that one more time for the niggas who didn't hear
it? If you're going to get married as a man or a woman, right? So as a man, if you're going to be a husband or engage in the act of husbandry, shepherding, right? And all that other shit. And if you're the wife who's going to submit to the husband, right? What happens is the standards for both of you is in the whatever fucking religious doctrine that you follow. That's where it is. And so what happens is you got these people coming together arguing an institution given to you by religion through a secular lens. And so you keep having these circular arguments. And so and remember, I brought it up because you guys hear me talk about the military a lot, but I brought it up in terms of diplomacy, right? In the 10 steps of diplomacy. So for Black America, who are you? What are you? And what is it that you fucking want?
Well, you know what's weird about that though? Okay, so one of the things that I recently came to the awareness of is that and BGS has been working on this as well. And I kind of motioned to it to a certain extent, with the Custody of Infants Act in 1839, that, like that was the point at which patriarchy actually was dissolved in the Western world, at least for Anglo countries in the Western world. And but like this is just indicative of what's going on in the West in general. We live among a godless people, to be quite frank. I mean, especially if you're left leaning, these people have no mores or no values outside of the context of modern philosophy or postmodern philosophy. That's it.
Shout out to Zarathustra, right?
I mean, yeah. So God is dead amongst these people. I mean, there is no godliness among them. The only godliness is the ability to do whatever it is you want unfettered and to make yourself into whatever it is. So it's like this is a product of capitalism, though, and people
Is,
don't
is,
understand it.
is it such a thing as like therefore I am? There is no God. There is no mores, as you say. There is no structure.
Well, I
There is
mean,
no spirituality. There's no there. It's like you see a lot of people with an empty shell. Go ahead, GG.
but I mean, in essence, though, there is no structure. The only structure is don't get in the way of me being whatever it is that I want to be. Okay. So if I want to be a woman now, don't get in the way of that. If I want to, I'm not gonna try. I'm trying not to be so vulgar on your channel. Okay.
You got to remember the rules. We vulgar as shit over here.
Okay. Well, if you like meat in the seat, you know what I'm saying. So if I want that and that's how I identify, everything is typecast in terms of identity and what I identify with, and it's all based on subjectivity. Whatever the fuck I want. Okay. Doesn't matter if it's traditional. It doesn't matter if it's something that springs from, a culture that has, tried and true means by which to order institutions that work. They don't give a fuck. So it's like moral nihilism, moral subjectivism, moral skepticism all across the board. Okay. This is the new environment we're living in. And if you can't get the family right, how you gonna get the state right? How you gonna develop a state without because one can argue the family is the place where you get to practice the virtues that are supposed to extend to the rest of the society to a certain extent. I mean, do you get what I'm saying? So like,
Correct.
your family is where you learn love. Your family is where you learn reciprocity and how to share. Your family is where you learn how to resolve conflict so that there can be peace. Okay. It's where you learn sacrifice. Okay. Where do you learn that shit at now? You don't learn it anywhere. The whole thing is if I don't get along with you right now, fuck you. I can do bad by myself. That's the standard. The standard is if things aren't going the way I want them to, if things get difficult, I don't know how America's gonna hold itself together. Like if there was I don't think America will be invaded because you got the Atlantic, you got the Pacific, and you got Allied. They got to come through the Allies first. The only people who did that shit was the Japanese during Pearl Harbor. Okay, so I personally, given the geographical location we exist in, I don't see it happening. But I mean, if it was theoretically or hypothetically, say, what would hold and tether the citizens together? What? Because we
That is
all, huh?
that's my warning. It becomes it's that lack of empathy I was describing earlier. If you can't emotionally identify with the human being and what they're going through, they're going to be in that discriminatory phase that empathy gave rise to. This is something I need to finish working on that video. How altruism, empathy, and discrimination evolved simultaneously, and how it was the foundation for in-group, out-group. But what's interesting is human beings seem to be more so learning how to identify with their peers, and more specifically, peer groups that they're identifying with through social media. This archetypical person rather than an actual human being. And the more that begins to occur, the more and more alien the different groups end up being towards one another. And the less and less people are able to recognize the inherent humanity in another human being, and empathy goes out the window. And people become their own in-groups as individuals, which is odd. Going back to that me, my conspiracy. And I can't name any society that has succeeded and functioned long-term in the absence of empathy. When I look at signs of collapse almost every time, that's that black pigeon that, BGS likes talking about, or, it's a harbinger of the end really being close by. If you can't identify with the human being next to you, even if they share a similar circumstance to you, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. When it's really difficult, it's a wrap. And I think the last time we got to see a across the board somewhat semblance of understanding was immediately after 9/11. And Faulkner, you were around in the DC area when that popped off. I was in basic, so I heard a lot about that. But for at least a good couple months, it was a different place here. I don't know if you recall that time like that, but we got a little glimpse of that. But ever since then,
September 12th, everybody was one.
It was a completely different country.
Independence Day, huh?
I mean, pretty much. Like, everybody was, it was, how are you doing? Are you good? You know what I'm saying? People were being patriotic, not in a false sense, but actual concern for the human being that they're interfacing with. Now it's like, man, you hardly exist unless you have these indicators of being above average. And that's leading into a conversation we had a while ago about the demonification of average, even though average is nothing more than a statistical fact of a sequence of numbers, a sequence of anything. But this is what happens when you deduce human beings to the sum of their parts. You miss that the world is more sophisticated and more synergetic than just units of measurement that are just amalgamated to form whatever you named it.
You know what, Nameless? Or he has even a better word, right? Because a synonym for average could be normal, right?
Right. But again, that gets synonymous with, oh, you basic.
Yeah.
And then here you are with applying a value judgment to it that doesn't imply, its actual worth. If you want something that's normal, if you've got a heart, you don't want something that's in the 1% with your heart rate, because guess what? You probably finna kick the bucket. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want.
But that's what I'm saying. But shout out to Gigi, right? Because he got me thinking about this when he talked about how civil rights was no longer about advancing or dealing with people's material condition, right? So now in America, the talk on civil rights is, gender and people's personal sexual proclivities over the homeless, over the working poor, right? Over new taxation and what that means, right? To the everyday American. And it goes back. It all goes back because what you and I had this conversation, Nameless. It all goes back to that one moment in history in Title VII, right? Because if you look at the feminist movement, right, a lot of the feminist movement, they weren't seeking equality again with the average or normal man. For them, equality was with the top 10% of men. Right. And so once you allow this movement into civil rights, into Title VII, you now fundamentally change the idea of civil rights, because now what ends up happening is any form of correction in society from that point forward will be deemed as an overcorrection. Right. So where African American men were just simply like, look, fam, I fought for my country. I just want my 40 acres and a mule and my GI Bill, and I'll be on my way, right? And then now that goes to that now transforms into, once the feminists invade Title VII, that now transforms into equality is when I have access to the upper 10% of society, right? And then for African American women and their frustration at our condition, right? They jump ship because, hey, that is going to push the needle, or that's going to advance the needle. Then, kind of like me sitting around here with Sandog, who, as it appears, has the inability to change his condition, again, let alone mine. And then once you buy into the feminist rhetoric too, also, right, I am now something that is incapable, and I'm what's holding you, and I'm what's holding you back. And so again, all of this ties back into what makes one a master of the universe. And the three components that I mentioned, right? The three components that I mentioned, which would be, again, science, technology, right? Magic of the arts, or whatever you want to call it, right? This, this is, again, this is what does it, because just like you and Gigi mentioned, He-Man already lived in the kingdom of Eternia, right? So there was already a state, a structure, and all of that stuff for He-Man to kind of act out, whatever he was gonna act out upon. And so when you get into African American men, in terms of what you want to call political Mandalorianism or the nameless path, understanding a firm understanding of the subjects and the ideologies henceforth around them, right? Henceforth around them. This is what's going to determine. This is what's going to be able to help you to determine outcomes in the future, which is understanding and mastery of these things. So not only it preserves you as an individual, and if you then at that point ever decide to work together for whatever common goal, then it gives you now a baseline or a fundamental use of power. But when black men were trying to build a gray skull for you to call upon, like Gigi has said, like I have said numerous times, we wanted no parts of it. Right? We wanted to live in Snake Mountain, and again, here we are. And for me, if that's what we want, I have no problems. None. I have no problems. Look, my New York Giants may almost go to the Super Bowl. Daniel Jones is my favorite athlete. There are many things that I like. My whole thing is I want us to really cut the shit and be real. Because I really do believe that. So once you cut the shit and be real, then that really puts us in a position to improve. That hey, all the stuff that we pop junk about, we really don't want it, right? We are on this quest. We are on this quest for overall acceptance, right? We want to kumbaya. We want to love everybody and love everything. And instead of Wakanda, we want utopia, and that's our fight, right? And so if you understand, if you're on your way to utopia, right, then don't complain about all the fucking interracial marriage fucking commercials you see during your football games, because you want utopia. That's utopia. And guess what? I'm here for it, right? If the goal is Atlantis, right? So hey, bring it on, Mikasa and Sukasa and everything else. So all of this rhetoric of you're a coon, you're a sellout, you're this and that is for motherfuckers who wanted their own goddamn state, right? For the rest of us, which we are, the benefactors of team I want to be down, team integration, right? Hey, if you want to open up StreamYard, come kick it with your boy Sandog on Saturday when them New York Giants beat these Philadelphia Eagles. Right? So, for us as a group, we have to, like honest to God, fam, we really have to cut the nonsense. And at the end of the day, from my perspective, if you're not in the organizations that Gigi has mentioned, if that is not your damn goal, we fought to be a part of the United States of America. I wore shout out to all the black people that came before me, right? I wore the captain's bars, right? Because again, there was a time where black men were considered too dumb to lead people into combat, right? So I would not have been able to get those damn captain's bars if somebody, some way, somehow didn't make a stand to prove them wrong, right? Those guys did not get on a boat and say, yo, you know what, fam? I'm nice with this. I'm taking this shit to Haiti. That's not what it was. And so what happens is, if utopia is what we want, whenever there's some kind of infraction or racial clash or this, that, and the third, and everything else, cut the bullshit, right? You want Atlantis, and guess what? Atlantis or Utopia is a much longer road and a little bit harder to get to than Wakanda. So stop fucking talking like you want to be a citizen of Wakanda when technically you're dressed in Atlantean robes. Right? This is from Sandogg's perspective. This is really, for me personally, this is really how I see it. Pick what you're gonna have to either shit or get off the pot. Again, ultimately one or two things, right? And whatever it is that you're going to do, at the end of the day, being a master of the universe is that's it. Because when you're a master of the universe, you can determine reality. Guess what? The majority of us had no idea that 3 black women that NASA called computers, right? So again, a computer will be someone with.
But wait a minute, Sandog, hold on. You're giving compliments to black women? I thought we don't do this in this space. But continue, please.
Let them tell it.
Yeah,
Continue,
but you have 3 black women who had an understanding of mathematics beyond fucking comprehension, right? And as a result of that, put America in space. You know what I'm saying? America wouldn't be able to get in space again without those 3 women, right? And we had no idea that these women existed. And the reason why you don't hear about them along with Neil Armstrong and everything else is because at the end of the day, the current masters of the universe determine reality. They determine what's true. They determine power. So if it's common knowledge, my mother was so angry when that shit came out, right? Because my mother grew up. My mother said, I had no idea this fucking happened, right? I heard, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you hear about Neil Armstrong and Buzz and all these guys. But my mother said, I had no damn clue. So now for America, right, you take this, right? You make this common knowledge where kids go to school. Yeah, these 3 black ladies did this. And instead of one movie, there's dozens of movies and documentaries and all that stuff and everything else. Now, what ends up happening is that within America, within black people themselves, or maybe even the world, there is a completely different perception. Right? So there's a completely different perception. So this is what I'm trying to say is that you, in a sense, you have to be smart. So everybody jumps up and down about, okay, well, Black Panther is the only positive image that we got. But at the end of the day, we went to those blaxploitation films, right? At the end of the day, we bought those gangster rap albums. At the end of the day, we bought those clothes, right? And I guarantee you, I bet you my left damn testicle, right? Whatever it is that black people buy, right? Let's say if T'Challa made the same money in a month that sneakers or hair weave did, he would have been the leader of the Avengers decades ago. Right? So this is again, a lot of this stuff, man, at the end of the day, is your disposition and like I said, in your frame of thinking. As Jesus said, right? I'm not denying, the things that we've been through and everything else, but then there's also the other part of it. And at this stage in the game, you're your own worst enemy due to a lack of knowledge, right? And so the only thing, in today's world, but especially since now you have these things called corporations getting involved in it, in today's world, man, revolution is a matter of scale, right? And one of the biggest things now that will work in terms of revolution is men and women getting along and forming, and at the end of the day, forming families, right? Because whether it's the corporation or the plantation, right? You cannot have a family unless master signs off on it, right? And so now with the corporation, if you don't make a decent enough wage, you're not gonna have a family, right? You can't even feed yourself. But if you turn back the hands of time 1,000 years, Sand Dog has his own piece of land. I can grow food. I can feed my family. There's a water source. I can build my own housing, so on and so forth. Versus the system that I'm trapped in now, where either even if you start your own business, it's still a fucking job, right? Where some way, somehow, I have to have this thing. I don't control my own factors of production, but I have to have this thing called a job in order to survive. So if corporation or consumer decides that I'm unfit, that me and my family starve to death and cease to exist, right? And so, this is, and I know, like, and pardon me, guys, because, like, again, I have my ADHD, right? So sometimes I speak, I think fast, and my tongue is a little bit too slow. But I'm saying, I just,
No, it's understandable.
Yeah, all I'm asking for in this space, if you guys notice, I don't get into arguments. I never came here to be right or wrong. I only came here to give you a different perspective from what you have, right? Again, because at the end of the day, right, every form of education is a philosophy unto itself. So my background is finance, focused on merger and acquisition and military science. So my entire education is shaped around conquest, right? And so for a group of people who see power or who see these things as evil, I'm trying to give you a different perspective on it, right? And what and how, where, and why it's valuable to you, right? And to get you out of the frame of mind that ultimately Jesus is going to fix it, right? Because even Jesus himself said, "Greater work shall you do." Right, so that means that there's a lot of heavy lifting and there's a lot of heavy lifting and a lot of hard work that we would need to fix our condition. So I'm not telling you to bootstrap. I'm just trying to give you or share a different perspective, which is why we brought up this concept of master of the universe, right? Of understanding yin and yang, of understanding Apsu and Tiamat, fresh water, right? Fresh water and salt water, or Marduk and Tiamat, order and chaos, right? All of these things work together, right? And you need, and they all have their own specific uses at any given time. So once somebody has taken away your magic from you, and what I call magic for any group of people will be their religion or their culture, because historically speaking, your magic, your science, and your technology will all be in your religion. So once African Americans left their traditional religions, they left behind their science, their technology, and their magic. Once they converted, into other things. And so my thing is to some way, somehow find these things if you want to find them, or create them and build your own Castle Grayskull, right? And so I want to remind you guys of a part. Many of us seen Avengers: Age of Ultron, right? And I want you to take the stance of Vision, right? Remember when Vision was created, and what did he say? He said, "I'm not Ultron, and I'm not Jarvis, right? I'm a little bit of what you I'm a little bit of what you wanted, but not what you intended," right? And they wasn't sure what to make of Vision, and what did Vision do? He picked up Thor's hammer and said, "Let's go." And what I want African Americans to accept is you're something new, right? So to know the past, again, that's great, right? To know the past, that's great. But along with knowing the past, and understanding the past, respect the fact that you are something new, brand new, and your future or your destiny is whatever it is you want it to be.
But that is the actual definition of freedom and autonomy. And once more, it's in the absence of having these values and the over influence that the environment here has on us in aggregate that prevents us from recognizing these things purely because this is a modern issue. It's just that we're disproportionately hit by this because our default setting is plantation mode. And it's frustrating because those of us that have gone beyond that find ourselves as basically being in this Ronin status. And it's worse than being a Ronin, really, because it's like in the state where we're stuck in the Meiji era, we're Ronin, and now the samurai in general are all outlawed. And so we're in this Order 66 era where we're just pretty much just from speaking in any context relating to power that doesn't have permission from somebody is seen as some sort of heresy and evil talk. And you see it being expressed from other groups of thought that are imposing themselves both in the space and without, claiming that we're, quote, sticking to traditional Western ideologies because we don't want to adhere to a gynocracy. It's ridiculous. But it isn't just that there's a gynocracy we're fighting against. This is a concept of modernization that we're trying to forge a footprint in. And in order to do so, we're realizing that you have to go beyond the level of being an entry-level worker. And yes, if you're part of somebody's payroll, you're in that role. If you're not in position to hire those that look like you, guess what? You're part of that machine. And even if you're going to be a part of that, if you're not even in a position to get people in the same spot you're in, because you see them as competition rather than as a force multiplier to assist you in acquiring more assets to compete against other groups of people, you are a literal slave in the system. It's just that we can compare trinkets. And so long as our trinkets are better than the other person that looks like we do with a Y chromosome, we're good with it. And that's where we start multiplying by zero. And that's why I push concepts like, I guess, political Mandalorianism, because we're stuck in the same position the Mandalorians were in. We have to be a cultural ideology rather than a people, because the whole reason why we were even brought here wasn't so that we can function as a people. We were here to function as a kind of social hardware to assist in a business. It's why I made that declaration of why America's so unique with regards to its nationhood, because it was a corporation before it was a nation. And that sets the context of the cultural mythos behind why we're here and what we're doing here and what we're attempting to produce. And the value system that probably should have been dead on arrival. But because we've got industrialism in the first wave, now it's entering into its fourth industrial revolution period where everything is being, I guess, commoditized down to human relationships.
Correct.
And our bar of acceptance is so low relative to everyone else because we have such a long history of scarcity. We buy it hook, line, and sinker. And so we don't value what groups can do because we're so conditioned to see ourselves as the sum of our parts. In other words, if I can't identify anyone within that top 1%, then you're effectively no different than, the bottom 1%. It's that 99 and 1% are treated the same as 50-50.
Yeah. What I ask young men, right? Charles, if you can play that video that I sent you. Nameless, I sent you
Give
the
me a
video.
few minutes because I'm patrolling. And I'll play it in about 10 minutes. But
okay.
I just wanted to say this. This is a great conversation. Everybody's enjoying it. Please like, share, subscribe if you're new. Donate if you feel, put a little change in the piggy bank. And this is wonderful because this is how power began. And people don't even understand the concept of power is how you dictate your reality to not only you but everybody else. And I think that for so long, many of us have been raised to forsaken power. We believe in this ideology of, servitude. Well, if I'm gonna get my reward, in the great beyond. Like, and I look at people who say that, like, motherfucker, I gotta eat now. I got a son to feed. I got people who rely on me. There's the reason why I said don't ever pray to God for a lighter load. You go pray to him for a stronger back to deal with a difficult one. When I look at this little gift here, look at this shit. Look at that. Look, I want the strength to be able to do that to my issues. I want the strength to do that to be able to lift people up. You want to be able to say, you know what? My friends need me. Y'all get the fuck off my shit. Get off my shit. And think about
But Charles, we've been told it's better to be like the sheep than to be like the wolves.
It's better to be the lion who protects the pride. It's like I've had women tell me they're an alpha female. I said, oh, really? What pride do you protect?
Charles, it sounds like this. I'm grateful my father once said to me, my son, I am a lion. Well, he didn't tell me exactly, but he showed it to me. He said, like, my son, I am a lion, but in this world, you have to become a leopard in order to thrive. For there are too many toothless, maneless, clawless, can't roar worth a damn, completely castrated lions out in this savannah.
You know what's funny? Shout out to everybody who super chat, but the conversation's so deep and so good. And I'm gonna say this.
Thank you, Dead Set, for the $100, for the $10.
Woo! And I'm gonna say this. I love being a lion, but you know that motherfucker every cat respects, every fucking creature respects is that fucking jaguar. You know why? Pound for pound, that motherfucker is one of the strongest animals on planet Earth. It has a bite force even greater than a tiger, which is 3 to 4 times its size. It has over 1,200 pounds of bite force.
Jaguars are out of their freaking Jaguars. First of all,
psychopaths.
Like no, they're not psychopaths. If you look at if we can use dog breeds here for comparison, a Jaguar is built like a pit bull.
Yeah.
Because they're short and stocky and powerful legs. But if you compare it to a leopard, leopards are more like a Rottweiler or a Doberman. But here's the thing. But you can never count on all the other big cats, like the tigers or mountain lions / pumas. Every single one of those cats, because lions, they have a social order, but every other cat is solitary in nature. Even cheetahs, despite some of their shortcomings, they're all unique in their own way, and they're all very strong in their own way. And they all... Oh, hang on a second.
That's the part. I'm glad
Oh, your muffler's all fucked up. Man, how many times I gotta tell you, bring the car to the shop and get it fixed? You can't... What is it with Haitians? They can't trust Eritreans? God damn it. Sorry about that.
But let me say one thing, man.
I'm glad you said that.
I'm gonna say one thing. I'm gonna dip out, right? I don't know if
right.
No, Gigi, I gotta ask you some stuff. Nope.
But okay. So this is how I perceive it, right? If you want to be a master of the universe, you first have to know the universe. You have to know it.
Wait a minute. Say that shit again for the niggas in the back with the paper airplanes and passing the notes. Do you like me? Yes, no, maybe so. Say that shit again. Talk your shit, doctor. Talk your shit, doctor.
If you want to be a master, if you want to be a master of the universe, you have to know it. You have to know the universe, and ultimately, you have to know the principles upon which the universe works. Like, so you can't master something you don't know. Okay, so at the end of the day, like Black people need a cosmology. We don't have one. We need a cosmogony. We don't have one. Even I can tell you this. We can't say that it's by itself. And I think Sandog and I went over this before. It's not just Christianity that's the cause of our position. Because white people took Christianity and they conquered the whole Western world with it and other portions of the world. So it's not just that theological belief alone that is the cause of Black people's problem. The belief in otherworldly presence or existence, that's not the cause of it either. Because, I mean, you got people all over the world who have different religious beliefs. In China, you got Buddhism, and Japan and other places. You got these esoteric traditions. So that by itself is not the cause. It's knowing the universe, man, understanding that you just like anybody else, any man walking the earth, like Marcus Garvey said a long time ago, what another man has done, another man can do. And stop accepting, a lowly position in the United States, man. Fuck these people, man. They don't like have the monopoly on what the universe can and what it should do and what black people should do. Fuck them, man.
Well, look at it this way. I mean, what you're trying to say is basically like, by the way, in other religions, like in China, you have like Confucianism, Taoism, which have always been contrast to one another. Confucius and Lao Tzu has always have always opposed each other in their philosophies. I know that in Islam, especially when it comes to Africa, due to the Middle Eastern slave trade, there were groups who had to, out of survival, they had to make three decisions. They had three choices. It was either convert, fight back, or both. I mean, there's a story I remember that dates back that comes from in Tanzania about that. But that's for another time. But like you said, it's basically you have to know your environment, but also you must know yourself.
And that's it.
People are self-aware. How many?
That's
the thing right there, Gigi. That's the thing right there. And that's the thing right there. How many people have self-awareness? Because a lot of people in this world are not self-actualized. I mean, they are just going with the motion. I mean, going with everything else.
Wait, Namer, so you're saying I'm not real just because I got this Bentley though, Namer, and I got this house in the hills next to white folks. Wait, so I'm not self-actualized with all that?
But
no. What I'm saying, sorry, Charles.
I'm gonna say this real quick.
Okay.
And give it back to you, Namer. And just to emphasize on what Gigi said, so many people want the power, but they're too damn afraid to pick up the sword of it.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. You have to go through, you got to pick up the sword of power in order to invoke it, right? And so many people are taught to fear it instead of actually embracing it. Like, look, there's times people say that am I an asshole? I'm a proud card-carrying member of the Asshole Coalition.
You're a lovable asshole. That's the difference.
I'm a lovable one. But people don't understand this. It's that so many times in our lives, we were tamped down from being great. And I've always told, like, women always ask me, I'm a single mom and I got boys. What should I do? Train those boys like they're going to be somebody's leader, father, and husband. Put them in spaces where they're against competing men of their own ilk and other races. Make them realize they're just as powerful as anybody else. There's an old saying, if it bleeds, it can die, so I shouldn't fear it.
BVS.
Yeah. As I was saying, like what Gigi, to explain to Gigi is like, no, people do not have self-awareness because they have no control themselves. This is why Lao Tzu said, those who have power of others have good power, have actual power, do not have power. Those who have control of one being have true power. Because if you don't know your own nature, know what you're about or how you operate and whatnot, if you don't have that self-awareness, you can't really function. You're just going to be reactionary to everything around you instead of being proactive. And so to answer Mr. Z's question, well, yes, you do have a Bentley and everything, but that ain't worth it now if I just break out the RPG 7, motherfucker. And don't get me started. You have a tendency to want to blow shit up. Not like that, but I'm just kidding. But it's like just the thing about power is like what you said, Charles, is think it was Seneca or was it Hippocrates? One of them said, the person who does not want power is the one who deserves power. And the reason he said that was because, like, first of all, like, to quote Lord Atkinson, Z, you got an echo in the background. Thank you. Lord Atkinson used to say, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. And great men oftentimes are not good men. That's how you get tyrants. Most people are afraid of power because they know it could end up consuming them. There are so many people out there who want power, and they have some of them, and they have the proclivity to become very tyrannical. They don't know how to like wield it properly. That's why some people don't have. That's why people need to have, like what they say, mentors, not for months, not for weeks, not for months, but for years. Multiple mentors, because you can learn multiple things from multiple people, so you can be a multifaceted man. Who wants a baton?
Yeah. So the reason why I said what I said earlier is because, while Gigi was speaking, and what I heard was being self-actualized, and I'm like, yeah, but we live in a consumeristic society, so what it tells you is your humanity is found in the baubles of luxury, right? So that's what I was speaking to. So I was saying, so I can't find my humanity in this Bentley and in this house in the hills next to white folks, right? So that's why I said that. I wasn't, I was being a bit facetious with the statement.
I know, I get it, but the thing is the thing that, like I've said this before. Why should I care if people recognize my masculinity if they cannot acknowledge my humanity? And what you said about consumerism and everything, this is why I'm forever grateful for my father and my mother, because Z, like myself, you have immigrant parents.
But that's what I'm sorry, but that's what I'm saying. Your humanity, what is sold particularly to Black folks, right? It's never overtly said, but I think it's implied and suggested is that is where your humanity is. So earlier when Gigi was speaking about, we're trying to have these people acknowledge us, right? And it's being acknowledged is part of being human, but we're trying to get these people to acknowledge us, and it's never going to happen. So it's like, well, what about if I can buy what you can buy and live where you can live, right? Am I human now? And it's like, yeah, no, thank you for the money though. Here's your receipt, right? Like, so yeah, and I think that's why we do what we do when it comes to materialism in particular. I think that's why no one can stunt like we can. And I think that's where it comes from. Like, do you see me now? Like, do you see me now is Black. Do you see me now is very different. Excuse me. Like, go ahead.
It's not like Brock Lesnar during his UFC career, the mic from Joe Rogan, and told the crowd, "Can you see me now? Can you see me now?" But look at this. Since you brought up that thing, Z, look for if I could suggest you check out this one TED Talk. It's by a gentleman named Rich Benjamin. Or Richard Benjamin. Rich Benjamin's his name. He did this presentation on TED Talk where he talked about his year-long research as a journalist into white flight and going to some of the whitest areas in America. And what he said, and he quoted one woman about she said, one Black person in the neighborhood is a great dinner guest, but 50 Black people turns the entire neighborhood into a ghetto. That's why and that explains how much your humanity means absolutely nothing to them, and how much perception or misconception is reality to make people.
True. I wanted to, Charles, and if you don't mind, because that's why I asked Gigi not to go anywhere. Gigi, so I'm just catching up to your video speaking about the feminists in the family and capitalism. I think you maybe put it out last week or the week before, and masterful. I actually complimented you, and like I was talking about it earlier today, because so it helped me to feel a bit vindicated, because I've been seeing it, I just didn't know how to articulate it necessarily. And now that you came with the receipts, with the feminists pretty much straight up saying, yeah, this nuclear family thing, yeah, we got to get rid of that, right? Like we it's and even to the detriment of the women that they're advocating for, right? That's what I always find fascinating. Like, you're supposed to be advocating for these people, so you say, but you don't actually care what's in their best interest. You care about your theory of like this power distribution thing that you're trying to go after, or this concept of women being free of men, and like, but you don't actually care what the women you supposedly are working for, what's actually beneficial to them, and you're willing to watch them hurt for your theory. I think that's fascinating. That's like, I don't know, supposedly advocating for someone, but then watching them go through the strife of living through what you feel should be the right way, and then watching these people suffer because they're living the life that you wanted them to live, or so you said. And I'll pause right there.
Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate the accolades, man. This is why I say I'm a naturalist philosopher. And although I like philosophy, I think philosophy unfettered and unchecked, it just leads to all kinds of problems. You got to test things out before you go full scale on it. That's why, like, a corporation will do a beta test on a piece of software before they put it out for the public. Or like they'll do a taste test to determine whether or not they want to mass produce a new product, like at McDonald's or something like that. They'll have a special or something like this. Do you like it or whatever? You can't just say, okay, here's my ideology. I think I'm right. I feel that I'm right, predicated upon some philosopher, and then let's just do it and break with all tradition. It's quixotic is what it is. But I think
it's fascinating.
Excuse me, Gigi.
Real quick, name it, because because maybe you got a tendency to take it to a different direction. What I really wanted to say to Gigi real quick was the paradigm between the capitalism, which the brand of capitalism, this kind of neoliberalism, but we say neoliberalism because how we think of liberalism in America. But so liberalism, the economic liberalism that people really associate with the political right, even though the political left has adopted it too, and then the feminism coming from the left, and kind of that pincer move that it's gotten all Americans into, but particular black folks, and then particularly black men in one way and black women in another way, which is like the capitalism that's on your right butt cheek, and then the feminism that's on your left butt cheek. And when I was listening to you talk, I'm like, how the hell are people supposed to overcome this? Black people in particular. And for a sec, like, I actually felt a bit sympathetic towards black women, because I'm like, I could imagine being a black little girl and you're watching television and it's selling you on consumerism and hyper individuality, and then it's selling you on the Prince Charming thing. But then as you get older, the feminism start, especially in the school system, and then it's selling you on hyper individuality. You don't need no man, go get your career, and then your career will lead you to the dude, and you're gonna make this much money, but then he's gonna make even more money, but you still don't need it. Like, all this weird stuff. And how you can be in your mid-20s or in your early 30s, whatever, and you're conflicted. I think that's why when we used to watch these women speak on Kevin's show or on any one of these type of channels, they were contradicting themselves, but it's always going in like this is what I want. And sometimes these two things may even be mutually exclusive, but I'm trying to put them in the same space. I don't know. It's just fascinating to me, all of that. I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Neimer. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Look at this way. Look at this way, Z. Look at this way, Z. The key word that Gigi mentioned was, it's how they feel. Because remember, women don't think, they feel. If they feel about this, that, and the third. Let's not forget that when women think and feel about certain things, even if it's contradictory or paradoxical, the things that they want, it feels right to them. It feels right to them. That's the solipsism and to an extent the narcissism that they all operate in.
I'll take that. Look, let me just be accurate, right? You know, because I hear people say I hear people say this all the time, right? That women feel a certain way, and that men are more logical and rational, whereas men are women are just these emotive creatures. First and foremost, we all have emotions. Like I don't know any human being who does not have emotions, like who gets mad, who gets sad, who gets depressed, who feels happy. Like you wouldn't even like if you didn't have emotions, you wouldn't even understand. You couldn't even relate to women at all. Not to say that you can relate to them all the way, but you wouldn't even be able to understand if she's upset. Like you wouldn't even know what that meant.
That's called empathy.
Okay, so and Sandog just made a point. It was 3 women who were the computers who sent fucking America into outer space. So they obviously can go through logical concatenation and engage in reason. It's possible for them to do. However, this is what I will say. Okay, I understand the point though that you're making because I made it myself. Here's the deal. The problem with women today is they want a traditional man with no power, which is anti-traditional is. You can't.
That's a paradox. That's a paradox right there.
It's not a paradox. It's just a contradiction. It's a A.
Oh, sorry, contradiction.
It's an A and
not. Oh, I
got
my words mixed up. Sorry.
You want A and not A. Here's the problem. You've basically taken on a man's role. When you say that you want a man who makes more money than you, you're saying that is a definition. You're ascribing a characteristic to what a man is, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
So if you say a man is a provider, I want a man to be able to provide for me. Cool, got it. But imagine this. Let me put it in real simplistic terms. Imagine if we were a different species, like say, for example, lions, right? I want a lion that can hunt. And bitch, you going out doing all the fucking hunting, and then you get mad at me when I get the job to go hunt, because then it enables me to actually get the food that you say that you want, but you all in the way. Now you don't want to deal with any of the lions on the savannah because you got enough motherfucking so-called, death kills of prey, and you don't need, but that's what you prefer, but then you don't want it, but you want it.
I don't need no mane. Wink, wink.
So what it is at the end of the day.
Look at it this way.
Men are left confused. So when it comes to black men, we have been squozing out of the market, the labor market. Whether it's racism, whether it's like a skill match predicated upon like where we came from the South. Okay, because like what I did was I did some research on it and I read it from Eleanor Holmes, and then I went to the white women who said let's destroy the family. Then I read one article that said, okay, you got these feminists who basically said that they need to be in the market as well as men. My thing is, bitch, I hate to say this, I'm not trying to be ignorant, but bitch, if you in the market and you making money, and you demanded that you be there, you demanded to be a man, so man the fuck up and get your old husband, wife then. You're gonna have to start some of you bitches gonna have to start having husband, wives. But you know what?
You mean stay-at-home husbands?
You're gonna have to have, if you got a husband, first of all, most people ain't no stay-at-home husband for real, no way anyway, or stay-at-home wives hardly anymore any goddamn way. Both couples, both people are working.
You got husbands who work from home, in fact.
GG,
hold on, wait a minute.
How can in reality, I just want to finish this. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to finish the thought. Both people typically, unless they're fucking super wealthy, both people are working to make ends meet. They both have jobs, okay? Like, I don't know too many, like even when I was coming up, all the older motherfuckers in my hood, they wives went to work too. Now, how many motherfuckers you know that got stay at home? How many motherfuckers you know with stay at home moms in the suburbs in a black middle class family? She didn't do shit. She just chilled all day.
Nah.
I'm just being honest about that shit. How many fucking families do you know that was like that?
Only a quarter of families in America does the mother stay home.
Okay, so
Something like that.
So we already working anyway. But what I also proved is when it comes down, women are unsatisfied with men who make less than they do. You got to get rid of that shit. If you demanding to be in the market, in the labor market, and you're taking up the lion's share of the jobs using the Civil Rights Act and the sex portion of it in order to include yourself in it, bitch, you're going to have to start paying some bills and being happy with it and providing for the family as a unit and stop looking at what you're supposed to get in relation to, well, I'm a woman, this is what I'm supposed to get. You done already broke that contract. You killed that.
Say it again.
Thing.
Can,
Say it again.
you know, can I phrase this in a way? So it in a said a little differently. So the capitalists came in on one side because for them the women were cheaper labor, and so they found a way to educate them, empower them, because they were cheaper labor, right? And they used them as the buffer class between the masses of working class men and themselves. Cool. Then the feminists come in with their female empowerment stuff because they wanted for those women not to be reliant or even want to be in relation. This is where radical feminism come in, where they even wanted to separate men and women on different sides of the planet, right? So they come in with their ideology, and so you have these two things that's ripping up the nuclear family consciously, right? So I need a precarious labor base, so empowering women, educating them not for their own sake, but for my bottom dollar. That's where the capitalists are coming in. And then once again, the feminists are coming in. I want these women that have a certain concept of power and anonymity and freedom and liberty that separates them from men, right? I just think black women fell for it the hardest, but other Americanized women and westernized women clearly are falling for it also. And obviously some of them agree with it and they go along with it willingly, and others, wake up at 55 crying because they single, because they don't realize how much they bought into a system that is even detrimental to them, and I'll shut up right there. I'll pause.
Yeah, well, again, black women bought into it, right? Because again, the frustration of the condition in which their men were in, right? So if I jump ship into this, if I separate myself from this entity that's holding me back, I can make moves. I could move forward by leaps and bounds. And it's like, I don't know if you heard it, what I said before in Title VII. Once Title VII got hijacked by gender, right? Because remember, why does intersectionalism exist? Intersectionalism exists because women began to say, hey, this feminist shit is only for a certain class of women who are on a certain scale. What does this have to do with me? So the original intent of feminism was never to be equal with the average or normal man. It was to be on par with your top 10 or 5% of men. So now, once this movement hijacked civil rights, equality is no longer equality on this kind of normal scale. Equality now for women and because women are society, right? So now for women and society as a whole, right, equality is now this massive overcorrection, which is that in order to make the system fair, everybody somehow needs to automatically wake up in the top 10 or 5%.
Yeah, the elite position. Yeah.
Correct. So this
You mean Sandog? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
let him land. Neighbor, let him land.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Sandog.
Yeah,
go ahead,
so
Sandog.
No, so I was going to ask you, Charles, do you have that video I sent you? Can you access it now? If you said, okay, well, so Charles isn't there, but again, so now in our society, right? If you look at civil rights, and the reason why you will get so much pushback on civil rights is because of that hijacking of Title VII and the type of people and the class in which these women fit in, right? Now, if you want to, now quote unquote equality sounds like a massive overcorrection, which now gets everybody to push back on it versus what it was from the beginning.
Why am I thinking ain't I a woman? Why am I thinking about ain't I a woman for some reason? Right? Why?
Let me interject
recognize
here.
me top 10%. Go ahead.
Don't you mean I am woman, hear me roar? But you know what?
No. I am woman. Ain't I a woman? I know why I said what I said. Go ahead.
Yeah. Shut up. Anyway.
You got the video, Charles? Can you play it for me?
I'm gonna play this video that Sandog wants you to play. Ready? 1, 2.
Yep. Don't be afraid of becoming this.
T.E. Lawrence, eponymously of Arabia, but very much an Englishman, favored pinching a burning match between his fingers to put it out. When asked by his colleague William Potter to reveal his trick, how is it he so effectively extinguished the flame without hurting himself whatsoever, Lawrence just smiled and said, "The trick, Potter, is not minding it hurts." The fire that danced at the end of that match was a gift from the Titan Prometheus, a gift that he stole from the gods when Prometheus was caught and brought to justice for his theft. The gods, well, you might say they overreacted a little. The poor man was tied to a rock as an eagle ripped through his belly and ate his liver over and over, day after day, ad infinitum. All because he gave us fire, our first true piece of technology. Fire. 100,000 BC, stone tools. 4,000 BC, the wheel. 9th century AD, gunpowder. Bit of a game changer, that one. 19th century, Eureka, the light bulb. 20th century, the automobile, television, nuclear weapons, spacecraft, internet. 21st century, biotech, nanotech, fusion and fission and M theory. And that was just the first decade. We are now 3 months into the year of our Lord, 2023. At this moment in our civilization, we can create cybernetic individuals who, in just a few short years, will be completely indistinguishable from us. Which leads to an obvious conclusion. We are the gods now. For those of you who know me, you will be aware by now that my ambition is unlimited. You know that I will settle for nothing short of greatness, or I will die trying. For those of you who do not yet know me, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Peter Wayland, and if you'll indulge me, I'd like to change the world.
So that what you just heard, that video, Peter Wayland, for those of you who are familiar with films like Aliens, Predator, and Blade Runner. So when you see Wayland Yutani Group, that is the patriarch of these institutions, right? So when you see movies like fucking Avatar and you got those space colonialists and all of that shit flying down, Wayland Yutani is the corporation that made those spaceships, that hired those people to go terraform other planets and everything else, right? And what I am telling you, right, is for men, especially for men of our ethnicity, do not be afraid to be this, right? You're not going to go to hell if you be this. Put it this way. If I was afraid of hell, I would not be Muslim today, right? Because remember, right, for Christians, in which I was born, if you deny John 3:16, where are you going? To hell, right? So at the end of the day, the key to your the key to your success is to not be afraid of hell, right? And so when you look at, let's talk about that, right? When we talked about knowledge and power, right? So there's a philosopher by the name of Michael Foucault, right? And it goes, one of Michael Foucault's fundamental concepts is power knowledge. We normally think of power and knowledge as two separate concepts, one political and one epistemological, having to do with truth for its own sake, or perhaps pedagogical, having to do with teaching and education. Foucault, however, argues that knowledge and power are inextricably linked, such that it doesn't make sense to speak of one without the other. Hence, power and knowledge are co-joined into a single concept, which he calls power knowledge, right? So now when you look at like what we like to call Hotep guys and all this stuff and you'll say and everything else, right? So that in the absence, that knowledge, right, in the absence of whatever action you need to bring that all forth is empty calories, right? So, and when you look at Peter Whalen, right, when you look at him, now you see how limited your ambitions are, right? If I could talk to white supremacy, I would tell them, listen, to be very honest with you, the average man, right, the average African-American man, his ambitions are not your, look, all you need to do is build a few new cities, let him make 80 grand a year, put him in a position where he could have some nice things, and he could cycle through 8 different sexual partners in a year, you'll never hear a peep out of him. And then on top of that, just make sure that if your cops are going to do anything to anybody, simply tase or arrest them or whatever the case might be, and there will be no uproar, right? So when you looked at that man, Peter Whalen, right, that is an appetite or a desire to be a master of the universe, a desire to control your own destiny. Right? So Peter Whalen, for the most part, died trying to find immortality. You know what I'm saying? And so that's the thing, because even for me,
like Genghis Khan.
Yeah. So even for me, right? Because I have to run for an appointment, and I'll try to come back before you guys finish. But if not, like I said, if not, this is my closing statement. Do not be afraid of power. So if you were made in God's image, you can do God-like things. It's like I told you guys in the beginning of the conversation, right? Sandal, look, I'm Muslim, right? And I talked to my friends and I said, hey, I read the book, I follow it, right? I use it. However, if I'm dealing with somebody else who claims to read the same book, right, and he's out here warring and tearing shit up, guess what? I'm going to have to adjust what I do to what he's doing, because I can't live in heaven and the hereafter, and this dude is out here setting villages on fire one by one, right? I am going to have to deal with that. I am going to have to deal with that accordingly. So again, that energy, that power to be a master of the universe, that Christ energy, that is within you, right? And He-Man will always say, you have the power. Jesus himself, peace be upon him, said what? Greater works shall you do, right? So at the end of the day, whether it be He-Man or whether it be He-Man or Jesus, the power has been left behind for you to claim to make a difference in your life and in your reality, right?
Dog, if I may.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know you have ADHD. Me, I got my OCD, and I like to be all over the place when I say this. To back up some of the things you say, I mean, I remember Stigma, where they were reading the sacred set, where somebody was reading translating what was written on Aramaic on the wall, where he said, The kingdom of heaven is not above you, it's all around you. Or if you remember Ninja Turtles, Master Splinter said to the turtles, a true ninja is a master of himself and his environment. And with that being said, I also want to mention, like we talk about fear of hell and whatnot. I tell people, you don't know heaven until you've been to hell. And that's the yin and yang of life. But proceed.
Yeah.
As you're saying.
Yeah, man. So that's it. So I'll try to make my way back. Dead Set Anime, shout out to you, man. And I just, Dead Set Anime, can you guys make this happen? I want you, Nameless, Protagonist, and the 7th Dojo to become a group. I don't know why. For some strange reason, I just think that all of you all have the same tone of voice and everything else. I think all of you somehow need to come together. I don't know, maybe form a new Wu-Tang Clan or something, but I think it would be dope, like I said, if you guys came together. But like I said, I'll try to be, like I said, man, I'll try my best. And when we had this conversation, that's what I thought of, man. What makes you a master of the universe and why you would want to be the master of the universe. And I ask any of you, man, for the next 21 days, join me, man, and stand in front of that mirror the same way I did when I was a kid and raise that sword, right? And what he say? Fabulous secrets were revealed to me. The day I held aloft my magic sword is said, by the power of Grayskull, right?
By the power of Grayskull.
I think you muted yourself of smoke.
Yeah, nope. And with that, y'all, like I said, I'm out and I'll try to come back. And Charles, thank you for having a fucking fire ass goddamn stream when I could join you, because I'm telling you, man, we would have we would have had to wrestle if I would have missed this one.
Oh yeah.
You know what? I gotta chop it up with you guys more often. Seriously, you, Nameless, GG too. I gotta chop it up with y'all because sometimes I gotta bring a lot of shit. Because sometimes you guys need that per one person to bring some things from left field. If that's appreciated.
If I can't make it back, Nameless, if you're there, if I can't make it back, and I'm asking you this too, Charles, can we do, because I don't want to miss it what Nameless doing. Can we do Ninja Turtles next?
Oh sure.
Yeah.
I take responsibility for that. Cut me the check.
We're gonna either do Ninja Turtles or we're gonna do Thundercats because.
Well, we could do it, but yeah, definitely. But because the reason I'm asking that is because I want to be there and I don't want to miss it because I'm going out. I don't want to miss it when Nameless does Ninja Turtles, and then after Nameless does Ninja Turtles, I would like to again do Thundercats and Voltron.
Oh yeah, because a lot of that, especially in Thundercats, when people forget the greatest series, the greatest miniseries of Thundercats was what? The Anointment Trials, where Lino, even though hereditarily he was the Lord of the Thundercats, he had to earn the right and the respect of that lordship, of that kingship.
Facts. Which is why I hate they didn't finish the 2011 one, man. I hate it.
Can we say it all together? Fuck you, Cartoon Network. But anyway.
Yeah, facts. But yo, guys, again, with that one, man, I'm out. Peace, GG, my frat brother, Nameless. I'm begging you, hold the thought on Ninja Turtles until, like I said, until next Thursday, and then GG, inshallah, me and Nameless will see you on your channel next Wednesday.
Show enough, man. I just want to add, man, like
give my best to the baby.
Will do.
Rudolph. The last thing I want to say is, and I'll leave out of here, man. But just like Dogg was saying, in the ancient Egyptian religion, you know what I'm saying? Like every individual person identified as Alsar. Like I am Alsar. Like that's the whole goal, to become or to embrace and to embody the principles and the qualities of Alsar, which is unconditioned existence. It's everything and no thing at the same time. It's pure potentiality. But, we don't perceive ourselves that way. I mean, we perceive ourselves as just some low down, dirty ass niggas. So Much love to y'all, man. Hey, I'll holler at y'all on the next one, bro.
Always a pleasure, GG. Never be a stranger.
So I'm
Later.
And I gotta give you your flowers, man. You've been doing some kick-ass streams, man.
For sure. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that.
And
So,
thank
All
you
right.
thank you for making this a kick-ass stream. Everybody's loving every word.
All
For sure,
right.
man. You appreciate it, bro.
We got Dead Set Anime in the building. What's up, Dead Set?
Hey, what's up? I
What you
was
think?
enjoying.
What you think of the show?
Man, you know what this reminded me of?
What's that?
Because it was so powerful. Okay, you already know I do religious studies, right?
Right.
And we were talking about the masters of the universe. And the first thing I thought about was Adam naming everything, basically mastering his universe.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm putting a name. God gave him to put a name on everything there.
Yep. And to think, why did they call him Prince Adam?
Exactly.
There's a reason why. I even got the book from the creators. And they have it, and they call it the Bible of the Master of the Universe. And this is where I'm going to get a little philosophical, if you will. When He-Man wanted, and you probably heard me and Namer refer to this, men invoke power, women invoke honor. That's the natural order, correct?
Because, if I may, Charles, if I may elaborate on that.
Go ahead.
Basically, when both of them took out their swords and summoned their alter egos, when He-Man said, he would say, by the power of Great Skull, by the power. His twin sister, when she would transform, she would say, for the honor of Great Skull. And that's one thing a lot of people forget. Like Charles mentioned before, women's job is to protect the honor of a family. Men are supposed to acquire the power for that family. Unfortunately, some people forget to teach their daughters about what it means about family honor and protection, things like that. Just like some men sometimes, disregard honor because they're so hell-bent on striving for power. Someone once told me that, that which you are addicted to will have power over you. That's why so many people are slaves to money, slaves to power, and slaves to certain things, because it's like insatiable.
And this is what I'll add to that. And I'm going to give Dead Set the floor again. A woman's job is to protect the honor, the glory, and the image of the men and children. Because when you have a lady, a wife, a girlfriend, whoever, even your sister, she is a representation of the men, whether she like it or not. When a man has an honorable wife and he's not there present, that boosts that man's stock tenfold. But if a man has a woman who's a harlot, a drunkard, a whore, that makes everybody lose total respect for that man. Y'all get where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
And see, when you look at that philosophy of why it's for the honor, why? Because it was not her job to induce power, even though she was referred to as the most powerful woman in the universe. But the beautiful thing about, especially the 85 version of She-Ra, as physically powerful as she was, she forever remained what? Feminine.
Mm-hmm.
She smiled. She comforted people. She was doting over her family. There was one episode when her grandfather, King Miro, and Adam went to visit. And she was so enamored of the greatness of her family that she said, her horse said, we can transform to She-Ra and Swiftwind and we could fly. And she said, I'm afraid if I do, I'm going to hit my heart. And she says, you have a remarkable family. She's like, I know, my heart soars just like we do. When the last time you heard a woman speak like that about her family? That she's proud of the family. She's proud of the men in her family. Like, my brother is a remarkable man. Even my grandfather is a remarkable man. Do you know what that does to men in a family? When somebody's that proud of their family?
It inspires us to go further.
Say that again.
It inspires us to go further.
You got the floor, dead set.
Yes, sir. One thing that I want to add to this conversation is the aspect of tyranny. I think we underestimate what tyranny means, because there is no rulership without a certain amount of tyranny. And there is a such thing as benign tyranny. We call those people parents. So we should not avoid being tyrannical in our rulership, provided that it serves its purpose, because there is no way to get around hurting someone in your goal for conquest. And it's the reason why, like, when they're talking about going and do business in Africa, and I'm like, well, if you're going to do business in Africa, I can understand that. But if you're not going there with the intent of conquering everything that you see there, and that don't mean you have to hurt everybody around you. It just means that, hey, my business is competing with your business. Mine is going to be the best. And I'm going to use your people as resources because they're the ones who are around here and they're going to gain. That's the whole concept of bringing up everybody around you. But you have to be tyrannical to a point in order to set your standards and maintain your standards. And I just want us to be more subtle in how we use, some of the verbiage.
And I think that's totally understandable, because traditional, I think Black people are too nice and too giving.
Yeah, I agree.
We're a little too understanding. And we're so nice and giving that other people from other cultures, we have a disconnect of why the Nigerians don't see themselves as Black.
Mm-hmm.
Until there's a benefit behind it, such as minority scholarships, business opportunities. There's a reason why a person as dark as me, if not darker, from Northern Africa can go to an HBCU, and he's called, because he's considered white in that region, even if he's as dark as me and have Africanoid features, will get a white minority scholarship going to an HBCU. We need to stop, and this may sound fucked up, I'm about to say, but it needs to be said. Everybody's struggle is not our struggle. Somebody put that in the chat for time immemorial. Everybody's struggle is not our struggle.
Mm-hmm.
Our struggle will always be here as long as they're in America, okay? Our struggle is not everybody else's struggle. There's too many people who don't understand that ideology in our culture. In staying with the theme, the reason, like Gigi said, you don't understand the universe, let alone know how to be the master of such. You're afraid of power. You're phobic to power. You're prejudiced towards power. There's a reason why too many of our women and men are afraid of it, because we're afraid to say that somebody's more capable than us.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of actually being under the tutelage of someone who's powerful, to learn how to recoup power yourself.
Not that many people can wield the power without it taking over them. That's why I said earlier about that. That's why I used that philosophical quote, but I think it was Seneca, where he says, "He who fears power should wield it," because those who want power end up being corrupted by it. Because let's face it, absolute power corrupts absolutely. So unless you have someone to teach you how to wield it properly, you're like a bull in a china shop. And the thing about it is, like, when I talk about, like, people's struggles and whatnot, you can recognize, acknowledge each other's struggles. But like you said earlier, Charles, my struggle is not necessarily your struggle, but that doesn't mean I can't acknowledge it and respect it. Just like you can respect and acknowledge mine. and relate to it to an extent. I mean, this is why I like to listen to I remember H. Brown's speech about individualism versus collectivism. Oh, Charles, I think you got an echo in the background.
It's not the bad.
But I remember it was like he talked about about like a lot of people have been sold this illusion of rugged individualism instead of collectivism. And sometimes when you go to other places and try to work with them, you got to convince them that they would benefit more by working with you. But unfortunately, a lot of people are just trying to use one another. Because a lot of people, unfortunately, operate on the basis of everything being a zero-sum game. There's no such thing as mutual benefit, unless you can find a way to co-opt people into doing so. That's why I remember H. Brown in that speech. He said, when he warned people about being co-opted, he said, "Listen, man, white people will co-opt dog shit if it's to their benefit."
Hey, Namer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his name is Jamil Alameen, brother.
Jamil Alameen Abdullah. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah,
I know, but it's hard. Sometimes some people don't know that name, unfortunately.
It's interesting. I was watching this.
Sheikh Jamil. He became an imam, by the way.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've sit on his Juma rugs. I know who he is here.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead, dead set, and then we're gonna get G in.
Okay. It was a funny thing because I was watching this college debate, which I like watching because I like to see what young people are thinking. And the question kept coming up: white males this, white male that, and a black student stood up, female, of course, and stated that she was not interested in what white men were doing because it was all brutality, it was all toxic, it was all this, and it was all that. And I sat back and I thought about it. And this is not me giving props to white men. This is me watching the tail of the tape. This is me watching the after action footage. And I'm sitting back saying, wait a minute. At Lawrence Livermore Lab, they just created fusion. If this is the only group of men who put themselves on the moon, why would I not want to learn about them? Because granted, he is my opponent, but the whole point is to know
You
how
say
he
that
does it.
again because I think people lost that point.
Exactly. This is part of knowing the universe that you exist in. So the idea that black women are going to dismiss white men because they think that they were tyrannical, which they were, which, as you know my positions on tyranny, they were also victorious. And that's what I need to study. So I'm not even fretting, not knowing much about African history, or even though I'm interested in it, I want to learn how to get my son to conquer the way that they did. That's becoming a master of the universe. That means learning what he did, how he did it, what were his philosophies, what did he steal, what did he take, was that useful to him? Who did he enslave? How did he use them? This is an amoral, pragmatic look at history and removing my emotions from it and saying, yeah, they fucked up everybody. How did they do that?
And I think that's one of the most important things is that people think that you're going to just muscle your way out of it when people have a 500-year head start against you.
But Charles, are we supposed to alpha our way out of situations?
That's for poor people.
That's for poor people, yeah.
That's for misinformed people. See, every culture that was conquered by another one, what did they do with that other technology?
They would co-opt it and assimilate it into them, or they would take whatever they needed. I mean, it's like my own people. They say this. I'm not gonna say it in my mother tongue, but they said like, take what you need. When you look at other people, enemy or foe, take what you need, leave the rest.
But they did more than that, though. When they co-opted, especially some of the education, what did they do? They renamed it their own and attributed it to themselves, and then strengthened their culture on that.
revision history, revised history,
Revisionist history.
change the history, change the narratives. They also, I mean, this is why, and this is for the next generation too. And they would focus it on the next generation of children because they have to think several generations ahead to keep these people chastised or subservient. It's like, I remember there's a podcast I listened to called Impossible History, where they talk about this about a man named Hans-Jürgen Massaquoi, an Afro-German living during the Hitler years. In it, they quoted a man saying, telling Hitler, "I refuse to capitulate." And Hitler just looked at him and said, "So what?
Yep.
You will die, but I still have your children, and I will indoctrinate them." Think about that, folks. You can fight this, but unless you prepare the next generation to continue the fight, you're a lost cause. It's going to die with you.
And shout out to my man, MS Delta Guy. He said, "We now know humans have been around for hundreds of thousands of years. Nature will reassert itself. Radical feminists will self-destruct sooner or later." I got to give him the salute.
By the power of Grayskull.
I don't know how much as a kid that shit was my life. Okay.
Yes, it was.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That transformation from Adam to He-Man, that was the most epic shit you saw growing up as a kid. Like, just the music, the animation, especially when you see that shit on like a high def or a 4K. That shit is so beautiful, man. And
blows your mind, doesn't it?
It does. And you know what's lacking, especially for kids like our sons, because, you know, myself and Dead Set have sons. And Dead Set also has a daughter, respectfully. Our sons don't see that image of a guy when there's trouble. He's taking up the mantle to go help people. Let's think about that. What happens when the men are no longer brave enough, courageous enough, willing to challenge the environment, willing to protect the weak, willing to protect the children? What type of society is that? Is that a society that you want to live in? Is that a society that you want your kids and future grandkids to live in?
No. I mean, not even in a matriarchy do you see, or a matrilineal society, you see things like that. Even in a matrilineal or matriarchal society, the men still had a role. The men were men. They understood. I mean, take the Nubians, for example. When it came to line of succession, it was always through the mother. That didn't mean the men were no longer men. The man ruled, but it was through his mother. And she understood that men had their roles. Men still had to be warriors, still had to be conquerors. There are still matriarchies that still exist in this world. And even those societies, the men are still strong. They're not hamstrung. We have here is a gynocracy. And they want men to be, let me put it this way, as Patrice O'Neill once said, they want men to be men, but they want it to be on a woman's terms. They want a man to be independent, but they want him to be independent how a woman wants him to be independent. You see the conflict here? The conflict of interest?
It's a funny
you see
thing.
how it doesn't make any sense except to that woman? Go ahead.
It's a funny thing because you think about the Hidden Figures reference that you were making. I mean, that was made earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And granted, I won't take anything away from those women, but they became those mathematicians out of the men's desire to do something great. And then they had to live within the structure that those men built so that they could basically do the things that they needed to do.
And who planted
Because
that seed in them?
it was likely the men who planted that seed into them.
Yes.
And
Not just
so,
any men. It was
not
the
just
men
any
in their
man.
the men in their families who taught them how, and they had people, they had role models who
Well, it was
gave them the
mostly,
instruction.
I mean, but the impetus for all of that were the men who were desiring to do something great, to master the universe. Without that desire to master the universe, what do we get? We get Rome in its downfall. But what you get when you have a group of men who are willing to say, fuck your freedom, I'm taking this shit, we got stuff we need to do, which is what the natural order of things is. Because if you look at the animal kingdom, humans are not much different. A lion is not going to go up to a hyena and say, can I have some of what you got? They're going to go over there and take that shit. And they're going to fight about it. Humans are in the same resource-driven battle.
They forget that everything everyone has a role. I mean, for example, male lion. What is the role of a male lion, first of all, in a pride?
Pride.
What does that mean?
And provide offspring.
No, not just that. When he means protect the pride, we're talking he has to. It's not just one male. It's two males.
Two males, and they organize. Whether they really don't have to be organized because the female lionesses know what to do.
No, what I mean is, Dad said is as a male, your specific role is, the specifics are that you are to patrol and remark the boundaries of the pride's territory, sire cubs, and anytime and every morning you have to roar to declare that this is my domain, I rule it. And they have to also make sure that there are no rogue males, males that have no territory try to come in and try to take over.
Well, doesn't all of that fall under the umbrella of protection?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
But we need to be specific, but it has to be specific because some people don't understand the specifics in that. That's what I'm saying.
It's funny.
And the female is to hunt and provide, but the males always get first dibs on any kill. Sometimes they have to hunt. They have to help with the hunt, because you know how hard it is for a group of lionesses to take down a buffalo.
Well,
I'm sorry. I'm taking over the conversation. My mistake. I'm all over the place. Go ahead, folks.
Well, go ahead, Charles.
No, I was going to say give it back to you, then we're going to go to G.
Okay. Yeah, the thing about it is granted, the main thing is that those females would not be able to take down that buffalo unless they were organized, because all of these things were organized effort. When people say with faith you can move mountains, they're not the faith of one man can inspire others to move that mountain, but it still takes a lot of people to move that mountain. He's not doing it on his own. So his faith leads to other people having faith, which is the proselytization, which Jesus, he went from door to door, making sure, getting other people to get behind his cause. We're talking about He-Man right here, and Charles and I and everybody else on this panel was talking about how inspirational He-Man was for a young boy, and the fact that young boys don't have cartoons like that anymore. And then we're talking about the hidden messages behind it. I mean, because you look at He-Man and we're like, he goes from this weak man and then transforms into something. That's the warrior in all of us. We don't have to be a warrior 24 hours a day, but when the need arises, we're going to draw on that power. And boys are being taught not to draw on that power because that power has somehow become toxic.
You know what's funny? Demonized. You know what's funny? It's that same power that feminists want to invoke but don't use to protect.
Exactly.
It's that same power they want to invoke, but they don't want to use to cultivate. It's that same power everybody covets, but nobody wants to put that ass on the line. It's the philosophy of the chicken versus the pig.
Yep.
One's got some skin in the game, and the other one only gives a little bit of itself. And what ultimately, this is what breaks my heart, because you're not allowed to be the hero. You're not allowed to be the He-Man, the prototype man. See, it's powerful, and this is the reason why characters like Superman, Batman, He-Man are special to guys like us.
Mm-hmm.
You can be this kick-ass guy, but some of the most memorable scenes you see these characters in is when they show compassion, empathy, when they're helping somebody in need. Think about that. You got all this power. What did Skeletor say to Adam when he found out He-Man was Adam? He says the power of the entire universe is held by this boy.
Mm-hmm.
Even though in the story, that's his uncle who craved for power. And he could not get the concept. And what did Man of Arms tell him? This is the reason why a lot of y'all need to go back and watch that Netflix He-Man. When Man at Arms told him, if you were so brave and powerful, see, Adam was more courageous than you because he gave the power back when he didn't need it.
Yep.
He didn't need it. And what did Adam say when they fought at the last episode? It's not about you.
It's never about you. It's about the message. It's about something greater than yourself. Skeletor is about one thing. Charles, I think there's an echo on your end. Yeah. It's you're talking about fighting for something greater than yourself. It's a cause. You're being willing to die for it. These guys, somebody like Skeletor, it's about wanting power for your own volition. One wants to be one. I mean, true kings learn that yes, they have the power, but at the end of the day, they are still servants of the people. They are to serve the people. That's the concept of the social contract. The ruler only has power over the ruled if you understand that there's a social contract or there's a terms and conditions to it. But unfortunately, we have too much tyranny. And tyrants have to co-opt the people into going along with their agenda through coercion, corruption, and whatnot. Or fear. Go ahead, Sid. Go ahead, Sid.
The thing is, any leader will have to do that. That's the reason why I pull back on things such as tyranny. I mean, you take a king, for instance. A king is also the king of his own sense of hedonism. I mean, this dude does whatever he wants to do. Granted, I mean, we can look at T'Challa and say, oh, he's a just king. But we can also look at somebody like a Genghis Khan and be like, this is a conquering king. This is somebody that you don't want to mess with. I think that there must be a little bit of both in any kind of kingship or leadership, as well as a strong anti-treason doctrine. Yeah. So that king, okay, you step out of line, you can do whatever you want to do, but if you step out of line, you're going to the gallows.
Hey, peace. How y'all brothers feeling tonight, man?
I'm good. How you been, Serotonin?
Well, I've been chilling, just thinking like y'all, man. And I don't know who got that echo, man. I think that's you, Nameless. But
no, it's Charles actually, but yeah.
I just been listening and commenting, and I agree with a lot of stuff the brothers say, and I disagree with a lot of stuff socially wise. As I've been thinking and as I grew up, I'm a testament to how the most worst things that you could grow up in, right? And I'm gonna say this. The biggest issue I feel like that hinders us in our development and our elevation is most of us are not socialized to understand the world. Like what I mean by that is, we get taught a lot of things about these concepts of freedom and all of these, like freedom and liberty and all these words, but we don't actually understand the meaning behind those words, right? Like some people think freedom means doing whatever you want to do, you know, and that's why you just said like that's not what freedom is, man, and not in the civilization like we live in. And then in real life, in the world, there's hierarchies, there's power structures, and you have to understand the position you are in the power structures. And the way I look at our situation, we're not like Superman and we're not like He-Man. We more like the damn things that got created on the Eternals that was trying to fight to exist and understanding that, okay, I was created, I'm sentient, I'm just as equal as everybody else. And I need to, I don't know no other word to use, I'm not that articulate. I need to take my place in the highest forms of civilization that exist. I need to be in the university. I need to be with engineers. I don't need to be raging against a system with nowhere to go. Like that's the first thing we got to understand because we get taught like this anti-revolutionary system shit with nowhere to run to or nowhere to go. Even if we go to Africa, we outsiders in Africa. We outsiders in South America. We outsiders in Asia. Like we the only people that have that weird concept that black means something to other people that have our same skin complexion. The way we got socialized over here, that means something. In the world, that don't mean it means something in the world too, but it doesn't mean what we think it means. We have a skewed understanding of our identity, our race, and our position in the world. And I'm gonna just leave it. That's how I feel. I feel like we more need to, and I'm gonna just say it like I feel like it, man. We need to earn our place in the halls of the gods. Like that's how I feel. We got to do it. If not, we're gonna get annihilated. If we don't compete at the highest levels, if we don't strategically plan, if we don't become socially intelligent and realize this isn't a game. This shit is not a game. This shit is not us trying to tame some women. This is not none of it. This is us trying to fight for our right to exist as a species of people. Like this is serious shit. Like we have to develop a real God complex, like General Zod. Like if y'all not with us, bro, nobody gonna help us, or we gonna die. We know we gonna die. We know we gonna be disenfranchised. We know we gonna be poor if we do not earn our place and take our place. Somebody got to get knocked off. There's only so many places at the top, so somebody got to get knocked off. And until we understand that and move accordingly as a group and understand that any ADOS male can never be your enemy. At most, he's your opposition. Learn the difference between the word enemy and the word opposition. You, my opposition, is I want to be the best man I can be. If you trying to be the best, there can only be one best. But that don't mean you my enemy. I know who my enemy is. My enemy is every other group of men that don't want me to have a position on this shit. I don't give a fuck if they green, black, white, yellow, orange, purple. You know what I'm saying? If you trying to stop my rise and you trying to stop me having a position on the seat to control my own destiny and those that come from the same peer group as me, because no man is by himself, I got to move differently. I can't entertain even no brother that's ADOS telling me, hey man, shut up talking that dumb shit, bro. We need some money. We need an organization. We need some donations. We need from each other though. We don't need to ask no women. We don't need to ask we can ask the government. That's their job. We fought for the right for that. That's why we went to war. We went to war so they could give us some grants from the motherfucking government. So yeah, look, we fought for that, bro. We dying for that. We suffering. We're paying tax. Like we need to socially educate these young men that this shit is yours too. You have a right to this shit. This is your shit. You need to learn what this is. You need to read this. You need to understand what's going on around you. Because I can speak and I can testify that most young black males don't know what the fuck is going on around them, man. They have no concept of economies or they don't really understand like what a corporation is. They just hear the word. They don't really understand like, nigga, this is 100 people grouped up together against you with one face. This is 10,000 people with one face. This is 40,000 people together with one face against you. These people, like the way the world is moving, these is tribes and clans of people fighting for their position of hierarchy in the world. That's all I'm gonna say, man.
The only
It's
thing
interesting you mentioned that. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Desert.
The only thing I would push back on is about ADOS men not being our enemies. ADOS men can be both our enemies and our opponents because Toussaint Louverture set that example long ago. When he decided to kill the Haitians that he knew would go against their cause, he knew those people would sell us out. And we know that throughout our own ADOS history, how many slave revolts failed because one of them niggas decided to go and tell massa.
But that's the thing. That's the thing, though. We're not revolting shit. There's nothing to revolt. The world is conquered, nigga. This motherfucker took.
No, it's not. No, it's not took.
Man, this motherfucker took, bro.
No, it's not, because look what's going on in Ukraine right now. Russia is going over there taking that shit.
Exactly. We not in the taker position, bro. We have no base of operations.
Right.
We have no base of operations. Our own mamas will kick us out the house. How the fuck is we gonna fight a war with nowhere to sleep at night?
That's because warfare.
We are not. We are in a support position. We need to latch on to whoever gonna give us the most help and support their ass till we can get a position. Fuck. Back to, you know your body is a system. Your body exists like cannibalizing itself. It's bacteria and viruses and organelles and all. Like, no, bro, ain't nobody independent. Ain't nobody about to just take nobody's shit from nothing. We don't have a factory. We have no mines. We have no farms or ranches. Like, bruh, I'm tired of hearing this fake ass, fuck ass revolutionary shit when we can't even educate our sons.
Well, I mean, what's revolutionary about what we're saying? That's what I don't understand.
I'm not saying it like that. I want to hear the rise up shit, but not all the, we can fight, man. We ain't fighting shit. We barely fight each other.
We got a TV in the background. I'm hearing a TV in the background.
I don't know.
I'm not saying it like that, but I'm a little passionate because, like, fine. I grew up in the gynocracy for real. When I finally became mature enough, because I didn't have a father around. When I finally became mature enough to understand what I was in, I was pissed the fuck off that nobody told me what the fuck was going on. These motherfuckers was telling me that life is about, nigga, I'm trying to have a Cadillac. Nigga, I'm trying to stun on these niggas. I'm trying to, man, what the fuck? All this dumbass shit. Motherfuckers traveling to Mars and building internet networks and submarines and drilling underwater. And man, and we motherfucking talking about twerking and bitches going out to the club. Man, I don't want to hear nothing about a bitch going to the club. I'm trying to be motherfucking super. I'm trying to turn from a deviant to whatever the fuck the deviant was turning into. I'm trying to be supreme. I'm trying to take my place in the halls of the gods. I don't want to be like, yeah, that race of people existed for 50 years. They came out of slavery and just died.
So I think you're saying the same thing that we're already saying, because we said earlier, well, at least I said earlier, which was agreed upon, that we should be looking at that white man and learning from him, regardless of whether or not, I don't care if he's our enemy or what. I don't care what he is. The only thing that I know is that this motherfucker succeeded. I'm going to learn from him.
It's not even, for me, it's not even about the white man. For me, it's for whatever's successful. You know what I'm saying? The white man ain't the best thing and everything. Man, I go learn how to make glass from an Arab. I go learn how to build guns from a white dude. I'll go learn how to build a jet turbine from a German. I don't give a fuck who teach me. Teach me the highest forms of human civilization. I'm a human being, bro. I'm a human being. You want to learn
from others.
Yeah,
fuck all this. Like what I said earlier. Take what you can, lead the rest.
Yeah,
take what you need, lead the rest.
The problem is you cannot exercise the race from it, because race and tribalism is an essential part of the equation of getting power.
No, but racism, the way I see it, I might be wrong. This shit is fraternal. This shit is about groups of men doing things together. When we talk about them versus we're talking about, they're not even part of the same group. They're all making deals with each other because they understand, like, no, we can never be enemies to each other. We are only opposition. That's why the word enemy and the word opposition is very important. You could be my opposition within our social construct. Within the ADO social construct, you could be my opposition. But we have the same goal, and that's freedom. You can never be my enemy.
I'm
We
gonna say
won't.
this. I'm gonna interject for a second, and normally I don't because I like people to free flow. Before you can be before you can combat the monsters, you usually got to turn into one yourself.
Mm-hmm.
If we're not developing the boys to learn that it's okay to be ruthless, it's okay to be strong, it's okay to be daring, all that shit is for naught. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
All that shit's for naught. Because if you're not willing to take the next generation, and this is the reason why it's very important for men to have custody of their children, to men to be there with their children. Because there's too many kids growing up hating masculinity, hating their fathers, hating themselves only because they hear one side of the story. Not every mother's a bad mother, but god damn it, we're still trying to decipher which one is the good ones anyway.
Yeah, we just know the culture is bad.
We know the culture is bad, which will innately bring an abundance of bad parenting. And see, what you got to look at it is like cancer. You got to exterminate them cancerous cells, that carcinogenic cell. Okay? And you got to start little by little. Sometimes you got to cut out whole sections. You're right, F. Holiday, a generation of boys with the grip strength of a newborn kitten.
Ooh.
Yes.
Think about it. This is the weakness of it is. See, I live by a code that says my scars. Each one of us in this panel and in this chat has scars. Some more than others. That's just what we were dealt with. But the one thing you find out is my scars not only show how much I've overcome, but it also shows how much I've healed. You get me?
Yep.
Yeah.
And so many times, when even though it was fucked up what happened to G is very candid about his life when he was, kicked out of the house by his mom. That's a lot of stories that some young black men can not only sympathize but empathize with because they're going through the same shit. And frankly, we need to prevent this from happening to another group of young men. We do. Because if we allow this shit to go on, we're going to lose the general. We're not going to get the army that we need. Before we get the army we need, we're going to have to use the army we got.
Yep.
And we need more G's. We need more dead sets. We need more namers. We need more, green gorillas, sand dogs, nameless protagonists, Mr. Z's. We need more Donnie Max, F. Holidays, Peruse, Spain. We need more of these guys. We are walking proof that black men are not shit, but the shit. Think of how successful black men proved to be with the foot of the United States government on our necks and being spat upon by many of our women. Unjustly at that. And we still manage to survive and thrive. I'm going to say this to you, G. G, you're a walking fucking miracle and be proud of it. A lesser man would have not been here on this panel talking to us today. You get my drift?
No, I get. I just,
And I understand your frustration. Don't get me, because sometimes it brings a tear to my eye. When there are times you come out, you're still in uniform. You haven't even taken your vest off. You sit in your lazy boy. You took your boots off at the door. You sit for about 10, 15 minutes staring into space. Sometimes it's a dark room, but I know where my lazy boy is. And you have to decompress with all the fucking trauma you've seen for 8 to 12 hours. That is the story of a black man. When I hear women say, you don't know how bad we got it as black women, bullshit. If you ever had to live the life of a black man for 1 week, a lot of them would delete themselves.
They would. There are white people who know the type of struggle we go through and would not wish anything upon their enemies. So sometimes we gotta look and say, you know what? You know, when you see these scars, it shows me how much I've taken on, and it shows you how much I wasn't broken. But go ahead.
But
You know
that's what
what?
I'm saying. Hold on, real quick, Nameless. That's what I'm saying, Commander. Like, we go through these things and we talk to each other, and I don't feel like I'm special, you know, because I understand I was one of the blessed people because I could, at least I was literate. I could actually comprehend the words that I was reading in front of me. Right. I met so many brothers. They went to school and all this, right? They have no reading comprehension skills. Nobody taught them the thoughts of like rational thinking, or it's just like, man, it's just like being around a bunch of aggressive ass females with guns. When you in the ghetto, it's like being around a bunch of aggressive ass females with advanced firearms in their hand. It's like, damn, you got a little young boy. He's 17. He don't know nothing about the world. He'd have been taught his whole life that everything is against him. He doesn't. He's not even. His brain isn't even mature enough to understand what's going on. And then he just like the shit crazy, man. I remember how I used to. I remember just my process of thinking from when I was 17 to now when I'm 32. You know what I mean? And I'm sitting here thinking like, man, in 6 years, 7, 8 years, like 7 years, I was able to build a whole life that the average person is just like, damn. I look at my people that I work with and I look at the people that I'm talking to, like I'm not dumber than I'm not more ignorant than these people. I'm not less intelligent than these people. I'm doing the same work as these people. These people, we reading books and we talking about Kant, and we in this manosphere, we discussing things, and people telling me words that I never heard or had a concept for. And it's like, yeah, they supposed to teach you this when you young. And I'm like, damn, why didn't nobody teach me this shit? Because it's like when you a kid, you don't. It's like I just remember being ignorant and just remember not knowing. Like most, the real truth is most of our problems happen because the boys don't know what to do, and they go outside. Nobody tells them what to do. You'll be like that, and they just let you just float around. And when you don't have a father, you just kind of float in society. You don't. You have no concept of belonging. You have no concept of true identity, or what you are, or who you are in the world, or your position, or how to even play the world. You know, like I just remember that just when I turned 18 and left the system, it was just like I left the foster care system, the group home, the state system, and it's just like they don't even give you nothing, but that's not their job. So I'm not even mad about that. But they literally just turn that age, go to the wolves. Like, and it's just like, damn, you go outside and it's a war going on outside. Nobody's safe from.
I mean, first of all, Gigi, you overcame the programming. You overcame the programming that you've had indoctrinated with since you were born. But even now, you still it's not like you're completely free of it. It's a never-ending battle. You have to sometimes, because there's that need to be self-aware of the programming that you had when you were a kid, how to free yourself of it. But every once in a while, you have to, retrain those muscles, work those muscles out so you can keep that shit off your back. A lot of young men, when you take them out of those situations, the first thing they need to do is deprogram them, so to speak. If you're going to teach it, you got to remove the bad programming so that you can get the new programming in there.
Well, that's the thing, Namer. This is the issue that goes on in Black society that we keep a secret, right?
It's not just you, but it's not just in your society. It's in a lot of
No, I know
societies.
it's in a lot of societies, but what's unique about our society is we talk a lot of this stuff, right? And we don't talk about the core issue is that most of the gynocratic stuff going on is because your parents are already what that is, right? What I mean by that is you call a person a Pookie and a Ray Ray and this. Well, Pookie and Ray Ray is the kids of fucking drug addicts, drug dealers, and robbers. This is real. When your mom is a crackhead, your dad is in prison for selling crack. It's like you get a pathology, bro. It's like think about being this is how I really used to feel. I'm gonna tell you some real shit. And you know, I'm comfortable telling the brothers this because I know my story is not unique. Imagine growing up and the most important thing in your life is a drug, right? When your parent is high, they're happy. When they're not high, they're sad, they're aggressive, they beat you. They never take time to even look at you or develop your mind or give you a book to read or nothing, man. They never this never happens to you. Everything around you and about your life is about drugs. You develop a pathology from that shit. I had a pathology
It's
like
about survival.
whenever something went bad, I knew how to remedy it. I need some dope. Like I used to, that was like my first thought. It was like I didn't even do drugs. I didn't do drugs, but I had a pathology around drugs can save me. And it's now I'm older and I'm a grown man and I grew out of the immaturity. And I look at the numbers and I look at the situation like this shit is on purpose, bro.
You read Dark Ghetto? Because that's precisely what Dr. Clark talks about. He calls it the tangle of pathology.
And the shit is weird because we see ourselves dying around us, but we don't know nobody else doing nothing else. And it's not until what saved my life, real life, man, is I was in athletics. I was an All-American wrestler. What saved my life is I got pulled out of the ghetto. Like my mom kicked me out when I was 12 years old. I was living on the streets for 2 years. I was just living on the streets. I would go to school sometimes, and sometimes I wouldn't. The school would never pay attention. And that whole time, I was just living in the streets with grown ass men. Like I'm living in the streets. I'm running around. I'm doing stuff. I'm doing crime shit. And I'm already from the ghetto. And it's like the whole time I'm not actually processing the shit that I'm doing. I don't have no concept of a consequence. Like I have no concept of this shit. So, and it's like the first time I got locked up, I was 13. And it was like, damn, I went and got locked up and I just seen the same niggas I grew up with. I already knew them people. Like when I was going, there was no fear. I already knew how to act on the playground. I was already part of a gang. So that's what stopped me from getting preyed upon, that I was already from the ghetto when I got in prison at 13 years old. So it's like a weird path. Like we all go in that shit. And when you come out, the way you get, like they treat you like, I don't even want to talk about that shit. But
right to passage, so to speak.
Yeah, and your brain is not, you develop a whole personality around that shit. And it's like people like, man, y'all niggas like, bro, you don't have no idea when you like, yeah, a lot of us was born addicted to drugs. Our brains aren't fully, we need more attention. We need more attention. And we're not getting no attention, and we just killing ourselves because we don't got shit to live for. We don't know no way out. Everybody around, like when we 11 or 12, we know 10 people that died. Our best friends and the males we look up to, they getting in prison because they don't know shit either.
But
and so we think like, damn, prison, like that becomes a badge of honor that you made it out of that shit. Like it's weird as fuck.
That's the reason why I harp on culture so much, because you became what your environment needed you to be, or you found the way to survive in that environment. But either way, it boiled down to your environment.
Yes.
So we harp on culture because culture creates that environment and inculcates people to live that way. So when we're talking about women and gynocratic culture, we know that what you experienced is the outcome of that. And then people will look at us and say, "Oh, y'all are just attacking women." It's like, no, we're attacking something much worse than that, because our women did not have to be that way.
No.
But then we have to ask ourselves the bigger question: how did they get that way? How did the environment inculcate them to be the way that they are?
And we got to look at the environment, which dictates the culture.
Exactly.
When you take away all the viable men and you allow women to have freedom without consequence, you gave them both the pill and abortion. But you also still fit the men with the bill.
Yep.
It would have been something different.
Also gave them some of the men's jobs on top of that.
On top of that. And then remember,
salute AB.
What's up, AB? Everybody, if you need a web designer, AB's your man, and so is Dead Set with your animations.
Yeah, AB, what's up, bro?
We gotta promote our brothers who could do the things that we need them to do. And see, here's the point to Dead Set's notion. When you look at the pathology of this shit, thank you, Dr. Clark. Me and BGS talked about this on one really, really fire-ass stream. Even though this is a fire-ass stream too, I just gotta say that.
Yes, agreed.
And notice we very rarely talked about the gynocracy, but we talk about it as a study. Because the gynocracy affects the men just as much as it affects the women. And people have yet to really figure that shit out to its basic, fundamental, what is it? Down to its atoms. Common denominator, if you will. That you're not going to get strong men from wayward women and non-existent men. It's impossible to build a culture like that of success. You're guaranteed failure each and every time. Guys like us, we're rare. At least we see the shit. Imagine the men out there who don't.
Deal with them every day.
Yeah.
Yep, we do.
And see, what's scary about this is that shit that we go through, even if you have your parents, imagine dealing with a parent who's still bitter about a divorce, but has a heavy hand with you.
It looks so much like your damn daddy. Yep.
Yeah.
Especially if you imagine when you have your father's name.
In fact, Charles, I remember, and although he's not really held in high regards, but Dr. Umar Johnson, he mentioned this one time. I remember in an interview he did. He talked about how black mothers, just to get back at the father, they will abuse their sons, especially if the boy looks anything like his father. The abuse is even worse.
I'm going to correct you for a second, Namer.
Oh.
He is held in high regard and should because of his title and his
knowledge. Okay.
But that's when he speaks on shit that he absolutely is specialized in, which is
fair
child.
Enough.
And he knows. I've spoken to the man twice on different occasions. He knows.
Oh, have you? Okay.
He knows because he knows where the bread is buttered. A true man is going to be a man of conviction. A true man is going to stand in front of the people and say, you know what? This is what I kind of got pissed off about the Winter Soldier movie, Captain America. Even though Winter Soldier is still Marvel's best movie by far. Story and action-wise, it was the best movie. I'm so upset that they didn't give Captain America his speech. Because you do know in the comics during Civil War, that was his, when he says, when everybody else wants you to move, you stand still and you tell them, no, you move. That was Captain America's speech. And that was robbery of a man's intellect. You just took away what fundamentally makes Captain America Captain America. His conviction. The reason why he does it. And when you become a man of conviction, guess what? I may lose money, I may lose subscribers, I may lose a lot. But the one thing you will not compromise is my integrity, is when I got to tell the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And men hate telling the truth because even some of my friends, oh, you talk about hating black women. When do I ever say hate black women?
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I don't have 2 letters in front of my name and 3 in the back is because I stopped going to college. You think the studies I have done, both scholastically and in just pure observation of being a law enforcement officer for almost 2 decades, that I can't tell you the pathology of the black community in its totality?
Yep.
Like, why do I get challenged on this shit? You do not make a community where boys will thrive. Hell, you barely make it where the girls will thrive.
Yeah.
And then what happens is you want to blame everybody else but your goddamn self for the failure. You're the first teacher. You're the one who passes around culture. So what does that say? You want everybody to be a failure but you. The number one teacher, the person who carried the goddamn kid for almost a year in their belly.
And that's why Charles. I'm not gonna say shit to these boys that get their passport and go SYSPN. It's bad enough you don't care about the boys, but it's clear to me now you don't care about the girls either. So what do you want us to do? There's no there's no reason for us to stay.
But that's the thing, AB, is like I'm so far past the like female male dynamic shit. I'm more into fraternal. I'm more into fraternity and male bonding and relationships now. I understand what this shit is about now, man. I'm not whether I'll be a bachelor for life or be a married. I've been married before. I did that shit already.
Okay.
I got the realization so much that I'm damn near on some. We need to start a sorry and monkhood type shit where we just focus on developing businesses, male relationships, and we just fuck hoes whenever we feel like we need to go fuck a bitch. If you want to go make a baby, get the brotherhood, take a sabbatical from the monkhood, go over there, get you a surrogate, make you some progeny, and come back when you're ready to come back to the monkhood, bro. We don't need nobody interfering. We don't need no children around. We don't need no women around. We need all business going on, man.
You need children.
Go ahead, Charles.
All I would say is you do need children. You know why? Because you need some people need that motivation of why to be great.
Mm-hmm.
I feel you, man. I don't disagree with nobody. I'm just saying, for me, I'm not into that. That's not my main purpose no more. I got a penis. I can make a baby. When I feel like it, I go get me a surrogate.
Because
We'll write up a
when a
legal
man has a child, you get to cultivate.
You're Borgen, Charles.
Yeah, you're Borgen.
Your children. This is the ultimate challenge. Crat any feminine. I'm not saying. I think the safest way, because men want legged children. I think we should take our children. At least give us the option to raise our children on our own. And if we fail, at least let us fail our own.
No, that's why I say, man, for me, it's like if I'm serious, I go get a surrogate. We'll write up a real legal contract. Like, that's the type of world we live in. We live in an advanced civilization now. I'm on some real life Krypton shit. Like, listen, shorty, I don't need to be your wife, your husband. Listen, what you need, 10 bands? Like, I'll give you 10 bands. We can write up this contract. Let's do this reproduction thing that can make a progeny that I know is for sure mine DNA wise. We write it up, test right there, get everything done, however you want to do it. Have that baby. Let's, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna come get the baby when he's 7. That's it. We write it's legal, binding. I need that. That's it, man. If that's how serious it gets to me, I don't have no issue dealing with women. But before I have a problem with a woman, man, I'm so like my thinking is so far advanced now. Like, bro, before I have a problem and be disenfranchised and extorted my whole life, I'll just go get a surrogate. I'll go to Thailand or wherever the hell they get the surrogates from. I don't give a fuck.
funny thing about that is, and granted, I will grant you the going overseas because culturally that's different. However, it's just sort of like what we were talking about on Arts Panel. When was it? Last Friday. Even in the face of contracts, we are seeing men who were sperm donors at sperm banks getting hit with child support, even though they were contractually protected from that.
Yeah.
Yes. So the government, when it comes to these contracts, granted, because I'm a man who had a postnuptial agreement and I still lost my children. The only thing that it protected me from was I didn't lose any of my property. And so what they did was they set such an exorbitant amount of child support that it actually looks like child support and alimony. And so now I'm in court fighting that ish. So the government
I feel
at
for you, brother.
large it's put it this way, it's far away from what the founders intended.
But see, that's where I'm at with it, bro. Like, I'm so to the point where, man, I'm just trying to play by the optimal rules. I'm trying to succeed. I want to succeed. I'm striving for success, and that's the most. It's not about money. It's not about wealth per se. It's more is it about position and status as far as history wise, what I want to be remembered as or known as amongst our race or our culture, whatever we want to call this thing. I don't even know the proper word to use. You know, I just know for the brothers that look like me, I'm not prejudiced, I'm not racist or nothing, but I do want us to survive. I want our story to be told in 1,000 years. I want people to know what happened to us. I want in 1,000 years for us to have descendants. I want to make family trees for us. But you know, the reality is we have to move. We in the highest form of civilization that we know of right now. So we have to think on a higher level. We have to move on a higher level. We have to strategize. It, as much as I want to say it the old way in America, where we live at, that old way is gone, man. It's gone. Like these women have no issue with having multiple baby fathers. But man, this shit is gone, bro. Like there's no honor to that. So you got to move in a way that your time is set up optimally to be successful. That's how I feel.
Straight up.
It's interesting you say that, G. I mean, you've accepted that the people you're around, they're not what you need to be. Because people say, you know, you're only successful as the people that are around. If you want to be successful, surround yourself with the right people. Because, you know, your friend, the people you have in your circle is a reflection of who you are. So if you got dysfunctional people around you, you're just going to be dysfunctional as hell. Unfortunately, some people don't know how to walk away from certain groups, or learn how to find new friends, or how to interact with people better. Because some things are stratified. And Dead Set, it's interesting what you mentioned earlier about how many people are being, you know, how many sperm donors are being hit with child support, even though they're supposed to be legally protected from that. It just shows you. It just shows you how those in power see society, and the reason they're doing what they're doing, and just allowing it to go, you know, just to run roughshod like that.
Well, think about this. I mean, but go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, what's his name? Samuel Adams. If you remember the Boston Massacre.
Right.
He made it a point to represent the British officers during their trial. And people said, why the hell would you do that? And he said, simple. We must decide whether we are going to be a country ruled by laws or ruled by the mob.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, there are some people who have made it a point to let it be mob rule in a sense. Oh, alaikum assalam, Philip D. Redden. How have you been, brother? Detroit, CJ, it's good, everybody. And unfortunately, like you said, it's now become mob rule in a sense. And the funny thing is, I live in Europe, and you know, here they're becoming a lot more sensible about their laws because they look at what's going on over there, stateside, and what's also going on in Canada. Because in Canada they do have similar things happening, and they realize, yeah.
Wait, where in Europe are you?
I'm in Norway.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, certain countries like in the UK and further south, they do have alimony laws, but sometimes it does get a little out of control. So certain places they're going to tell you, let's look. If we're going to be this way, if you're going to be, hold on, let me finish. Sorry, G. Because up here they are egalitarian, and they realize, listen, if we're going to be egalitarian, we got to be more practical about it because our population's being what is. We cannot afford to be putting people like some they say like we're like putting people in child support in jail for child support. They don't do that because it's counterproductive. So they decided to just like put these people in job programs. Hopefully, when they gain employment, they'll be able to feed their families, and we increase the taxpayer or base because they understand the importance of mutual benefit. But go on.
Listen, man, I'm at a point. I keep it a buck. I don't even want to deal with men that are married, like in business or professional. Like, bro, I don't even want to deal with them dudes no more, bro. If you getting married right now in 2023 for the first time ever, I'm looking at you like you crazy. Like, boy, you about to get married right now? That let me know you're an uninformed individual right there. If you just willingly walking into that contract and you not a master of the universe, where you're not gonna be hurt when that shit go bad. I know I'm not saying it's guaranteed to go bad, but I'm saying the numbers is not on your side, bro. I'm no longer a little ghetto boy who's sad. I'm very rational. I'm very thoughtful in my moves. I am not about to get in the legal marriage contract. When I'm trying to come up, I can't risk losing nothing. Yeah, I'm not. I can't risk losing. Man, listen, AB, you look. I can't risk losing a dime, a nail, a penny. I can't pay an alimony, nothing. I can't do it. I'm not even putting myself in a position where it's a danger. And any man that's around me, that's in that position, any man that's in that position, get away from me. You can't even do business. I'm not about to do business with you and your wife end up owning half of our shit. Get the fuck away from me. I'm out of here. Bro,
You know what, G, I will say this, and this might surprise you when I say this, but some of those married men who are in business, they would look at you and say, the feeling's mutual.
Oh, that's cool because if they probably doing better than me anyway. I'm looking for people.
No, because certain business guys who don't have family, because like I remember it was like another cat who were into business, what's his name, DeAndre. He told me this story about one of his partners doesn't have children, and he was trying to do some business with them, with these other dudes, but they all have families. And so what he did was he brought in DeAndre and introduced DeAndre to these cats. And so they asked him, so you got kids? Yeah, I got a family. And then they all start showing, showing, each other their children, their kids' pictures and everything, just to prove that, that they do have families and whatnot. And right there, you understood that when you are at a certain level in life, certain people are going to work with you, and certain people are not going to. So married men, they deal with other married men for a reason, because yeah, I know, because if you got kids, because they all understand that they're all working together. If you're a bachelor around some married men, some people sometimes look at you sideways because single men are looked at with suspicion by those with families in many societies.
Well, this is what I'm saying, Nameless. I'm gonna say this. I'm a blue collar worker, and I'm trying to do blue collar and semi, little bit of CNC machining work, programming, stuff like that. This is what I'm saying. I understand brothers want to get married, and I'm not knocking nobody who feels like that's what they want to do. I'm saying I am not going to put myself in a legal business contract with somebody who, if you get into an argument with her, she could own your business interest.
Oh yeah.
So think about a person that started a company with a dude, a plumber. Say you got a plumber. I've seen this happen in the trucking. I've seen a dude start a trucking company with another dude. They working together. They building a fleet up together. They're using each other. Then one of them gets divorced, bottoms the business out. Instantly. He divorced. His wife hit him. Bam, child support, alimony, split the money, house gone. And they went from a successful trucking company to 2 years later. One dude is a solo owner operator with all that debt trying to pay it off because this dude went under. And it wasn't his fault. It was a legal contract that he was already in. And that whatever reason she changed her mind and split our company up.
There's a good defense against that. That's the reason why I became an S corp. Because when you incorporate yourself as an S corp, it's just like having an estate. When you work from the point where your person is no longer attached to your business persona, and the LLC does not go far enough into that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The brother that I'm talking about, he had an LLC.
Right. That's
they
not
busted.
that's not far enough because with the S corp, you pay yourself in disbursements, because I'm going through that right now. You pay yourself in disbursements, and the only thing that they can attack are your disbursements, which is usually 30%. That's the least that you can that's the least that you can claim. 30% of the income that business gets, or that S corp gets. So if my business is making $90,000 a year and my disbursement is $30,000 a year, I'm getting child support on that $30,000 a year. And this has held up in court for the past 50 years.
No, and that's perfect. That's what I'm saying. That LLC, I've seen that LLC get. That's how they busted the dude with the LLC. Instead of paying himself an actual check, there's another way you can withdraw funds from the LLC as a personal allotment. Right. They use that in court to say that that's how they proved that he was the full sole owner. Like he's using the business. He's not running it as a business. He's using it as a 1099 job, but he's just filing as an LCC. You see what I'm saying? They were like, yeah, because if it was a business, you wouldn't take all the profits out of the business.
Exactly. He can only take what he got, what he earned from the business. Yep.
Man, listen, I'm talking about these brothers. They was up to 6 trucks. They was up to 6 trucks, man. If you know anything about the logistics business, you would know that they was making some money, man. Yeah, they was making some real money. 2 brothers, man, and that divorce busted them, ripped them apart. They froze one brother bank account. They took his CDL. Instantly, they down the driver instantly. They down one driver instantly. Then, when they revoked his authority, he lost 3 trucks instantly when they revoked his MC number because it's man, that shit was crazy, man.
I mean, that's the thing about alimony. The purpose isn't about the interest of the child. It's to punish the man. It's to punish the man in a sense.
Look, I'm going to go ahead and tell you what child support is, because I know a lot of people just don't understand what it is.
Please tell us.
Blessing v. Freestone, the Supreme Court laid it out. The beneficiary of child support is neither the mother or the child. It is the state. That's the beneficiary of child support.
Can you say that again for the niggas in the back who did not?
Yes.
Pay attention, motherfuckers.
They call it child support because it was based on the welfare system. The states needed a way to get that money back. So child support, what you get under child support is 2 kinds. You get the reimbursement child support, where the woman and child is on welfare and they're getting child support from the man, but a portion of that goes back to the state. And then the incentive is the federal government will pay 66 cents on every dollar that they receive. Then you get pass-through child support, which is what I'm under, where the state doesn't do a damn thing, and yet they still get that 66 cents per every dollar. So when the Supreme Court started adjudicating these cases because people started suing, they read Title 4D and said, wait a minute, this has nothing to do with children or mothers. This is for you all to make money. That's what child support really is.
And the piggyback dead set, a lot of these women play themselves because they would get so much more from the husband or the father directly than they would get from the state. But these bitches always think they're making out when they actually losing money.
Yep.
Boom.
Yeah, so think about it. Why in the world would Kanye have to pay $200,000 a month in child support? Because the state is getting paid hand over fist.
It's because it's taxable. It's completely taxable.
No, child support doesn't. The father pays the taxes on that money. The
Mhm.
woman doesn't pay anything. She doesn't even have to count it as income.
Isn't what I just said? But okay.
Yeah, you said it's taxable. It's not taxable by the woman. It's
It's
only
taxable on
taxed
the
by the
man
man. Yep.
because it's the man who's paying the child support.
But you don't get to
Yeah.
write it off.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope. No. 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 You don't get to write off nothing. This is
Yep.
why I said. This is why I said. I remember somebody telling me this, and I'm
they
gonna tell
wonder
this to
why
a
they
lot of
vote for
dudes.
the guy.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this. This is and shout out to Alonzo Hall, the All-Star Advisor, because y'all need to peep his channel and peep some financial game. First of all, yeah, we do support our interests here, folks. Let's help one another. But folks, this is why somebody once told me, when it comes to finance and such, there are 3 people you need to have: a financial advisor, an accountant, and an attorney who specializes in commercial and financial law and taxes, a tax attorney in particular. And make sure they're all 3 separate individuals, like rock, paper, scissors, or like the 3 branches of government. Everyone's keeping an eye on one another. That way, you have the right people to help you out with your stuff. And, so you can talk to every one of them. They give you their own advice, and the final decision is yours.
Yeah, I think brothers are really missing out, especially young men are really missing out with estate planning. Because if you start your estates early, that income that you're making from your job, you can put that into your estate and protect it. You can make that income untouchable.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Zed. Sorry.
Yeah, you can make that income untouchable. It's sort of like when you go to a job. I learned this when I was, it's like right after I turned 31.
Mm-hmm.
And what was I when I was 31?
Wait a minute, how old are you?
I'm 51.
Ooh, all right.
And so I went and
I enter my 40s next week. Dad said.
Man, congratulations for making it.
I already turned 40 a while back, and I'm really feeling my age now because you wake up in the morning like, oh, what the hell?
Yeah, I got something for that. It's called exercise.
I'm stretched, but sometimes you just wake up wondering like, what the hell? Why am I aching like this?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, exercise and diet can do a lot for that.
Yeah.
So because the main thing for
I
you
learned
is
that as I get older, I have to condition myself because your body.
You got to stretch and everything. You got to do some extra stretching, stay more loose and limber.
Yeah, but it's more than that though. You have to make sure your diet reflects your conditioning, because the reason why we get what is arthritis? It's just bones rubbing together because we lose the lubrication in our joints.
Lubrication of joints. So
Exactly.
Go to your chiropractor, get popped, realigned. Also,
that's not what
but when I mentioned diet, when somebody once told me this, it was Ron Wells. He said, because he got this information from a female relative, and that is, don't skip out on your leafy greens.
That's right. Diet
greens.
is a remedy for a lot of things. Because if you read that book, Food is Medicine, very enlightening. And that's how we used to manage it. But what was my train of thought?
Establishing an estate at early in life. But before you do, I just need to ask you this question, Dead Set. And I've asked this question to A.L. Evans many times. If you look at the education system, A, B, G, Charles, if you can confirm this for me. Who remembers post 93 if there was ever home economics in the high schools?
Man, post 93, there ain't even civics in high school.
Exactly. How many young men let alone young women, learned how to balance a checkbook?
Oh, no, I learned that by accident, but I was in a specialized class because of our testing situation.
Consider yourself fortunate, AB.
They don't even know how to calculate compound interest, which is essential if you're going to be working on with credit. And they was like, well, like my brother, he said he refused to buy a house because after a 30-year mortgage, let's say you buy a house for $100,000 and you get a 30-year mortgage. So at the end of that mortgage life, you're going to have paid somewhere around $300,000. And he said, well, that's not fair. And I said, actually, it is, because how is that bank going to make its money back after 30 years? And number two, you are getting equity in that house. So by the time you pay off that house, it may be worth more than the mortgage that you paid.
Mm.
And then you're still not bound to make those payments every single month. You can double up. You can do anything you want to do with it. Mortgage is a good deal, provided,
If you know,
depending on the market.
Depending on the market, and if you know how to manage the money, and also how many people even read the fine print when they sign a mortgage contract.
And that's what I was getting into. And when I was going for this job, that was when I realized, let's say, like, the job was paying $20 an hour, and that was in 2005. And I said, yeah, and I was like, and then it dawned on me that I could actually negotiate. I did not have to take what was offered. And so we sat there and we haggled. We and this dude, that manager, haggled, because he looked at my resume. He said, okay, this dude's done stuff. He's been somewhere. He's going to be good for us. We haggled. I haggled that man up to 27 an hour, and I got it, even though they were advertising at 20 an hour. That was when I first started doing logistics management.
How many people even know how to haggle? Or how know
to haggle? Well, you're in Europe because you've been to London, and anytime you're on the street, you're haggling.
That said, I can do you one better.
Mm-hmm.
My parents are East African, and I grew up in the Middle East. Whenever we went shopping, my mother knew how to haggle, because back home they knew how to haggle prices in open markets and whatnot.
Exactly. That's
up here in Norway. You can't haggle, unfortunately, unless it's like some other shady shit. But
right,
you get it is what it is. That's how they don't mess around with prices. But oh no, there's a reason for it. There's always a reason for everything.
Yeah, you
but
know
I've
what
learned.
I struggle with.
Oh, go ahead.
You know what I struggled with the most, Dead Set, when I started really trying to get out on my own?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't understand I didn't understand the paperwork.
Oh,
I had never been educated on like the Department of Health and the Department of Transportation and the Federal Motor Carrier. Like, I had never been educated on no bureaucracy. I didn't know what a bureaucracy was. I'm like, damn, why I got to do all this paperwork? I'm just trying to do business. They're like, no, you got to meet certain requirements. And then, so I thought it was a hindrance until I started getting smarter. Like, oh, okay, this shit is here for you to make money, not for you to lose it. Like the reason of the regulations is there, and that's how most people got to think about it, because without the regulations, like, they're there for you to make money. Babe, that's the long story and the short of it. So when I started going out to try to do business, I would get frustrated at each little step. And then I had to realize to myself, like, man, you're supposed to know this shit. How you want to start a business and you don't even know how to start a business? You don't know how to start a business
because of the environment.
This ain't selling crack, nigga. This ain't, you can't just find, like, you still gotta find the connect, but I'm not trying to connect to no crack. Like, I don't need to stand on the corner. Like, so I had to get that in my mind, like, okay, I got to go get a license to do this. Okay, I got to go get licensed. I got to go get register numbers. Like, I had to go get this shit, and it's not even hard.
No, it's not.
Like, it's just not even hard. It's like it's tedious steps, and most people give up because I don't know how to do that. Nigga, all you got to go do is go to the place where they give it out, and they tell you what to do. We so ignorant, we won't even go inside the state office building. We scared like that's jail. Like, nigga,
it's like a paper trail. It's because they think, because they didn't realize this is legit work, and legit work means legit paperwork and files and everything.
Right, because
you need you need something as proof that what you're doing is legitimate work. Well, especially if you get. That's why you need the importance of licenses and whatnot and documentations. People don't realize that.
That's not what licensing is about, though. Licensing is a tax. All that paperwork is for the government to make sure the government get its cut. The thing that people don't realize about the United States is that the United States was built on business, period. From day one, it was built on business. The tax code is always been pro-business. That's the reason why, as an S-Corp, collectively, my corporate tax and my individual tax is 20% less than anything I would ever pay in personal tax.
And you know what's crazy? I paid more percentage-wise in taxes when I made $20 an hour as when I made $100,000.
Exactly. So, when people are talking about these corporations aren't paying their taxes or doing all of this other stuff, and granted, there are some crooked corporations out there who know how to finagle the system. But Donald Trump was right.
They
I
not
don't
crooked.
pay
That's the
taxes because
rules.
exactly. He says, I don't pay taxes because I'm smart. And my brother taught me that. He said, bruh, taxes are about what you don't have to pay. And it took me a while to realize what he was saying.
Listen, Dad said, this shit's so sweet. If I would have knew the government was crooks like this, I would have went in politics.
Yeah.
Listen, this shit's so sweet. I rent a little room in my apartment that I pay rent in on taxes and get it depreciated every year.
Yep. Yeah.
Like they give me, I'm like, oh, this shit's sweet. I work on my taxes. I do my little minutes for my LLC and shit, and I charge myself $200 a month. This shit crazy, man. I'm like, this shit is legal. They're like, yeah, that shit perfectly legal. I said, oh man, I
can take an entire room in my house because my house I got roughly 5 bedrooms. I can take an entire room in my house, dedicate it to nothing but business, and then write off a portion of my house based on the square footage of this room. You write off everything.
Yeah, I do that shit on the table. That's how America is, bro. I do that shit on the table, and they know I live in an apartment. I live in an apartment.
Yeah,
so
you can do it for any place.
For
because
any
apartment
place.
is nothing but a suite.
That shit crazy. I said, damn, this shit is crazy. And all you do is write "Sweet 2" on your mailbox, like. Hey, when I found, I was literally in the state office building laughing when because I went there to buy a post deposit box. I need a PO box and shit.
You know what? You know what, G? I think we gotta hold up, G. Since you're talking about everything being sweet and everything, I think we need to have you go see the doctor, get a blood sugar test on your work. Make sure you don't have type 2 diabetes because it's bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Brother, it's crazy. Like,
listen, man, that shit was so crazy.
Write it off.
Hey, Dad said, when I was getting my MC number right, I'm thinking this shit crazy, right? 'Cause I'm going to get the insurance to activate the number. They like, yeah, you need $1 million in insurance. I'm sweating. I'm sweating going into the thing. I'm calling the insurance people. Man, when they gave me that quote back, I said, man, that's all.
Yep.
Like, y'all really go, like, y'all, man, when I got all my insurance, right, I ain't gonna tell everything, I'm trying to get paid too. But I'm saying, I ain't trying to make too much more competition. But when I found out the rules, I said, oh shit, this shit is easy.
So you're running on your own authority?
Yeah. I don't even drive an 18-wheeler no more. I just do a van. I just do van delivery. And I make, man, listen, I ain't even gonna talk about it. I'm killing them right now. I'm killing it. I ain't even trying to make 100. What I'm doing right now is so sweet.
Just shut the fuck up about it.
Yeah, listen,
that's what I'm saying about it.
Right,
it's not a secret though. It's not a secret.
White boy's been doing this ish for years.
No, it's an open secret. It's not a secret. It's an open ass secret. That's what it is.
Like, I don't even, like, I got the whole, I can really charge people just to use it. I ain't gonna even talk about that. You know what I'm saying? That's like, I found out the rules of this shit. I'm like, man, this shit is not hard. This shit is not no I'm not gonna say it's not hard. Let me take that back, because it's definitely difficult. It's definitely challenging, and it definitely takes discipline and skill. And you got to learn how to manage your money. You got to learn how to actually read the paperwork and understand what you're doing. So it's not simple, but it's definitely not what people think it is.
Yeah, and a lot of women are going into the business because here's what a lot of people don't know, especially about logistics. You got companies out there who get freight, and we're not talking about brokers here. We're talking about legitimate companies, freight moving companies that don't own a single vehicle. And people be sitting there, well, how is that possible if they're supposed to be moving freight? Well, it's very simple. It's all business to business. They will broker the deal, but then pass it on to a JB Hunt, or pass it, because lawyers do this all the time, or they will pass it on to any small or large company that there is out there. CPC Logistics do this all the time, and they're out of Massachusetts. They got drivers who they pay driving for Pepsi and Frito-Lay, and these drivers are not even attached to them, but they use Pepsi and Frito-Lay's equipment to do so. So the only thing they do is hire drivers. That's it. Yet they are a legitimate transportation company.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
business is very, very robust.
Basically, you know where to. You just understand, like it's like you contract certain things basically.
That's all it is. It's all contracting.
It's all contracting. It's like because you know, instead of having to have like, it's because like if they had their own vehicles, there's a lot of costs that come with it. So
Exactly.
instead of
They're
doing
gonna
that,
be paying road taxes.
Why do you think Lyft so big?
I mean, I was like, I studied accounting, so I know about a lot of these things, like the costs that come with everything. So you want to minimize the cost. The best way to do is just a contract the work to somebody else, and they incur the costs.
Yeah.
In fact, when you think about it, like everybody's talking about how much they make and everything. I'm like, I don't care how much you make you live, because your gross income doesn't mean anything to me. Because what I want to ask is, what is your net income? First of all, how much is left
after you pay everything? Yeah.
After you pay taxes, and you compare, and now you compare that with your cost of living.
Where you at? Even care about that. Listen, I don't even care about that. I care about, can I sustain this shit for 12 years?
That's the point. That's the point I'm making, G.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying.
Because you know, it's not about how much you make; it's how much you keep after tax.
Well, I mean, if you can make, if you got to have your goal. I mean, it's all dependent on what. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not skilled in the language as you is. I'm just gonna say,
I get what you're trying to say. I get what you're trying to say,
like
but
you figure out how much you need to make to be comfortable, man. And on your schedule, that's what it makes. That's what you like, man. Once I figured out, I drove for 3 years for other people, but I never drove for a major company. I always did 1099. Because I always wanted to see the paperwork. I always wanted to, like, man, let me see this paperwork, man. And let me see this. Like, once I understood what the bureaucracy was, I started paying attention to the names of the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is that paper called? What's that paper called? What's this paper called? Who I get this from? Get on the FMSCA website. Call this person. Like, man, like once I figured that out, I was like, okay, I can make this shit a job. Like, I don't need to make no, because in the truck, in the 18-wheeler, you gross at least $250 a year. That's minimum. That's like bottom, like $250,000. That's bottom. You barely clearing that. Well, I ain't gonna say barely. I'm gonna say the good drivers clearing $250 easy. They making $5 a week easy. $5,000 a week. That's like basic credit numbers, breaking even with your insurance, all that.
Yeah.
The margins are smaller in smaller vehicles, but so are the expenses, and the parts ain't as much, and the tires are cheaper. So when I figured that out, I was like, okay, I still got, like, yeah, it's just so much different applications just to that one business.
Especially if you got good suppliers.
Yeah, and well, really, this is the thing. The key to the trucking business, the key to the logistics business, right, is logistics. Do you have good mechanics? When that truck breaks, can you get it fixed right now? Do you have somebody? Are you connected enough to get that truck towed right now? Can you get it moved right now? Like, we need that to happen right now, this moment, because every minute it's stopped, you're not making no money. You need to have the credit to incur that cost right now. Like, you need to be able to take that hit today and stretch out the payments for a long time. If you can't do that, you probably not gonna make it in an 18-wheeler business.
That's why you always have to have like that's why the importance of networking is vital to everybody.
No, most definitely.
I mean, let me give you an example. I'll give you an example. There's a hardware store, sometimes frequent, right? And at the cash register, at the desk, I always see an array of business cards right there. There's one for the local plumbers, one for the carpenter, and for the electricians, everybody. They always have a business cards. And sometimes, like say somebody's on a job, right? Say a carpenter's on the job, and he sees something wrong with the building, like say something wrong with the bathroom or something like that. He said, "Listen, If you want this stuff, and he gives him and he passes on to the developer. Here, I want you to take this business card, contact this guy, and I promise you, he will give you a good deal on this. If you need work on the plumbing and everything like that, you need an electrician. Here's this, and this is how they work with each other. Because by doing that, because in a sense you are providing a sense of social proofing. You know, you can vouch for these other individuals.
But you know what that is also?
And you promise, and in turn, that same person expects the other people to do the same for him as well. But as you were saying, Gid said.
And in Dune, as Duke Leto says, as was their family motto, fortune spreads everywhere. That's you making other people around you rich.
Mutual benefits.
Mutual benefits. That's the best way to do business.
And with that being regarding trucking, like G said, you need to know if you got the right people. Sometimes you got to know, especially if you're trucking, especially regional or nationwide, the drivers need to know who they can contact at any particular place and time for anything, whether we're talking lodging, whether we're talking about who are the best mechanics to go to get certain things done.
Listen, a good organization, the drivers don't got to do nothing but drive.
Exactly.
I'll take care of all of that. You don't need to worry.
Yeah.
I'm the logistics company. The driver, listen, drive that shit to Tennessee. That's all you need to do. Drive to this address and bring it back. I did everything else already.
Let me give you an example. G, let me tell you something right now. This truck is messed up. I'm somewhere in Nashville. Who do I gotta go? And sum up, bro, man. Who do I gotta go to?
None of that. Call me, tell me you break. There's GPS.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I'm pretending to be the trucker saying, yo, man, where do I gotta go? Where do I gotta go to get this shit fixed?
I'm gonna tell you where you ain't gotta go nowhere. Pull over to the side of the road. Don't drive. Don't fuck my truck up no more. Stop my truck right now. It's broke. Pull it to the side of the road and wait 1 hour. Somebody will be there. I already know who to call. I'm the logistics company.
That's what I just said.
I already know. I already know who to call. I already got the credit. I already got the credit card. I already got somebody's coming to get that truck. A hotel is waiting for you tonight. Be ready to go in the morning with my truck fixed. That's it.
Sir.
You sound like a fleet manager, G.
Yeah, no, that's it. Don't worry. Don't touch my shit.
Yeah, that's precisely what we do. And the other part about it is we got, when I was working with a big fleet, we had national accounts. So it didn't matter where this guy was. You got national tire accounts, you got national maintenance accounts, you got national hotel accounts, you got accommodations with other companies that you are partnered with because y'all are handing freight back and forth to each other. Man, all of that stuff is in play. There is nothing out of play when it comes to that type of business.
And you know how you get them for real, Dad? Say you show up.
Yes, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Sometimes my truck breaks. If I'll send out a truck from Missouri and it breaks down in North Carolina, and I don't trust it, I'm flying to North Carolina. I'm on the way. Don't worry about it. If I say something and they argue with me on the phone, hang up the phone. I'll be back. I'm going to get on the plane right now. That's my business. I don't give a fuck if I got to spend it right now. I'm gonna make it back. I need to be in North Carolina looking at my property. You know what I'm saying? I owe them $110,000 for that truck. I got a note on that truck for 15 years. My credit is running. I'm making a payment. Listen, I got a warranty. Listen, let me pull up on these motherfuckers. Look, call American Airlines. Tell them I need a motherfucking seat, coach, the cheapest seat they got. Motherfucker got to scoot over. Get on this plane. I'll be in North Carolina tonight, and I'm leaving. I'm not getting no hotel. I'm dropping, get my shit, and I'm back on the plane back to where I'm from.
And the count's shitting bricks right now because he realized, oh wait, I gotta go check this shit out. Then he gotta go draw to like, gee, what the hell is this about?
And I'm on my accountant head. Man, listen, I'm on my accountant head. I send him a Christmas card. I don't even celebrate that shit. I send him a Thanksgiving card. Happy 4th of July. Happy Easter. I'm pulling up. What's up, man? I need to see you 6 times a year. I need to see you twice a quarter. What's up, man? I'm pulling up on you. Bro, show me these numbers, bro. Here go my receipts right here, bro. Let me go talk to my CPA right now, bro. I got a regular accountant and I got a lawyer and I got another lawyer to back check them contracts. I got a public advisor. I'm on that shit, bro. I'm on that shit. I'm not trying to lose nothing. And that's only for 50 G's. That's for my 50. I don't need that's for 50 G's, 45 G's profit. Man, I'm on all that. I don't give a fuck. If I can make 50, 45 G's like that, and I ain't got to punch nobody clock, man, listen, I'm on a plane. I'm driving in North Carolina. I don't give a fuck. Man, I'm making it happen.
Oh, by the way, one thing we gotta understand, like I said, is like, even if you make all that, you gotta learn to live within your means. How many people don't know how to live within their means? Because a lot of people just like, put
Most
themselves
men.
in credit card debt and everything. Yeah, because
Most men know how to live within their means because most men have hobbied interest, and that's usually the only thing that we spend our money on. So let's take somebody like me and Charles. Me and Charles like guns, so I will pay $900 for a nice 6 hour, but I'll only make that $900 payment once.
You don't want to know how much I paid for guns.
We gotta go.
What's your everyday carry, Commander?
You don't want to know how much I paid for guns, man.
I know you.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Oh, I don't mind telling it, but it was an investment. Well, even one of the instructors who was a SWAT sniper, one of the instructors who trained me to become an instructor, he looked at my shit and he was like, "Not a goddamn cheap about you, is it?" I said, "Hell, not even my cigars or liquor."
Well, you are the Ric Flair of this motherfucker, so you styling and you got to be styling and profiling.
That's what we call it, the Ric Flair. One of my rifles, even the 300 blackout, like my 300 blackout upper, not the whole gun because it's just an upper. The 300 blackout upper was about two stacks.
I believe it.
But you got to remember, it's custom made, so it's like, do you know what I
custom made from head to toe?
Do you know what a self-lubricating bolt is?
Yep.
Ooh.
You could put 10,000 rounds through it, take the bolt out, just wipe it with a cloth, and you could go for another 10,000.
More reliable too.
More reliable, no hookups, no hangups. I got one. Like, it's funny because I was like, because most of the time I work with rifles without the optics, so it took me a while to get used to an optic. Not really that much of a while. And I was like, damn, this shit's zeroed. So I took it to a 50-yard range. And it's a nice little indoor range, 50 yards, and you can they have like a little iPad or something. And I'm like, let me see if I can get this shot zero. Boom, first shot right through not just in the red, but on the X.
Wow.
I was like, oh, this is well zeroed.
You must have some crazy breathing.
I've actually learned how to shoot holding my breath and on the move, because a lot of people can't shoot on the move, man.
Yeah, that's tough.
That is and to be accurate at that, because I've actually learned how to do transitions while shooting on the move, like ding, 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 and switch it to the handgun if you have a jam or you out of ammo. Remember, transitions are faster than reloads.
Yes, they are.
How big are your groupings, Commander?
Depends on how I feel. I can make a grouping the size of your hand or smaller, or I can make a grouping that look like a scattergun hit you.
Oof.
Which is even worse, because the survivability of it is you're fucked. But you got to also remember, my service weapons have always been, when I was with the department, 40 caliber. Now what I'm carrying is a 45 caliber Glock 21. So even if I shoot you in the hip, I'm taking that motherfucker off.
Man, you might as well go ahead and get the 10 milli, man.
In my case, when we're talking about
that might be my next thing.
Oh, by the way, Charles, before I forget, like you were talking about blurred calm and everything, right?
Yes, sir.
There's a guy, there's a gentleman I came across on Facebook. I'm gonna just add his email, his website in the back, because he's into cosplay as well. So he's a brother and everything. He's in Ohio.
Oh yeah.
And hang on, I don't know if you're familiar, if you ever heard of this guy, but it's worth looking up into his website. Hang on a second.
Thank you, Lewis, for the Cash App support, man. Oh,
sure.
Hey, the cigars ain't cheap.
The cigars ain't cheap, man. They ain't cheap.
When is BlurredCon, Officer Faulkner?
Arlington, Virginia, right by the airport.
I said, when is it?
July 7th, which is my brother's birthday, to the 9th. I get up there Thursday so I can do the meet and drink.
Yes, I will be there this year, brother.
Are you going down there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna have about 40 to 60 cigars, so y'all gonna catch me outside with a big ass speaker. You know,
40 to 60 of them?
and 6 bottles of liquor.
Are you going to have the symbol for hope on your chest, sir?
I did last year. I might do it again.
Uh,
I might even cosplay if I could get the costumes. Well, see,
Hey, yo, if you do, I got a 3D printer. I can say, listen, man. I got a 3D printer. I'm trying to fuck with it this summer. Let me know what's up.
If I get the measurements, I'll send them to you, man. You got my email.
I got the emails too. I got the one that print rubber filament, and then I got the one that print like the semi-hard plastic filament. That shit take forever though.
Because I'm trying to do like a Captain America, but like the ultimate comics version, where he was just a smart ass, but he was still cool. And I'm trying to do like a mixture of Isaiah Bradley. They'd be like, and I might either that or I might go with Soldier Boy from the fucking Boys.
I think I might. If I go, I have to get full costume and show up as John Johans. Go hard.
The Martian Manhunter.
I got a question. I got a question regarding BlurredCon, actually.
I think Dead Set will like it because not only the scantily dressed women, but also the camaraderie. It's like a big ass family reunion with cosplay. Fingers.
All right.
And plus, you'll get a lot of people loving your 3D animations, man.
Well, that's the thing, man. Because the first thing that I was thinking was like I could go as my own character if he didn't wear all that tight ass shit. But that means I just had to get in the gym a bit more.
That's for Black Lagoon.
Hey, that would be dope if we showed up. Because I just ordered Rippaverse stuff. I'm waiting on it to come right now. I ordered it like 2 weeks ago. I show up as Isom. I can't wait to find out what his powers are, man.
Man, I'm so proud.
I just go tell people, who are you? I'm the goddamn policeman.
Man, I was so proud of Young Ripper when he came up with that comic book. I was like, brother, you doing me proud.
Yeah.
I don't care for his views much, but he doing the good work. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, he all right.
Hey Charles, here's a question I got for you. How much trouble would I get into if I showed up in BlurredCon as Dr. Cosby? Because you see, a lot of things need to be said.
We leave this nigga. Let this nigga go to jail by himself. We go.
I'm gonna tell you one of the funniest costumes. That would actually be hilarious. But one of the funniest costumes somebody came up was a husband and wife. They were like around 50 or 60. And they showed up as Dr. Fauci and his nurse assistant, and then they had a little like a big ass toy syringe that said COVID.
Wow.
Oh,
damn.
You know what? Okay, that's it. I gotta find if I ever show up, I gotta bring a friend of mine. Although he's not black, but him and I have to.
I'm Facebook friends with Night Mage.
Oh, are you? Okay. Because I wasn't sure because I saw him out there.
He does a really funny He-Man too.
Yeah. Oh man, you should see him when he does some of the female characters. It's scary. He reminds me of Chris Judge just looking at him. He reminds me of Chris Judge in a lot of ways. He's from Ohio and he's a deputy.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of things y'all have in common. So damn.
It's funny because
I knew you would like this motherfucker. Shit.
I've known a couple of people because we were Facebook friends with people, and the first time I met them is at BlurredCon. I was like, oh, we finally get to meet. Yeah. I was like, it was so funny because a couple of the girls there, I didn't know this, but I'm friends with them on Twitter, and Twitter, man. And who needs fucking Pornhub when you got their Twitter accounts? God.
You know what? Here's what I'm thinking. If I'm ever coming there, I gotta bring my cousins probably.
Oh yeah.
We gotta fuck, but we're probably gonna get into a lot of trouble because I'm going cis. One of them's gonna be dressed like Charlie Murphy, the other dressed like Eddie, and I'm gonna be like Rick James, and we're probably gonna cause all kinds of havoc.
Man, you're
Oh
gonna be
man,
good.
y'all should go revisit when I went around
Charlie Murphy.
when I went around talking to people, and I'm like, yeah, these are the people from BlurCon. Cosplay X Twerk. She's short, but
How short?
she's about 5'3", but she wears these heels. You'll see her because she's the one jumping up and down, looking like Foxy. Damn, what's the chick name from Drawn Together? Foxy. Damn, not Foxy Brown, but something. But
Foxy Cleopatra? That's Beyonce and Austin Powers.
And she was jumping up and down. Them titties hit me in my eye one time.
Well, you are 5'10". We forget about that.
She got a lot of fuel in that mule, some gas in that ass. And I mean, she stays in the gym. She's a very attractive female in the face and body. Stays in the gym. And we talk all the time. Like, she told me about, like, I was like telling her about me going through, being diagnosed with PTSD and depression. And she was like, that's cool because, I have bipolar disorder. I take my medication. I go by day by day. She's like, all you got to do is do it day by day. It's real cool when you talk to people and they let you. And she's a flight attendant. I said, do you know how many fantasies you just made me think of right now?
Oh, flight attendants.
I said, shit, I could never be
bartenders.
Listen.
But they like, you gotta be careful with them because they have seen a lot of shit. I mean, you ever seen a female bartender from the South? If you throw a drink in her face, she's gonna fuck you up. They don't play.
So they probably got the sawed-off shotgun behind the legs.
Or baseball bat and everything. Oh, they always got the sawed-off shot. They always got a shot. They always got a sawed off under the bar just in case shit gets ugly.
I remember.
Name when was the last time you was over here?
Stateside?
Yeah.
I don't think. Only time I've ever been in the States was I was just a kid, and I was like New York and the DMV area mostly.
So nigga, how you know what a down south black bartender gonna do?
Because I've been around folks because I got kinfolk who come home.
I'm fucking with you, bro. I'm fucking with you. I'm talking shit, bro.
I got my peoples who are all over the place. All right, they're all over the place, and when they come home to visit, we just chop it up and we just talk about it because sometimes they gotta let us know. They gotta let us know what happens.
There used to be another brother here, right? They used to talk to us all the time. He was a Santi brother. I used to joke with him about that too because it just be funny to me. It just be funny. Like, it don't be funny to me, but I just be wondering, like, you live in Norway, bro. Like, and I be looking at certain shit on the map, and I just looked at Norway, like, bro, you way in fucking Norway.
Yeah, but you forget.
And I like that though.
Yeah,
I like that though because I think it's like that's how advanced technology is. I'm talking to a nigga in Norway.
It is, but at the same time, my
like,
father.
You over there, is a biking outside, nigga? Is a ram about to jump off something over that motherfucker?
First of all, Vikings do not scare me. I am not intimidated by Vikings. Why? Because
I'm
because
American, though, bro.
I
I'm really
love it. No,
American.
I love it when they. Yeah, but let me tell you something.
This is what I'm saying. I'm American. Like, I'm American, so we got weird ass stereotypes over here and shit. So when I picture Norway, like, I know everybody got stereotypes. When I picture Norway, I just think of a big 7-foot blonde nigga with an axe.
That's usually a Dutchman, but okay.
Just a big Norwegian motherfucking Lars Larson chasing your ass down the street with something. And then,
I know a couple Lars. I know a couple guys named Lars.
Olaf Stolicson.
Dead set. You should get a panel about 3D animation. People will love that if you get a panel. I think they give you really big discounts on the hotels too.
Oh, really?
Hey, neighbor, bro, when you come over here, you should just start.
I would check the website blurcon.com and check on panels and see if you could get one and see what deals they have for like panelists and stuff. I might do one and I'll be like, look. The day in the life of fucking Officer Faulkner. Better not bring your kids.
Hey, man, listen. Neighbor, this is what you should do, neighbor. You should get a coat of arms. And listen, I would act a fool in Europe. If I ever touch Europe, I'm going to get, what's that shit called? A title? I'm going to call myself Sir Niggerson the Nigger. Man,
you mean that shit that did in Scotland? You mean that thing in Scotland?
Yeah,
Oh
I'm
no! Don't go there. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Let me tell you something about that one. It's because a couple of YouTubers, they had to apologize because they had sponsorships from that thing. It turned out it was a scam, and they revealed the whole scam about it.
Oh, they got scammed.
That whole title
They could buy a title.
It's a scam. That scam for it was a whole scam. That whole thing about in Scotland, because Scottish laws prohibit that kind of thing, and they also mentioned that the company that was doing that isn't even based in Scotland. They were a Chinese company, and they were able to prove that the whole thing was a scam and everything. I'll find the YouTube links for that.
Because I was going to name myself the Marquise of Titties.
Oh, you talking about?
You know what?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. That said,
you buy a patch of land and then you get your lordship, right?
Something like that. Charles, regarding BlurredCon, I'm gonna say this: if I see a big 6'5", 300-pound brother in a suit, looking like James Avery, that's Uncle Phil. In case y'all are wondering, I'm just gonna say I've seen it all. I've seen it all.
No, man. I think
Uncle,
Charles, I might show up.
Somebody come into BlurredCon as Uncle Phil.
No,
you might
since
say
I'm
that.
an X-Man. I'm an X-Man aficionado.
As a matter of fact, I had this one chick, and she's one of my Instagram friends. Like, they'd be saying, what I mean, I've run into some bad bitches. I mean, they so bad their underwear need a gun.
Damn.
Codename Eric Whoremonger.
I mean, I've run into these bad bitches. You remember Street Fighter 3, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I forget what the chick's name. The African chick who's dressed up. It was a chick who came there dressed like that.
Oh, let me find her name.
Body was immaculate. I mean, God, I told her, look, shorty, all that chocolate, can I get a bite?
So what you saying is you would have drunk her bath water.
Shit.
I think I know what
Nah. Charles, old thick no neck ass over there sucking toes.
That'd have been like you would have ate all kinds of pussy. Lips look like a glazed donut. Like
glazed, greasy. Look like you done ate some good chicken wings.
Like some old down south church chicken, fried chicken and shit. God damn, she was beautiful, man, and she looked just like the character. Matter of fact, God damn, she was bad. Like, it's the one thing that always amazes me. Like,
bro put the name in the chat. He said her name is Elena.
Elena,
yeah.
That's Elena. She was dressed like Elena from Street Fighter 3. Body, like, I mean, it's a picture of her, and it's a little white boy there looking at her, and I put in the caption, I was like, Ma, I found out what I want for Christmas, and I don't fuck with toys anymore.
Oh, yeah. She had some pretty... Oh, yeah, I remember her. That was the only reason why I played Street Fighter 3.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, who used to be bad?
Go to
Who's going to pick up Tekken?
I'm going to pick it up.
That's me, but I will say this. Charles, there's another character they shown here from Street Fighter. Black woman, Santamu. She's Ethiopian. The character is Ethiopian, actually.
She's Ethiopian, and it's funny. I think Elena, she's either Ethiopian or Kenyan.
No, she's hang on, let me check. Elena is Kenyan. Kenyan. She's Kenyan.
Yeah, I know Dudley. He's black, but he's from England.
Right.
He's very proper because he's Afro-Caribbean, but he's quite the gentleman about everything.
Yes, he's the. So they said it. Ryu's the ultimate. He's the ultimate. He's the eternal warrior, and he's the eternal gentleman. Let's fight like gentlemen.
So what you're trying to say is he actually speaks English and not American.
Yes, he actually calls you gutter
we
trash.
speak American. That's what I told nigga. I was like, you speak English? No, nigga, I speak American. Nigga. I don't know shit about English.
Actually, let's put it this way.
I'll speak a dialect of English.
Yeah, well, let me put it this way, G. If you look at Dudley and compare him to Balrog is like Mike Tyson. Dudley is like Chris Eubanks.
Yeah, and he's like Jack. And he's like
no.
And he's listen. I hate that about man. Japanese people kind of stereotypical, man. Why they gotta be Jack, Combo, Steel? Why all the black dudes just can punch?
I mean, shit. In Tekken, all the black dudes can kick.
Man,
Eddie Gordo, anybody? Tiger?
but you know,
That's capoeira.
yeah, Tiger Cold. I get you. But what else? What all black dudes in Tekken?
Leroy.
No,
Yeah,
I wouldn't
Leroy,
see all
Bruce
black dudes
Leroy.
as that. I mean, because we had
Okay.
that. What was that
Leroy
blade?
is Wing
Yeah.
Chun mostly. Leroy Smith is
Leroy, when he came out, he was a fucking cheat code, man.
Hey, I'm
Right.
gonna tell you what, they
They had
need
to
to
tone him down because you couldn't beat him. He was
they
just
need
his
to
counters, his speed, his wake ups were just too on point.
hey, you know, I used to beat people ass with Paul in Tekken.
Oh, that
I
was
used to
my favorite.
smash people.
I was a
Paul
Montana
Phoenix?
champion with Paul Phoenix.
Man, I
That was
had
in
that
Tekken
super,
3.
That
that
fucking
dragon, that Phoenix
with
punch.
that Phoenix punch.
Man.
Yeah.
Remember, if it doesn't kill you, there's an old meme about Paul. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Man,
Except Paul's Phoenix punch. That shit will
man, you
kill you.
gotta know the combo. You gotta hit him with the Phoenix, then you gotta rush him, spear him, bow, 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 kick him, boom, boom, still get boom, boom. Yeah,
But
I had it right. I had it set up. You know
but
what I'm saying? You hate like me.
I like Dragunov. You know, he does Russian Sambo.
Mhm.
So and it's funny because I
Yeah.
love
Sergei
characters.
Dragunov.
I love characters with counters because I just fuck with people's minds. Because the more I do counters, the less you're gonna want to attack. So one time we were at a tournament, a dude kicked at me, and I caught it, and he did like this one thing where he kicked the other out and put an ankle lock on the other leg, just slid down, crack one. He was like, "You son of a bitch." He won 3 out of 2 rounds. We were going at it.
Right.
I remember me and my son and his best friend, we went to BlurCon. So they were like, see, we could beat you in Tekken. Yeah, that's because I wasn't serious. So they played me. I played them both 3 times apiece and beat them both and just walked away. I said, yeah, make sure your phone's charged.
Listen, man.
It's
If you
interesting
can
how
play
Dudley looks. Very dapper. He looks very dapper. But the thing is, he's also it says here, looking at Wikipedia, it says here, let me find it. He calls himself Sir Dudlington as well.
Sir Dudleyton. Oh yes, he's very proper.
He's very proper, very dapper. He's very Chris Eubanks. Chris Eubanks Sr., folks, not Chris
Look,
Eubanks Jr.
I'll be telling these kids nowadays, man, if you didn't play Tekken on the original PlayStation, you don't want no smoke with me, bro.
Man, look, I
don't
was
want no
playing
smoke with me,
Tekken
bro.
in the arcades.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You don't want no smoke with we that generation where they don't want these kids, they better than us at first person shooters. They are not better than us at fighters. That's what I know. Like we play the game like at fighters, we'll beat their ass. But they'll kill us in Call of Duty.
Fighting games, they'll get stomped. A lot of them. It's the funniest part about it. It's like I remember it was like one combo. Like what's the Oscar Kasama? That's my other bitch. Oscar.
Oh yeah, because she's like a relative of Jin, but she studies like the Kazama form of karate.
Yeah,
she does like basically it's Aki Jitsu.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if you ever done Aki Jitsu, it was like your Jiu-Jitsus, your Judos, your Aikidos.
Aikido.
You know, Japanese for fuck you up. You know, that's basically what it is.
When I got my brown belt in Spider Judo, when I got my brown belt, that shit was crazy. You know what I mean? And it was like the eliteness at that level. That's what I said, man. That shit used to be different, man. Like when I was wrestling and I was really training, and when I started doing, that's the only martial art I ever did was judo. You know, but it's
judo.
not.
And if you wrestle, that's another martial art.
Yeah, well, yeah, I did. You know, I'm an all-American freestyle folk style. I'm not good at Greco-Roman, but I'm all-American freestyle and folk style.
You have to have an incredibly strong upper body.
Yeah.
Like you gotta like your body, like you're basically in the gym lifting because freestyle you can be flexible, but Greco, was I strong enough to do Greco? Sure, but you gotta have like an immaculate grip.
And really, you gotta be in sizes and like you gotta have mass, and you gotta be your hips gotta be good with Greco, because really you just one hip toss away from getting your neck broke.
Neck injuries come with the territory now. I mean, like, but also like, was it broken ribs?
Well, no, well, we train as wrestlers. We train.
No, Greco-Roman. I mean, in Greco-Roman, because I remember looking at Alexander.
Wrestling, the martial art of wrestling, your neck is naturally becomes strong because you lead with your head. The good wrestlers lead with their head and their hands, right? Because you're trying to make a minimal, like the way when I started wrestling, when I learned freestyle,
Freestyle is about agility, right? Freestyle is about explosiveness and agility. Folk style is about technique, and Greco is about raw strength. But in freestyle, you use all three techniques in freestyle. That's why it's the Olympic style. Because you could throw, you could shoot, you could grab, you could trip, you could pull, you know what I'm saying? It's all type of techniques. Like my favorite is a cross single leg, a low
I
cross or
mean,
an ankle pick really good, or an inside trip. I'm not a thrower. You know,
Catch
I
as
got
catch
really
can.
yeah. So I'm not
catch
a
wrestling.
thrower. Yeah, that's what I am. I'm not a thrower. I'm a methodical defensive wrestler. So
I'm
I
gonna
don't
tell
shoot very much. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what my style was. My style was very offensive heavy, even though I developed a defense where, my defense was feared. Like, y'all knew what I was gonna do. Like, people would not, like, people knew, like, okay, he's
Also,
gonna,
well, you know what you got? My coach used to say that motherfucker got a 2-ton sprawl.
yeah. Like, I had a mean ass shot, double leg or single. Matter of fact, if you 170 pounds hitting a low single like John Smith, you a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, you a bad motherfucker. You gable fast.
And I'm like, and I used to hit that shit on people. Boom. Like, okay, give me your ankle.
Low
And
leg single, no setup, just straight single.
mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you was cold with it, Olympian style.
And it was funny because I hit like this kid in Russia and Germany with it. Boom. And everybody's mouths dropped because, they looking at black guys weird because I'm on a fucking tour with there's 120 wrestlers. I'm only one or two black guys. And they set me up with a Russian dude first. And I'm like, all right, kind of go kick some commie ass.
Really,
Next,
y'all the pioneers for us. Like y'all was the pioneers, like your generation, because they
yeah.
kept us out of that. We gonna dominate whatever we go to.
Why do you
So
gotta
what
make
the fuck
Charles sound so old? I mean, he's like
You know,
alright. He's like we're
No,
the same
because
generation.
that's a
it's
big
not.
generation gap. Like
Uh,
8 years. Well, y'all 8 years older than me.
Uh-huh.
you got to
You gotta
think
remember,
about it.
yeah.
Like, there's guys who thank me who were like national runner-ups and champions in wrestling and said, guys like you made it easy for us to get it. And I was like, you know what? I almost teared up because I was like, thank you. Thank you for the acknowledgement. Y'all making us proud. Especially that time we had out of 10 weight classes in the NCAAs, 5 of them was won by black wrestlers.
Man.
Yeah,
And
that shit
and
brought a
people
tear to
that
my
don't
eye.
and people don't understand wrestling is a real, like football, they make you feel like you ain't a gladiator no more. Like you do it in the Coliseum still, but wrestling is still a real Coliseum, man on man, you against him. The only thing that's a different, like who better? We both grown, you're the same weight, you're the same size. Who elite and who not elite?
Yeah,
Who's skilled? Who trained their body the best? Who could
yeah.
take the most punishment?
And, and
Who's
some
trained, who's became superhuman. Either
and
you gonna do
sometimes
it or not.
the training alone will break you off a good ass whooping.
Yeah. Remember how it used to be back in the day, 105 room, hit the room 105 degree. They got hydration tests now. We was coming in there, I would drop from like 205 to 170 to go to state. Bam. Cause I wrestled 171. Then I
I
started wrestling 184. Like I wrestled between 168 and 184. I was the best at 171 though.
I was like, I started out I weighed 152, but I wrestled 160. Won the 160 championship, went up to challenge for the 170 championship the next year, won that. That's when I met DeAndre, and then returned it, went to McDonough, which was like a private school. Like I told you, if my high school had a Hall of Fame, I would literally be able to go as both an athlete and as a coach. Let me tell you what a historical fact I found out. The 170-pound weight class for 2000, because I'm the first guy to win it for 2000. I graduated in 2000. So 7 out of 10 years, it was a Lake Clifton guy for a whole decade to win 170 pounds.
He had
And
to
I
come behind the commander. He already
and I
see yeah.
coached all the rest of them to that title out of those 7 years. Out of those 7 out of 10 years. If I didn't wrestle it and win it, I coached the people who did majority of the time.
Yeah,
So
see,
I was
I
like,
didn't
I
have no.
told him, I
Well,
said, they called me Mr. 171. Even when I met some of the guys I wrestled with and they became coaches as well, they were like, remember when we told you the stories about this kid at 170? They were like, yeah.
Mhm.
Because I came in uniform and they read my name tag. They were like, Faulkner, you're wait a minute, Mr. 171. That's me. And they were like, yo. And he brought his wrestlers over. He said, remember when we told you about some of the legends? This is one of them motherfuckers.
see what I'm saying? That's why I said they generation opened it for us because we was the graduating class. We were supposed to graduate in '08. So you got to remember, like, plus wrestling is real. Like, man, listen, man, wrestling is the most elite sport in scholastics. In school, wrestling is the most competitive sport because some like wrestling is one of the only sports where you can actually train and get better. It's not actually based off too much genetics. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Speaking of sports, the grappling is good, but you also need striking. I mean, that's why.
oh yeah, you know you strike, but we did that like we
No,
know how to
no.
how
I
to
mean,
fight.
like,
But I'm saying,
G, wait up. Let me try to explain what I mean. I mean, there was a documentary I was watching called Counterpunch. I think it's called Counterpunch, one of them, or Fight Club, something like that. It's on Netflix. It's one of these boxing documentaries, and they talk about the importance of the like Golden Gloves tournaments and whatnot, and how boxing gyms were vital to keeping kids out of trouble and whatnot.
Yeah, that's why combat. If I, shout out to Dead said I think he left. This is the reason why I tell a lot of people if I became the king of black people, as much as I love football and my Ravens, I would put an emphasis on combat sports for kids. Because if you ever notice, when you open up the boxing gyms and the wrestling, arenas and the jiu-jitsu, all the kickboxing, guess what? If kids had an issue to settle, bring them in your gym and let them settle it for 3 minutes. 3 rounds, 3 minutes apiece.
and that 3 minutes gonna seem like an hour to their little ass. They gonna be in here, oh
And then
man.
guess what happens? You notice your violent crime goes down. Your shootings go down. Your homicides go down. Why? Because there's nothing more important than to settle an issue with your fist, your wits, your strength, your speed. Your stamina. That's how you got your respect. And we got away from use your words. Guess what? As men, we talk it out, we yell it out, we fight it out, and then we get over it. You can't keep men away from what they naturally do. And because you have all this pent up rage and emotion and you don't know how to get it out, you're being bombarded by use your words, use your words. That's easy to say, but did you know this? If you don't teach your kids how to defend themselves, they're going to become school shooters. I said it.
And on top of that, with the sports, martial arts is a very respectful culture because it's not about.
Unfortunately, most women don't want to put their kids in there because they're scared. Oh, he's gonna get violent at home if I put him in there. No,
They're scared they're not going to be able to abuse him no more.
Yeah,
that too.
That's what they're scared of
That's
because
what they're scared of.
martial arts is a very respectful discipline because they let you know stop talking. You doing all that shit talking. Shut up and get out there. You talking shit. We got somebody for you talking all that shit.
Yeah.
Because when I first started judo, I thought I was hot shit because I knew, oh man, I've been wrestling for 2 years. You know what I mean? Ooh, man, I got in there, man. The first time somebody stretched your shoulder out of its socket, like you be like, oh shit, shut the fuck up talking. You wanted to talk all that shit. Now your shoulder dislocated.
I'm gonna make you laugh. I'm gonna make you laugh, G. My coach, right? He was not only a great freestyle and Greco guy and folk style guy. He was also a catch wrestler.
Oh yeah, he was serious.
A black catch wrestler.
Yeah.
Let that sink in. A black catch wrestler.
Yeah, he was a monster.
So imagine somebody at 5'8", 185 pounds, 190 pounds, in their 50s and 60s. If they got
leg riding you,
trust me, leg riding you, putting you on a leash, and
fucking legs feel like iron crowbars.
You see what my man Q said? I tried to pick up boxing at 12. My mother said I'm the only one throwing punches in this house. See that demoralizing shit that mother can do. That's
That's kind of
demoralizing.
funny because like Harry Spears, he had the joke about how his mom whooped his ass one time. His mom, you know what his mom did? He said like his mom took him outside. She put a boxing headgear on his head, rubbed the Vaseline on his face, and said, "Mom, why you need this? Because I don't want to fuck you up too severely when I whoop your ass." Think about that. Your mom has you wear protective headgear because she doesn't want to severely injure your ass, but she got to whoop your ass so you learn a lesson.
But you got to remember a lot. Somebody got some feedback. It's funny because when you have
I'm having some problems with myself. Can you mute me up?
It's funny because, you know, a lot of mothers demoralize their sons. And Lewis, you could jump in at any time. A lot of mothers demoralize their sons because they don't want them to get into martial arts because they can't abuse them and beat them up. That's why as soon as you become bigger and stronger than them, they're ready to throw your ass out. And
listen, Charles. When I was doing when I got my brown belt, I had turned 15, and it was like, all right, you know, and this was some real like I get emotional talking about certain shit, right? I got my brown belt, and the guy that was training us was a Marine. I remember his name Gunnery Sergeant Andy Willis, right? This was the guy who trained me, did all this, right? Hope he listening to this stream, man, and he can hit me up at any time. Bro. I haven't seen him in years. He got stationed in California. But I had got invited to Australia and Rome to wrestle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just like in my head, they were like, yeah, it just cost $700. I knew it immediately. I wasn't going. Like, okay, that's not a lot of money to go to Rome and Australia and compete with the best in the world. You know, I'm all American. I was ranked number 27th in the nation. In the nation. So you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I was on nationals.com. Yeah, I was a recruit. This is what I'm about to tell you.
People don't realize this. That's pretty high for wrestling.
I was ranked out of all high school and freshmen in 04. I was ranked number 27 after we went to Adidas Nationals when we was in 6th grade. I took 5th at Adidas Nationals. My homeboy Jeremy McCoy was 1st in his weight class. I was 5th. I went with another dude named Yassine Bribia-Seka. You can look our names up. We all legends in our state. We all qualified. At 14, we was wrestling grown at state titles. You see what I'm saying? Like you can look our government names up. We in school, but I never got to go to school a whole year. I never got to finish school a whole year. So when it came time for me to go, I was talking to the coach like, man, I'm not gonna be able to go. I don't got $700. At rivals.com said, look, man, if you don't go wrestle at this tournament, right? If you don't go wrestle at this tournament, you will lose your national ranking. I'm running, I got a national ranking, right? Then the guy that trained me in judo was in the military. He got me a meeting, and the Marines was willing to sponsor me, right? But they needed the permission of my mother, no matter what. But I don't live with my mom at the time. I'm living on the streets. Like I'm living on the streets a little bit. I'm going to school. Then they had put me like in a foster home. I tried to go to school. So they put me like in a foster home and group home. So I'm in a little group home, going to school. I'm wrestling. I'm trying to get out of there. The dude in the Marines offered for me to come to a foster care with him. And he was sponsoring me. I had to go to the Marines. You know what my family told me, man? Like, man, you're gonna do that. They trying to make you a slave. And when I heard that word slave, like I was like, man, I'm not about to be no fucking slave. And discouraged me from going to the military in college.
You know what's funny?
That was probably the worst decision I ever made in my life.
And I'm not gonna blame you because you were still young. You weren't even an adult yet. But see, that's just, you know what my next stream is gonna be about? It's gonna be about dream killers. sometimes the biggest dream killers are the closest people to us. Like I just get so fed up and pissed off with people who would tell their sons, their nephews, their nieces, their daughters not to do something because, oh, you can't be a cop. We don't fuck with the police. Well, obviously you don't fuck with me if you don't fuck with my dreams. And I think we need to start encouraging our young people to do it because, one, I don't think that a lot of us get those opportunities to, you know, be cultivated. Like my parents, thankfully, they supported my dream of wrestling overseas. We get on each other's nerves, but we definitely support each other. And I wish you would have made it, man, because you would have loved that international experience. That would have brought. I'm gonna tell you from personal experience, that would have brought your game to another level.
Listen, man, I had already knew because when we went to the judo, when we got back from the freestyle nationals, we went to a private judo competition, right? And that's where we started getting the invites at. Like I talked to the guy, my mentor, the guy that was actually training me, he was in a program. The guy that was training me, he knew he was gonna get stationed, so he was trying to get it all set up. And no matter what happened, they had to get my parents to sign their rights off. First off, I don't even live with my parents. So by the time I got that set up to where it was like I finally had to tell the school that I was a runaway. They already knew I wasn't really attending school. But when I got put in a group home and they got me regularly enrolled in school, I've been out of school for years. You know what I'm saying? Like I haven't been a consistent student for years because I've been living on the streets. Like I really used to just go to school to eat lunch. I'll be honest. Like I knew it was lunch at school, so I would go. You know what I mean? So, and
I'm trying to figure out why is Macho Picchu outside? Who let him out? Like
yeah, like that experience.
My cat is like a damn dog. He'll greet me. He'll greet me like a goddamn dog.
But
Really?
this how I knew it was real,
This how I
Charles.
knew it was real, Charles.
We had a meeting after the Adidas Nationals, right? And it's like this is the only time I ever been in a room like this, like with this much opportunity. There was a dude there from Australia, and then there was the dude that was the coordinator there in the whatever the Italian military is called. Like I don't know what their services is called, the Italian whatever. So there, and because the guy that mentors us, our coach is in the military too. He's a gunnery sergeant, and when I seen them talking and they talking about, yeah, we can get them on a plane for this much, and like they're negotiating it, and I'm just thinking, now that I'm an adult male, I realize that was a master of a universe conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like that was a real conversation that those men were having about international competition that I was excluded from, and they told me that if I did that, I would be a slave.
Mm.
Like if you sign that contract to say you will go to the military and participate in that, they basically trying to enslave you. And my parents and even though I didn't even live, you gotta remember I didn't even live with my mom. She would not sign that shit. But she would let me go. She would let me go into the system to a foster home, but she wouldn't let me go to Rome and Australia to wrestle.
I'm surprised the people in the foster homes didn't sign.
They couldn't because my mom still technically she had never gave up her rights technically. Even though she kicked me out, I was being the typical little nigga kid and I didn't snitch on her.
Mm.
When they finally caught up to me and they was like, you were runaway, I didn't tell them that she kicked me out. I wasn't going to tell the police shit. Like I already had the criminality inbred in me not to tell the police shit, especially snitching on your mama. Yeah, my mama passed away now, so I feel comfortable. I even was uncomfortable saying it while she was alive.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like I'm snitching on my mom or throwing her under the bus or being a bitch ass nigga. Like I'm just telling the truth now, man. I'm free from that shit. I can tell the truth.
Yeah, sometimes.
Before she passed away, we had our conversation, and I paid for my mom's funeral. So anybody that can say what they want, like I took care of my mom in her old age, and when she passed away, I buried her. Nobody else but me. So I like it. Just we get these releases, and we got to tell the truth because the shit got to be said, man. A lot of us. That's why I get so heated about stuff like, bro, you don't even know a person's situation. And it's true. If a person want to change, they will change. You don't have to worry about the ones that's really about it because they gonna kill themselves or get in prison forever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Yeah. I'm about to hit in the house, folks. This has been a fire stream. Thank you all for watching.
All right, peace, Commander. Talk to you guys later.
Can't wait till the next one, man. Oh,
yeah. But I will say this first of all, Nature Boy, you and I still have some unfinished business. And the title and Elizabeth is coming back to me. Me only, not you.